There is a very specific flavor to the sand on the Cloudfall City tournament grounds. Mostly grit. A little old iron from 100 years of nosebleeds. And a strong finish of cheap boot leather. I can describe the boot leather with confidence, because at that exact moment there was a boot pressing my face into it. My name is Ihan. I am 16 years old. I am the third son of the head of the Yi clan, which is the first family of this city, and I have no chi at all. Not a little. Not a weak amount. None. The measure stone in our ancestral hall reads my grade as null, which is the grade they give to rocks and to furniture that has been sitting in a spirit vein too long. The boot belonged to Zhao Feng. 17. Foundation stage, 6th step. The pride of the Zhao clan, and the proud owner of the single worst stance I have ever seen. His back knee was locked. His grinding foot, the one currently redecorating my cheekbone, was carrying almost all of him. 2 fingers of hip and a hooked ankle and he would have gone over backward into the judging table and ended the Zhao bloodline on the spot. I could not do it. Not out of nobility. Because if I hooked his ankle with this body I would pull something in my back and need help standing up. 8,000 people were watching, and they had reached the stage of a beating where it stops being shocking and starts being entertainment. It is the third son of the Yi clan. The one born with no root. Bless the clan head, imagine feeding that for 16 years. 2 rows up sat Song Yue, who had been betrothed to me since we were 4, and who had cancelled it that same morning in front of the whole city using the phrase incompatible foundations. In the covered box sat the reason Zhao Feng was allowed to do this. Elder Wang Chong of the Nine Peaks Sword Sect, Sky-Treading Realm, the strongest man to set foot in this province in 40 years, watching a boy get kicked on the ground and nodding along, because that is the way of martial cultivation, apparently. And at the front of the clan section sat my father, head of the Yi clan, with a face like a locked door. He watched every second of it and he did not stand up, and the distance between those 2 facts is more or less my entire childhood. Zhao Feng took his foot off my face, turned a slow circle with his arms out, came back, and put that foot on my shoulder to roll me over so the crowd could see me properly. Say it, he said. Say you are trash and I will let you crawl out of the ring. And here is what was actually going through my head. Not rage. I am much too old for rage. I was thinking that his back knee was still locked, and that if any of my girls had ever stood like that in front of me I would have made her hold a bucket of water at arm's length until she cried about it. I was thinking about how much I missed them. All 5. Even the frightening ones. Especially the frightening ones. And then the sky broke. Not thundered. Not darkened. Broke. There was a line across the blue, from one edge of the world to the other, thin and white like a crack in a bowl. Then the crack opened. The pressure came down before the sound did. Every person in that stadium hit their knees at the same instant, 8,000 people folding like wheat, and the noise they made was not a scream, it was the sound of 8,000 people trying to breathe and being told no. Zhao Feng was picked up off my chest and thrown 30 steps by nothing at all, and his trousers split along the seam on the way, which is a detail I will be carrying with me into my next 9 lives. The judging table came apart. The banners tore off their poles. Elder Wang Chong stood up in the covered box, choked on his tea, and made a noise like a kettle because he had felt it. He was the only man there strong enough to understand what he was feeling, and understanding was worse. Out of the crack in the sky came a woman, white robes. Hair the color of the inside of a glacier. Around her turned a slow ring of swords that were not there, 1,000 of them, each one a thin line of light that hurt to look at directly. And she was descending slowly, which I want to point out was a choice. She could have arrived instantly. She wanted the walk, which gives me exactly enough time to explain why a woman like that would be coming down out of the sky over a provincial arena, into a city that has nothing, for a boy on the ground with a boot print on his face. 16 years ago I was not a baby. I was a man of about 31, and I was in a fold. A fold is a crease in the world. A folded day. The 11th of the 6th month, a gray morning, rain that never quite commits, a valley, a fence post, and a crow on the fence post with a complaint about the weather. I woke up in that day. I lived it. I slept. I woke up in the same day again. I stopped counting days and started counting years, and then I stopped counting years, because it was insulting. 1,000 years. One day, folded over itself, 10 centuries. Fold is also where the world puts what it throws away, so things wash up in it. Broken carts. Dead letters. 100 left shoes. And in year 11, 5 girls. 5. All small. All filthy, all lying in the wet grass at the edge of the fold where somebody had dropped them like a bag they were tired of carrying, because every one of them had been measured, and the stone had said no. I was a bored man with 1,000 years and nothing else to do, so I picked them up. And I fed them, and I fixed them, and it took the better part of 10 centuries, and I will tell you how, in detail, because the how is the only interesting thing about me. Then one morning the crow was gone, and the fold opened, and it spat me out. For me that took one breath. For them it took 5,000 years, because a fold does not run at the speed of the world, and when the door finally opened, my 5 girls stepped out into a continent 5,000 years down the road from the day they were thrown away. And they lived. All 5 of them. They lived through all of it. I came out the other side as a squalling infant in the clan of Cloudfall City. No memory of anything until I was 4, and then all of it at once, over a bowl of porridge, which was a very bad afternoon for a small child. So that is me. 16 years old, 1,000 years of experience, no cultivation whatsoever, and a boot print on my face. And that is her, coming down through a hole in the sky, taking her time about it, in front of 8,000 people who cannot get off their knees. The air where she passed went so cold that the tears on the faces of the front row froze on the way down. Somewhere in the stands a man was sobbing one word over and over. Founder. 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 And Elder Wang Chong of the Nine Peaks Sword Sect, Sky-Treading Realm, the strongest man in the province, got off his cushion, put his forehead on the floor of the covered box, and started screaming. Ancestor. Ancestor, this disciple did not know. Ancestor, forgive. She did not look at him. She did not look at anyone. She scanned that broken stadium once, slowly, with the expression of a woman checking a room for something she has lost, and 8,000 people held their breath and prayed she was not looking for them. Then her eyes stopped on the ground in front of the shattered judging table. On a 16-year-old boy lying in the sand with a boot print on his face. And the strongest woman in the world came apart. It happened too fast for the crowd to process. The mask went. Her mouth shook. The ring of 1,000 swords lost its shape and scattered like a dropped handful of needles. She crossed the distance so fast the sound of the arena caught up half a breath later, and she did not land. She fell, straight to her knees in the wet sand, ruining a robe that 4 sects have gone to war over the pattern of. She grabbed me by the shoulders. Her hands were shaking. Hers. And then she pulled me forward and pressed my face into her chest hard enough to remove any remaining opinions I had on the matter. Master, she screamed. It went up into the sky and came back off the mountains. Master, I have been looking for you for 5,000 years. You are alive. You are alive. Up in the box, Elder Wang Chong made a small noise and fell over sideways, unconscious, which was honestly the most restful thing that happened to anybody that day. Xiao Feng was somewhere in the wreckage of the north wall, whimpering, holding his split trousers together with both hands. Song Yue was standing with her mouth open and her hands halfway up, frozen in the exact posture of a woman recalculating. My father had gone the color of paper, and 8,000 citizens of Cloudfall City stared at the greatest sword ancestor in recorded history, kneeling in the sand, hugging the clan trash and crying like a child who had been lost in a market. As for me, I was 2 inches deep in a suffocating landscape of white silk, running out of air, held by a woman who can cut a mountain range into slices, and the only clear thought in my head was this: Xiao Shui. Good grief. You have grown. Also, and I say this with love, and with real fondness, and with tremendous respect for everything you have accomplished in my absence. Let go. I cannot breathe. I am 16 and I am dying. She did not let go. She loosened enough for me to get air, which she calculated by watching my face, and then she held me at arm's length and looked at me properly for the first time. 5,000 years of legend. The sword ancestor. The woman whose portrait hangs above the altar of a sect with 400,000 disciples. She was inspecting my face for bruises like a mother checking a scraped knee, and her lower lip was doing something that the historical records do not mention. Master, she said. Your root. Yes. It is gone. Yes. There is nothing in you. There is nothing in you at all. I know, Xiao Shui. I was there when it happened. It was extremely inconvenient. And that is the moment the temperature in Cloudfall City dropped far enough that the fountains in the outer market cracked in their basins. She stood up. Slowly, still holding my hand, because she was not going to let go of that, and turned to look at the ring, and at the wreckage, and at the boot print on my face, and the crowd understood, all at once and much too late, exactly what kind of situation they had walked into. 8,000 people stopped breathing on purpose. Who? She said. Nobody answered. There was no need. Every single eye in that arena went to the same place, which was the pile of masonry in the north wall where Zhao Feng was hiding behind a fallen banner pole with his hands over his head. He raised one finger. Now, at this point, I would like to remind you of the political facts of my province. The Zhao clan is the second family of Cloudfall City. They have 3 core-shaping cultivators and a mine. Zhao Feng was their crown prince, their investment, their entire future, and this spring they had done the single smartest thing a provincial family can do, which is to attach their genius to a real sect. Elder Wang Chong of the Nine Peaks Sword sect had accepted Zhao Feng as a personal disciple. That is why the Zhao family had stopped bowing to my father. That is why I had a boot on my face. That was the whole shape of my life for 6 months. And Xiao Shui was about to erase it with one finger, and I did the math and realized that the arena had roughly 4 seconds left. So I grabbed her sleeve. Xiao Shui. She froze. The finger stayed up. I said her name. Not ancestor, not founder, not any of the 14 titles the continent has invented for her. Her name. The one I gave her, in a valley, when she was 11 and could not hold a knife. She turned around and her whole face was 5,000 years younger. Yes, master. Not before breakfast. Her eyes filled up. In front of 8,000 people, the sword ancestor's eyes filled up over a house rule about killing before breakfast that I invented when she was 12 years old because she kept feeding the crow's enemies to the crow. Yes, master, she said, and her voice cracked in the middle of it. And since 8,000 people were currently lying on their faces trying to work out what they had just watched, this is a good moment to tell you who she was when I found her. Xiao Shui was 11 years old and she was holding a rusted knife in a grip so wrong it would have taken her own thumb off inside a week. Her problem was that her meridians leaked. Anything she gathered ran straight out of her, the way water runs out of a cracked jar, and her sect appraiser had written the word discard on her form and gone to lunch. I could not seal a body that leaks. I tried for 6 years. What I did instead was spend the next 40 teaching her to keep her power outside her body entirely, in the air, where a leak does not matter, because there is nothing to leak out of. That is why she can hold a sword without touching it. That is where the ring of 1,000 blades comes from. The most famous technique on this continent is a workaround for a birth defect, invented by a man with no better ideas, in a valley, in the rain. She hated it for the first 9 years. She wanted to hold a sword like everybody else. I made her do it anyway, every morning, in the rain, and she called me every name a 12-year-old knows and then some she made up. The finger came down. The arena exhaled. Somewhere in the second tier a man fainted from pure relief and nobody noticed for an hour. Then Elder Wang Chong woke up. Give the men credit for one thing. He came out of that faint at a dead sprint. He came out of the covered box without using the stairs, hit the sand on his knees, and slid, forehead down, all the way to her feet, and he had already started apologizing before his face made contact. Ancestor, this unworthy elder of the Nine Peaks Sword sect greets the founder. This disciple did not recognize. This disciple deserves death. She looked down at him the way you look at something that has crawled onto your plate. 9 Peaks, she said. Yes, ancestor. 9 Peaks. Founded by the ancestor herself 4,800 years ago. 40,000 disciples. We have kept the ancestor's flame. We have kept every word of the ancestor's canon. Then she said the thing that broke the entire province. Did you keep the first page? He looked up. Everyone in that arena heard the confusion in his silence. The first page, ancestor, is the founding oath. Every disciple recites it. Every morning. The sword is the shadow. The hand is the shadow. The master is the light. Say the rest. His mouth opened. Nothing came out because there is no rest. There has never been a rest. That is the great scandal of the Nine Peaks Sword sect, the thing scholars have written 400 books about. The oath ends in the middle of a sentence and nobody has known why for 5,000 years. Master is the light, she said. And when the light returns, we return to him. Then she pointed at me, at the boy with the boot print, at the third son of the Yi clan, grade null. That is the rest of it, she said. That is the light. Your sect has been kneeling to a portrait of my master's blanket for 5,000 years and you put your foot on his face. Now, I have to describe what happened to Elder Wang Chong's face at that moment, because it was a landmark event. I have watched him and realize he has drunk poison. I have watched him and realize the bridge is gone. Neither of those men looked the way Wang Chong looked when he understood that he had spent the morning nodding along while somebody kicked God. He did not faint again. He was past fainting. He put his forehead back down on the sand and made a sound like a rope being pulled through a hole. And that is when the ground came up. Not an earthquake. Earthquakes shake. This was a straight line of the arena floor bulging up and racing across the ring toward us like something was swimming under the stone, and it was on fire. Xiao Shui moved me behind her without appearing to move at all. The floor opened. Out of it came a woman about my height, in red, covered in dust, with her hair half burned off on one side and a piece of somebody's fence still hooked on her belt. She had come through the mountain. Not over it. Through it. She did not look at the arena. She did not look at the sword ancestor. She looked directly at me, took one enormous breath, and screamed loud enough to knock the dust off the upper tiers. Master. I ran. I ran the whole way. 6 days. Did she get here first? She got here first, didn't she? Lin Yan, said Xiao Shui, in the voice of a woman who has been having this exact argument since the reign of the Third Dynasty. Move. She did not wait. She went through her older sister like a cart through a fence, picked me up under the arms the way you pick up a cat you like too much, and spun. World went sideways 6 times. I am reasonably certain we left the ground on the 4th one. Lin Yan. Lin Yan. Down. Put me down. Lin Yan. She put me down. She kept her hands on my shoulders. She was crying and laughing at the same time, and there was a small fire burning on her left shoulder that she had not noticed. Master, you are so small, she said. You are so small. Why are you so small? Who made you small? I will kill them. Lin Yan was 9 when I found her, and the insides of her arms were scarred like the inside of a chimney, because her own channels burned every time she breathed hard. Every time she ran, she cooked herself a little. Her family had watched her do it for 2 years and then quietly stopped feeding her, and I have never once told her that part, and I never will. I could not stop her burning. So I spent about 300 years teaching her to burn something that was not herself. Give a furnace better fuel and it stops eating the walls. She still runs everywhere. 6 days, over a mountain range, through the last mountain rather than around it, because going around would have taken another hour. Nobody made me small, Lin Yan. I am 16. 16, she repeated, with the exact intonation of a woman filing information away for later violence. And you are hurt. There is a mark on your face. Whose mark is that? I am fine. Whose mark is that? And this is roughly the point where the citizens of Cloudfall City stopped being able to keep up, because a second impossible woman had arrived, and the whispering started again, and it had gone from awe to something closer to religious terror. That is the Red Furnace. That is the Furnace Ancestor. She founded the Red Furnace Court. She founded the Red Furnace Court 4,700 years ago. Her portrait is in the Imperial Hall. She is not supposed to be a person. She is supposed to be a mountain with a name. 2 of them. 2 founders of the 5 sacred grounds. In the same hour. In our city. In our arena. Someone should tell the governor. Someone should tell the empire. Someone should tell the heavenly court. That last one, I noticed. File it. We will come back to it. Because at that exact moment, a very calm, very dry voice came from the covered box, from a seat that had been occupied since before dawn, from a woman that nobody had looked at twice all morning. If everyone is finished, she said, I would like it recorded that I was here first. I looked up. She was sitting in seat 19 of the 2nd row, which is a middling seat, a seat for a merchant's wife, with a plain gray robe, a wooden cane across her knees, and a strip of dark cloth tied over her eyes. She had been there for 4 hours. She had watched the whole tournament, in her fashion. She had bought a bag of roasted chestnuts and eaten them slowly. Yun Qi, Master, she said, and inclined her head about an inch. It has been 5,022 years, 109 days. I am sorry about the wait. I was off by 3 days. I have been extremely annoyed about those 3 days. The Sword Ancestor and the Furnace Ancestor both went quiet at the same time, and I understood that whatever the hierarchy was among my girls now, this was the one they did not interrupt. She stood, and she came down the steps, and she did not use the cane to find them. She used the cane to keep her hands busy. At the bottom she stopped, reached into her sleeve, and held out a folded paper to the nearest arena official, a man who had gone completely white. Deed, she said. Seat 19, 2nd row, covered box, Cloudfall Arena. Purchased in perpetuity 411 years ago through the 2nd Cloud Reckoning House. Seat has been held vacant since, at a maintenance cost of 2 silver a year. Your grandfather signed the renewal. Your father signed the renewal. You signed the renewal in the spring. The official made a noise. I did not want to be late, she said. I do not enjoy being late. You bought a seat, I said. 400 years ago. For today. I bought 700 seats, master, in 600 cities, on 7 possible days, she said. The others were wasted. It is an acceptable ratio. And that, right there, is my second student. Yun-Chi was born blind, and in a world where every cultivator senses power through the spirit eye, a blind child is not a challenge, she is an accounting problem. Her family solved it the way families do. I could not give her eyes. So I taught her to count every stone in that valley. Every step from the hut to the stream. Every heartbeat, every breath, every possible move a person can make inside a room, until she could tell you where a cup was by the sound the table made when you set it down. If you cannot see the board, you memorize the board. That was the whole lesson. It took her about 200 years to get good at it, and she has been getting better ever since without me. I taught a blind child to count because there was nothing else to teach her, and she went out into the world and turned counting into an institution. The Cloud Reckoning Hall is not a sect. It is worse than a sect. It is a bank, a road network, a court of arbitration, and a school of prophecy that does not prophesy. It just does arithmetic that nobody else can afford. There are 4 kingdoms on this continent that cannot go to war without her permission, because she holds their grain contracts. She came up to me, put the cane under one arm, and found my face with both hands, carefully, the way she has found my face for 1,000 years. And she stopped. Her thumbs went still on my cheekbones. There is a boot print, she said. Yun-Chi. There is a boot print on my master's face. The temperature dropped again, and this time it was not Xiao Shui, and I want to explain something about that, because it matters. Xiao Shui would have killed Zhao Feng in the ring in front of everyone and gone home and slept well. Lin Yan would have killed him, his family, his teacher's sect, and possibly the mountain the sect is built on, and then she would have felt bad for the mountain. Yun-Chi does not kill people. Yun-Chi looks up who owns them. Which family, she said. Zhao, said Xiao Shui. Cloudfall Zhao. Iron mine at Wanping, 460 workers, or sold through the Bao Caravan House, which borrows every autumn from the 3rd Cloud Reckoning House at winter rates and is never once repaid before the thaw. She turned her blindfolded face very slightly toward the north wall, where Zhao Feng was still hiding. Call the winter loan, she said, to nobody, to the air, to a servant I could not see and never did see. Today. Full. And by the Wanping lease. And close the road. Ancestor, a voice said from somewhere behind the stands, and there was the sound of a man running. That is it. That was the whole execution. No lightning. No sword. A blind woman in a gray robe said 3 short sentences in a normal tone of voice, and the second family of Cloudfall City stopped existing as an economic object. By nightfall, the Zhao clan owed more than it had. By the end of the week, they would be tenants in their own house. And here is the part one want you to appreciate. Zhao Feng did not understand. He was still crouched behind that banner pole, still holding his trousers, and he had heard every word, and he had absolutely no idea that his family had just been killed, because nothing had glowed. That is the difference between the 2 kinds of power in this world, and I taught both of them in the same valley, on the same day, over and over, for 1,000 years. Then Yun-Chi turned back to me and her voice went small. Master, she said. Is it truly you? Say something only you would say. I thought about it. Your 5th stance is still too wide, I said. I could hear it when you came down the stairs. She made a sound. Not a sob. Something that had been held for 5,000 years and had finally been given permission to leave. Is not, she said. It is not too wide. It has never been too wide. You said that in year 640 and you were wrong then. Yes, I said. It is you. And then all 3 of them were on me at once, and I want the record to show that I am a 16-year-old boy with no cultivation, being embraced simultaneously by 3 of the 5 beings that this continent considers to be forces of nature, and that from the outside this looked extremely dramatic and holy. From the inside it was mostly elbows. Meanwhile the arena had reached the end of its ability to cope, and the whispering had turned into something else. It had turned into arithmetic. 3 founders. 3 of the 5 sacred grounds. All 3 came for that boy. They call him Master. All 3 of them call him Master. Master. They mean the Master. The Master question. Somebody get a scholar. Somebody get 12 scholars. I should explain the master question, because it is the reason my life got complicated instead of just loud. All 5 of the sacred grounds were founded within 300 years of each other, by 5 women, all of whom appeared out of nowhere with no lineage, no school, no clan, and techniques that had never existed before. All 5 of their founding scriptures reference a teacher. All 5 refuse to name him. All 5 say the same sentence in slightly different words, and it is the most argued over sentence in the history of the continent. He was not strong. He was the reason we are. For 5,000 years the scholars have split into camps. One says the master was an immortal in hiding. One says the master is a metaphor for the way itself. One very popular camp says there was no master, that the 5 ancestors invented him for political convenience, and that camp has been sponsored, generously and continuously, by the heavenly court. That last detail took me one afternoon to find, and it told me almost everything I needed to know about where this was going. But at that moment I did not care about the heavenly court, because a hand had appeared in front of my face. It was a small hand. It was attached to Song Yue, who had come down onto the arena floor while everyone was distracted, straightened her hair, and arranged her face into an expression I can only describe as brave. "Brother Yi," she said. "About this morning." The 3 most powerful women alive stopped talking at exactly the same time. "I understand there has been a misunderstanding about the betrothal," she said, very quickly. My father spoke without full knowledge of the situation. The Song family has always regarded the arrangement as sacred. My words at the ceremony were the words of a foolish girl. The furnace ancestor made a noise like a kiln door opening. "Master," said Lin Yan, delighted. "Master, is this one yours? Do you want her? Should I make her better?" "I can make her better. I will hold her over the fire only a little." "No." "Which one?" said Xiao Shui quietly. "Which one broke it off? Say the name and I will erase it from the registers." "Nobody is erasing anybody." And Yun Qi, who had not turned her head at all, said the sentence that ended Song Yue as a person in that city. Song family. Second daughter. This morning at the hour of the dragon you stood on the ceremony platform and you used the phrase incompatible foundations, and then, when you stepped down, you said to your cousin, quietly, that at least now you would not have to touch him. Song Yue went the color of old paper. "I was in seat 19, said Yun Qi. "I am blind, girl. I am not deaf. I have been sitting in that seat since before you woke up, listening to an entire city talk about my master, and I have written down every name." She reached into her sleeve and took out a small ledger, and she opened it, and the pages were covered in tiny raised pinpricks that only her fingers could read. "Every name," she said again. 8,000 citizens of Cloudfall City, all of whom had laughed at least once that morning, went very, very still. We went home. I want to describe going home, because it was the first time in 16 years that walking into my own house was interesting. The Yi clan compound sits on the North Hill. 9 courtyards, a drill yard, an ancestral hall, and a servant's wing where I have lived since I was 11, because the 3rd courtyard was needed for storage and nobody could think of a polite way to say the other thing. The gates were open. Every member of the clan was standing in the front yard in ceremonial dress. Somebody had run ahead from the arena, and the entire family had gotten changed in under a quarter of an hour, which honestly tells you everything about my relatives that I would otherwise need a page to explain. My father stood at the front. Behind him, my half-brother Yi Qingzhou, 22, foundation stage 9th step, the clan's pride, wearing an expression of a man doing very fast sums. And beside my father, leaning on a stick he does not need, the great elder, Yiqua, 91 years old, the men who proposed at the family council when I was 11 that I be quietly moved to a farm. They all bowed. All of them. Deep, formal, the bow you give an imperial inspector. They bowed to the 3 women behind me. Not to me. Which was correct, technically, and also the last honest thing that family did all evening. "Yi Zhongshan of Cloudfall greets the honored ancestors," said my father. "This humble clan is unworthy of the light." "We are not here for your clan," said Xiao Shui. "Yi family has raised the master for 16 years, said the great elder, straightening up with terrible speed. "Fed, clothed, protected. The clan has kept the light safe without knowing what it held. Surely there is merit in that. I have to hand it to the old man." He came out of the gate at a full sprint. 16 years of pretending I was a rumor, and inside 20 minutes he had invented a version of history where the Yi clan were the sacred guardians of a hidden god. Yun Qi turned her blindfold toward him. "Which courtyard?" she said. "Honored ancestor. Which courtyard did the master sleep in?" Silence. It went on much too long. The servants' wing, said my mother. She had come out from the back of the crowd, which is where she always stands. Song Lan. Not a cultivator. Not from a clan. A woman who came into this family from a market town and never once managed to sound like she belonged in it. The servants' wing, she said again, louder, because her voice had shaken the first time and she hated that. 11 years old. There was a leak in the roof for 2 winters. I patched it with wax paper. I asked 4 times. Wife, said my father. She did not look at him. She looked at me, and then she did the thing that undid me completely, which was to walk up in front of 3 founders of the sacred grounds, in front of the entire clan, and lick her thumb and wipe the dirt off my cheek. You are all right, she said. That is all. You are all right. Behind me somebody made a small strangled noise, and I knew without looking that it was Lin Yen, who cries at absolutely everything, including sunsets, including a good soup. The clan got its courtyard reassignment that evening, and I did not ask for it. My father announced it in the front yard before anyone went inside, in a loud clear voice, granting his beloved 3rd son the eastern residence, and the eastern residence is the one with the pond. It would have been a very generous gesture at any point in the previous 16 years. I said thank you. I meant about 1/5 of it. And then I asked for the only thing I actually wanted, which was to see the measure stone. Every clan has one. Every sect has one. Every village of more than 300 people has a small one in the shrine, and they are all made in the same place, by the same authority, and they have been the foundation of civilization on this continent for 9,000 years. Ours sits in the ancestral hall on a black stand. Waist-high, milky white, cool to the touch. Every child of the Yi clan puts a hand on it at 4 years old and again at 16, and the stone tells you what you are. Heaven grade. Earth grade. Human grade. Iron grade. And null. I was tested at 4 and the stone gave nothing at all, no light, no warmth, and Elder Yikor wrote null on my page and closed the book, and my mother was not allowed into the hall for the reading because of a rule about non-cultivators that the clan invented 20 minutes beforehand. So there we were. Ancestral hall, evening, incense. 3 founders, 1 clan head, 1 great elder, 1 very nervous half-brother, and me. I put my hand on the stone. Nothing, of course. No light. The stone stayed cool and milky and completely uninterested, and the great elder made a small sympathetic sound that I would have paid money to remove from history. But I was not looking at the stone with my eyes. I need to explain what I actually have, since everyone keeps assuming I am hiding a cultivation base. I am not hiding anything. There is nothing in me. But 1,000 years of one single day, spent almost entirely staring at the insides of 5 broken children, changed what I see. When I look at a person, I see their channels. Not the way a physician sees them, by feel, after 20 years of practice. I see them the way you see a face. Instantly, completely, without effort, including the parts they are lying about. I can look at a sky-treading elder and tell you which of his meridians he burned out at 30 and how he has been compensating for it ever since. It is not a technique. It is just what happens to a man who had nothing else to look at for 10 centuries. So I put my hand on the measure stone and I looked at it. And I want to describe exactly what I saw, because everything after this comes out of that one moment. I saw a channel. The stone had a channel in it. A meridian. One single line running from the surface where my palm was resting, down through the body of the stone, into the black stand, and out through the floor. It was not a scale. It was not measuring anything. It was open at both ends. Yun Chi, I said. Master. How old is this stone? The Yi clan stone was installed 140 years ago, said my father, pleased to know an answer. Purchased from the court foundry at Mount Ji. Cost the clan 11 years of income. I heard that, said Yun Chi, and something in her voice changed. Master. What do you see? The great elder laughed. He actually laughed, out loud, in an ancestral hall, at that particular moment. See, he said. Honored ancestor, forgive me, but the young master has no spirit sense. He cannot see anything. He is null. That is why the stone shows nothing. I turned around. Great elder, I said. Take off your left glove. He stopped laughing. He wears a glove on his left hand. He has worn it since before I was born. Family story is a burn from a beast hunt in his 40s. Your 4th and 5th channels in that hand are dead, I said. Not burned. Dead. They stopped carrying about 50 years ago and you have been routing around them through the wrist, which is why you hold the stick, which is why you hold it in your right hand even though your right side is your strong side. Because the stick is not for your legs, it is to keep your left hand from hanging where people can see it shake. The hall went quiet in a very particular way. You have 4 or 5 years left at this rate, I said. Maybe 7 if you stop taking the yellow pills, and I know about the yellow pills because your eyes have the ring. Whoever sold them to you told you they would restore the channel. Will not. They are burning your liver to buy you warmth in your fingers. Nobody moved. I am not doing this to humiliate you, I said, and I meant it, mostly. I am doing it because you said I cannot see. I can fix the routing, by the way. Not the dead channels, those are gone, but the routing is bad and it is costing you a third of what you have left. It would take about 9 evenings. Ikwa stood there with his mouth slightly open, an old man in a black robe, holding a stick he did not need for his legs. And then, and I will remember this because it was the first time in my life that anybody in my family looked at me with anything other than embarrassment, he took off the glove. His left hand was gray to the second knuckle. 9 evenings, he said. 9 evenings. Xiao Shui, who had been standing perfectly still through all of this, said, quietly, Master. The stone. Yes. The stone. There is a channel in it, I said. It runs down through the stand and into the ground and it goes somewhere. This stone does not weigh talent. It takes it. If you have never watched a blind woman go pale, it is a strange thing, because you see it happen in the mouth first. Say that again, said Yun Qi. I said it again. He crossed the hall, put both hands on the stone, and stood there for a long moment, doing whatever it is she does, which she has never fully explained to me and which I suspect is just counting so fast that it looks like magic. Then she said, in a perfectly level voice, 9,000 years of appraisal stones. 600 foundries. 1 authority. Every child on this continent puts a hand on one of these twice before they are 16. Lin Yan said, I do not understand. I know, said Xiao Shui. I do not understand, said Lin Yan again, louder, and her hair started smoking. Say it plainly. Somebody say it plainly. Oh, I said it plainly, because she is my student and she has never once been stupid, she just requires the world in short sentences. When you were 4 years old, I said, you were taken to a stone like this one, and a man in a gray robe put your hand on it, and the stone said you were worthless, and your family threw you in a ditch. Yes, she said. The stone did not say you were worthless, Lin Yan. The stone took what you had and then told your family the hole it had made was you. The ancestral hall of the Yi clan lost its roof. I want to be fair to Lin Yan. She did not do it on purpose, and she caught most of it, and the beams that came down landed in the courtyard instead of on my father. Considering what she is, that was restraint on the level of a religious miracle. Master, she said, very quietly, standing in a room that was now open to the sky. Master. Am I supposed to be strong? You are strong, Lin Yan. No. Was I supposed to be strong? From the start. Without you. Was I born strong? And I could not lie to her, because I have never lied to her, because when you raise a child for 300 years in a valley where the weather never changes, the only currency you have is that you do not lie. Yes, I said. You were. She sat down on the floor of the ruined hall and put her face in her hands, and the greatest fire cultivator in the history of the world cried like a 7-year-old in a ditch, and her sisters got down on the floor with her, and nobody in my family made a sound. After a while I sat down too, because my back hurt, because I am 16 and I got kicked in the ribs. And I asked the question I had been avoiding all afternoon. Where are the other 2? The temperature in that ruined hall dropped so fast that the incense went out. That is the answer, by the way. That is how I knew before anybody said a word. 3 of my girls came for me inside a single hour, across a continent, through a mountain, from a seat bought 400 years in advance. 2 did not. Su Yao is asleep, said Xiao Shui. Asleep. 312 years, said Yun Qi. In the vault under Medicine God Valley. She took the long winter herself, deliberately, in the 9th month of the year of the white ox. It stops the body. It is not death and it is not sleep. It is a pause. Why? Because she had calculated that she could not survive waiting, said Yun Qi, and there was something under her voice that I did not like at all. Master, we are not immortal. Not really. 5,000 years is not a thing a person survives. It is a thing a person endures, and there is a difference, and Su Yao was the one of us who was honest about it. She said she would rather stop the clock than become something you would not want to see when you came back. I did not say anything for a while. And Nian Nian, I said finally. Nobody answered. Xiao Shui. And Nian Nian. Under Broken Tooth Mountain, said Xiao Shui. 840 years. She is not asleep. She is awake and she is sealed and she has been awake the entire time. Who? The Heavenly Court, said Yun Qi. And that is the name that changed my life from a family drama into a war, so let me lay it out the way she laid it out for me, in a hall with no roof, while my mother quietly brought us tea that nobody drank. There are 5 sacred grounds on this continent. 5 great powers, founded by 5 women, 5,000 years ago. The 9 Peaks Sword Sect. The Red Furnace Court. The Cloud Reckoning Hall. Medicine God Valley. And the 10,000 Beast Court. 3 of those 5 were currently sitting on the floor of my family's ruined ancestral hall. Above all 5 sits the Heavenly Court of Measure. It is not a sect. It does not train cultivators. It has no army worth the name. What it has is the foundries, and the appraisers, and the grade. Every sect takes disciples by grade. Every kingdom appoints ministers by grade. Every marriage contract in every province lists both grades on the first line. The Heavenly Court does not need soldiers, because for 9,000 years it has owned the question of who a person is allowed to become. And at the top of it, since before the sacred grounds existed, sits one man. Yuan Tianji. The Heavenly Appraiser. The Sovereign of Measure. The man who invented the stone. 9,000 years old, said Yun Qi. Master, I have checked. I have checked in 6 different ways over 4,000 years and I cannot find a birth, a lineage, a teacher, or a first appearance. He simply starts. And his doctrine, I said. You know his doctrine. Say it anyway. She said it the way you recite something you have hated for a very long time. Talent is the will of heaven. What the stone gives, heaven gave. What the stone withholds, heaven withheld. To teach the ungraded is to argue with heaven, and to argue with heaven is to be refuse. Refuse, I said. Refuse, she said. The ungraded are refuse. It is written in the 2nd book of Measure, it is carved above the gate of every foundry, and it is the reason 5 little girls were thrown into a fold in the ground instead of into a river, because throwing them in a river would have been murder, and throwing them in the rubbish was tidiness. Somewhere outside, in the dark, a bird went up off the roof of the west wing. Yun Qi's head turned toward the sound before anybody else registered it. A message bird, she said. From this compound. Just now, everyone looked at the great elder, who was still holding his glove in his right hand. Not me, he said, and for once in his miserable life I believe he was telling the truth, because he looked as sick as everyone else. It went north, said Yun Qi. And my mother, who is not a cultivator, who has never been allowed into that hall for a reading, who was standing in the doorway with a tray of tea nobody had touched, said the thing that the 4 most dangerous people alive had not said yet. North is the foundry, she said. That bird has been in this house since Han was 10. Somebody has been feeding it for 6 years, waiting for exactly tonight. Then she put the tray down, because her hands had started, and she said, who in this family knew what my son was worth before I did? Yun Qi found the bird before dawn. Not the bird itself. The perch. There was a foundry perch in the roof space above the west wing of my father's compound, worn smooth, with grain scattered under it, and a bird had been living on it and being fed by somebody for at least 6 years. Somebody in my family had been on the Heavenly Court's payroll since before I could grow a beard, and had been feeding a bird by hand every morning while I slept in a room with a hole in the roof. Yun Qi would not say a name. She said she had 4 possibilities and that naming a man on 4 possibilities is how you kill the wrong one, and that she would tell me when it was one. It took her 2 years. When she finally told me, I sat down on a step and put my head in my hands, and I am going to leave it there for now, because that morning I had a sword sect coming up the road. I did not sleep much that night. Partly because of the bird. Mostly because of the other thing, which requires me to explain something I have been putting off since the arena. Broken channels seize. Scarred channels not. If you want a damaged cultivator to circulate at all, somebody has to physically work those knots out with their hands. Pressure, angle, timing. Every night, 4 years, it is medicine. It is entirely medicine. It is in every serious medical text on this continent, it is what a hospital hall does all day, and I will die on that hill. Now try explaining that to 5 girls who grew up with nobody but me in a valley where the weather never changed and got extremely comfortable with the arrangement. Had 1,000 years and 1 day and 5 patients. Do you understand what that does to a routine? I could tell you what each of their spines sounded like. I invented a card game. I invented a better card game. I invented a religion, converted myself, had a crisis of faith, and burned the temple down, and Lin Yan helped, enthusiastically, with the burning part. And every single evening of 10 centuries, after dinner, I sat down and worked 5 sets of ruined meridians in a fixed order, eldest to youngest, and any deviation from that order caused a diplomatic incident. Xiao Shui in particular developed a lifelong condition where she was always cold. At night. Specifically. In a valley with a fixed temperature. This was a girl who ate ice demons for breakfast. She once put a frost wyrm in a stew because we were out of onions. But she was cold. Poor thing. Some point around the 3rd watch, the door of the eastern residence slid open and closed, and I heard bare feet on the boards, and a voice from the dark said, very quietly, "Master. It is cold." Xiao Shui. It is very cold in this province. It is a documented problem. Travelers write about it. You froze the fountains this afternoon. That was a separate matter. I am 16 years old. I am 5011, she said, sliding under the edge of the blanket with the shamelessness of a cat that has decided the chair is hers now, so between us the average is fine. That is not how averages work. I asked Yun Qi. She said it is exactly how averages work. She did not say that. She said it would be a very difficult thing to disprove, said Xiao Shui, which in Yun Qi means yes. And then she went quiet, and after a minute her hand found my sleeve and closed on it, and she did not say anything else all night, and I understood that this was not about the blanket. 5,000 years is a long time to hold a sleeve. In the morning, 3 things happened in quick succession. First, Lin Yan ate the clan's winter stores. Not all of them. Most of them. She had opened the storehouse at dawn looking for something small, and by the time the steward got there she had gone through 11 jars of pickled radish, a wheel of hard cheese the size of a cartwheel, and the entire smoked run of last autumn's boar. She apologized. She apologized so hard that she cried. Then she went out, found a mountain that had been bothering her, and came back 4 hours later dragging the carcass of a horned river ox the size of the ancestral hall, which fed the compound and most of the north quarter for 14 days. Second, Yun Qi audited my family. She asked for the clan ledgers at breakfast. The steward brought her 9 years of books, and she put her fingertips on the first page, and I watched my clan's chief accountant slowly understand that she was reading them. Not by touch. There is no raised print in a normal ledger. She was reading them by the impressions on the back of each page, where the brush had pressed through, and she was doing it at the speed of a woman turning pages to find her place. 8 minutes. Your third steward has been taking 2 parts in 100 from the grain purchase for 11 years, she said. Your east wall repair was billed 3 times. Your clan pays a morning stipend to the family of a guard who died 14 years ago, and that family moved away 9 years ago, and somebody is still collecting. My father put down his bowl. And your great elder, she said, has been paying 30 silver a month, out of his own purse, without recording it, to a widow in the lower town whose husband died in the beast hunt where his hand was ruined. That one you can leave alone. Yikui did not look up from his tea. I felt the old man's whole shape shift in my head at that moment, and I want to note it, because this happens over and over in what comes next. People are not one thing. The men who wanted me sent to a farm was also the men quietly paying a widow for 50 years and hiding it like a crime. I still made him do the 9 evenings. His routing was terrible. Third, and this is the one that mattered, the 9 Peaks sword sect arrived. They came at noon, and the way they came was itself a message. 9 flying platforms, black stone, sword-shaped, in formation, each one carrying a hall's worth of elders, and behind them a cloud of individual flyers, and behind that, on the roads, a column of disciples that took 2 days to fully arrive. 40,000 disciples. 400 elders. 5 hall masters. And on the lead platform, the sect master himself, Ji Hongyuan. Ancestor realm. One of the 11 strongest people on the continent who is not a founder. 206 years old, and he looked 40, and he looked like a man who had not slept since the bird from Cloudfall reached him. They landed in the drill yard, which they had to widen by removing our east wall, and my father, who had spent his entire life hoping to one day be received at a 9 Peaks outer gate, watched them take his wall down and said nothing at all. Ji Hongyuan came off the platform and went straight to his knees in front of Xiao Shui, and 400 elders went down behind him like a field flattening. Founder, he said. The 9 Peaks receives its ancestor. Then he stayed down, and he said the second thing, and the second thing was where it got interesting. Founder. The sect requests, humbly, with terror, permission to verify. Ah. Because here is the political shape of it, and I had worked it out overnight while a 5,000-year-old sword ancestor held my sleeve. If the master is real, and if the master has returned, then every hierarchy on this continent is provisional. Every sect master holds his chair from a founder. Every founder, by her own founding scripture, holds hers from a teacher. Ji Hongyuan was not a bad man. I could see that from the drill yard. What he was the man at the top of a mountain, being told the mountain has an owner. And behind him, one row back, kneeling with perfect form and absolutely no belief in his face, was the second hall master, Yu Changfeng. Sky treading, ninth step. In charge of the sect's outer discipline, its records, and its examinations. A man whose entire power came from deciding who was allowed to advance. You can always tell the ones who will fight you. They are the ones whose kneeling is a little too correct. Verify, said Xiao Shui, and the word came out at a temperature that cracked 2 of the drill yard flagstones. Founder, forgive the sect. But the claim is that the master has returned. The master. 5,000 years of the master question, settled in an afternoon, in a provincial arena, in the person of a 16-year-old boy with no root. He kept his forehead down while he said it, which took nerve. If we accept without verification, he said, then within a month there will be 100 masters. Every fraud on this continent will find a boy with no root and a good story. The sect must be able to say how it knew. And he was right. That is the thing. He was completely right, and I liked him for it, and I said so. He is right, I said. Every head in the drill yard came up, because I had spoken, and because until that moment about 5 people in the world knew what my voice sounded like. Master, said Xiao Shui. He is right, Xiao Shui. If you make them accept me on your word, they will obey you and they will not believe you, and in 9 years there will be a faction that says you were tricked in your grief. Let them verify. Yu Changfeng lifted his head and looked at me directly for the first time, and I watched him revise something. Then verify what, said Ji Hongyuan carefully. Strength cannot be tested. The master, by the scripture, was not strong. He was not strong, agreed Xiao Shui. Then how? And I said, bring me your sick. There was a silence in that drill yard that I would like framed. Say again, said Ji Hongyuan. Every sect has a hall for the ones who broke, I said. The ones who cultivated wrong, or too fast, or got hit somewhere that did not heal. 9 Peaks has 40,000 disciples, which means you have between 900 and 1,300 in that hall right now, and you keep them out past the 4th peak where visitors do not go. Yu Changfeng's face did something. Bring me 30 of them, I said. I will not touch them. I will not ask them anything. I will look at each one for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and I will tell you what is wrong, and your own physicians will confirm or deny. That is a physician's trick, said Yu Changfeng. There are physicians who can do that. There are, I said. So after that I will tell you something a physician cannot. They brought them the next morning. 30 stretchers and 30 chairs, laid out in the drill yard, and the sect's entire medical hall standing behind with their records sealed, and Ji Hongyuan sitting on a stool like a man at his own trial. I walked the line. 3rd disciple. Shoulder. He tore the left shoulder channel 11 years ago and it healed crooked, and every time he draws the sword he tears it a little more, and he has been hiding the blood in his sleeve. Confirmed, said the medical hall, after a pause. 9th. Not an injury. He was fed something. A forcing pill, about 4 years ago, and it moved him 2 steps in a season and it has been eating the lining of his core ever since. Ask who gave it to him. Do not ask in front of everyone. The hall went very quiet. 14. Nothing is wrong with him. He is exhausted. He has been training 19 hours a day for 2 years because somebody told him he was behind. Send him to sleep for a month and he will come back stronger than the men who told him that. 22. Old break in the hip, badly set. It is not his cultivation, it is his walking. Fix the hip and the cultivation fixes itself. I got 29 of 30 exactly right. The one I missed, I said was a lung and it was a liver, and I said so out loud before their physician did, because a man who hides his misses in front of 40,000 people is going to be caught by a bigger one later. By the 20th, the drill yard had stopped whispering. By the 30th, nobody was even breathing loudly. Ji Hongyuan stood up. That is not a physician, he said. Physicians take an hour. And that, I said, is not the part one promised you. I turned around and looked at the 1,500 disciples who had crowded the walls to watch, and I picked out 4 of them at random, the healthiest looking ones, the good ones, the pride of the outer hall. You 4. Draw the third form of the 9 peaks canon. Slowly. They looked at their sect master. He waved them forward, drew it. It was beautiful. For young cultivators in perfect unison, and the form is genuinely magnificent, it is the most famous sword form on this continent. Stop, I said, at the fourth movement. All 4 of you. Hold there. They held. Every one of you has pain here, I said, and I touched my own right shoulder, 2 fingers below the joint, on the back. Not now. Tomorrow morning. It has been there since your second year and your seniors told you it means you are doing it right. Nobody answered, which is an answer. Ask your elders, I said. Ask any elder here. Ask the second hall master, who has it too, and has had it for 90 years, and who wears his outer robe cut wide on the right because it aches when the fabric pulls. Yu Changfeng did not move a muscle. He did not have to. 60 of the elders behind him turned to look at his right shoulder at the same time. They call it the 9 peaks shoulder, I said. Your medical hall has 40 scrolls on it. Your sect treats it as a mark of the school. 9 out of 10 of your disciples have it by their 5th year, and the 10th one has it worse and hides it better. Founder, said Ji Hongyuan slowly, turning to Xiao Shui. Is this true? I do not know, said Xiao Shui. I have not read your canon. That sentence went through 400 elders like cold water. It is not my canon, she said. I wrote 40 forms and I gave them to 11 students and I went away. Whatever you have been reading for 5,000 years is yours. So they brought the canon. They brought it in a sealed jade case carried by 6 elders. The founding copy. The most valuable object the 9 peaks sword sect owns. And Xiao Shui opened it and read the third form, and her face did something I have only seen on it twice, once when Nian Nian nearly died of a fever in year 400, and once in a valley when I told her I could not fix her leak. Master, she said. Look. I looked. Now, I cannot cultivate. I could not perform the third form of the 9 peaks canon if you paid me and gave me a running start, but I do not need to perform it. I need to read what it does to a body, and that I can do from a page, because I have been reading 5 bodies for 1,000 years. The fourth movement calls for the sword hand to rise through the shoulder line while the breath holds. The original, in her handwriting on the original page, in a phrase that has been recopied 9,000 times, says the breath holds, except it does not. The original character is not hold. It is release. They are 2 brush strokes apart, and the difference is a hair of ink in the second stroke, and 5,000 years ago somebody copied a slightly damp original and put a stroke in the wrong place. 5,000 years. 40,000 disciples. Every generation, every one of them, holding their breath at the exact moment their own founder wrote "Let it go." It is the 9 peaks shoulder. That is all it ever was. A sect of 40,000 people has been slowly injuring itself for 50 centuries because of a wet page. Ji Hongyuan sat back down on his stool, and he did it the way a man sits when his legs have made the decision without him. Fix it, he said. Fix it. Say it and I will have it carved on every peak by morning. So I said it, in the drill yard, to 1,500 disciples, and they said it back, and the ones on the walls passed it down, and by evening a sect of 40,000 had changed one word. Here is what nobody expected, including me. 4 of the disciples in that yard broke through that same night. Not because I gave them anything, because for the first time since their second year, their chi went where it was supposed to go, and 11 people who had been stuck at a wall for years walked through it while brushing their teeth. By the end of the week it was 200. By the end of the month, the 9 peaks sword sect had more breakthroughs than it had recorded in the previous 15 years combined, and the outer hall had run out of ceremonial ribbon. And Yu Changfeng, second hall master, keeper of the examinations, the men whose entire authority came from deciding which disciples were allowed to advance, watched 200 people advance in 4 weeks without his permission, and I saw exactly what that did to his face. Which is when I started paying attention to him properly, and started asking a question that nobody in that sect had thought to ask. Not who made the copying mistake. Who checked the copy. Because a sect like 9 Peaks has an office for that. 9,000 years of civilization on this continent, and every single sect and school and academy has one office in common, one small quiet department, staffed from outside, respected, boring, and absolutely everywhere. The Office of Records Verification. Staffed, by ancient agreement, by appointees of the Heavenly Court of Measure. Yunqi took 11 days to answer the question. She apologized for the delay. 11 days, for a thing that has been buried for 5,000 years, and she apologized. The 9 Peaks canon was verified in the year of the Iron Hair by a records officer named Cheng Wu, seconded from the Heavenly Court Foundry at Mount G, who served for 9 years and then transferred. He transferred to the Red Furnace Court, where, 4 years later, he verified their fire cannon. Where, said Lin Yen, in a voice with absolutely nothing in it, the 6th breath cycle has said inhale to the count of 9 for 4,000 years. And every single one of my children burns their throat lining by their 40th year, and we call it the furnace cough, and we are proud of it, and we put it in the songs. He was holding a cup. The cup was gone now. There was steam where the cup had been. He also spent 6 years at Medicine God Valley, said Yun Chi. And 2 at the 10,000 Beast Court. And by the records, he died at the age of 81 in a village outside Mount G, and there is a grave, and I have had the grave opened, and it contains a coffin, and the coffin contains sand. So one man walked into all 4 of my daughter's houses, said Xiao Shui, and put a wrong word in each one. Not one man, I said. Everyone looked at me. One name, I said. A name is cheap. You can wear a name for 9 years and hang it up. What we know is that somebody spent about 20 years quietly making sure that every school founded by my students would slowly cripple its own disciples, and that they did it in a way that would take 5,000 years to notice and would look like tradition the entire time. It is not revenge, said Yun Chi. No, I said. Revenge is fast. That is maintenance. She turned that over for a moment. Master, she said. May I say a thing I have not been willing to say for 4,000 years? Always. I have been assuming, all this time, that we were the ones playing the long game, she said. All 5 of us. Waiting. Building. Holding a place for you. And I am now looking at the shape of it and I think we were the pieces. That is when the Heavenly Court arrived, because the Heavenly Court has excellent timing, and because I later learned that their timing is not luck, it is a department. They came at dawn on the 15th day. No flying platforms. No formation. One carriage, white, drawn by nothing, floating a hand's width off the road, and 14 attendants walking beside it in gray, and one man riding on the front board with his legs crossed like a boy on a fence. The city knew what it was before it reached the gate. The Heavenly Court does not send armies. It sends a carriage, and the arrival of that carriage has ended more clans than every war in the last 1,000 years. Got down and looked around the square, and he was young, or looked it, and beautiful in the specific irritating way that people are beautiful when nothing has ever gone wrong for them. Kuyen, he said. 3rd of the 9 verdicts. I speak with the sovereign's mouth. Then he saw the 3 of them standing behind me, and to his enormous credit, he did not flinch. He bowed, precisely, the exact depth protocol requires for a founder, and not 1 hair deeper. Sword ancestor. Furnace ancestor. Reckoning ancestor. The court greets the pillars of the age. Say what you came to say, said Xiao Shui. The court is grieved, said Kuyen. Grieved. He had the nerve to look sad about it. He looked sad about it beautifully. Somebody had taught him that face and he had practiced. 5,000 years is a long time, he said. Longer than any mind was built to hold. And grief that old does not stay grief. It goes looking for a shape. The court understands. The court does not blame. Turned and gestured at me, gently, the way you gesture at a stray dog that a child has decided to love. But this is a boy, he said. He is 16. He was measured at 4 and measured again at 16, and both times the stone found nothing, and there is no shame in that. The stone finds nothing in many people. He is not refuse. He is simply not the master, because there was no master. The square had gone very tight. 2,000 people, and the sound of 2,000 people deciding not to be noticed. The sovereign has issued a finding, said Kuyen, and produced a scroll, and did not read from it, because he had obviously memorized it in the carriage, in the matter of the claim at Cloudfall. First, the founders are not at fault, and are not accused, and the court asks the world to be gentle with them. Second, the boy Yihan is instructed to withdraw the claim, publicly, in this square, today. Third, if he withdraws, the matter ends, and the court will pay for his keeping for the rest of his life, in comfort, in any city he likes. Generous, I said. The sovereign is generous. And if I do not withdraw? Kuyen smiled at me with real warmth, and that was the frightening part. Then the court will simply state what is true, he said, and let the world do the rest. He unrolled the scroll after all, and read the last part, and his voice carried to the back of the square without effort. Any person who names this boy as the master shall be understood to have rejected the measure. Rejecting the measure, their grade is void. A person of void grade may not hold office, may not sit an examination, may not enter a sect, may not sign a contract of marriage, may not inherit, and may not be buried in a clan ground. That is not a punishment, I said. That is an unmaking. It is arithmetic, said Kuyen. A grade is a statement by the court. If you say the court statements are worthless, you cannot also keep the one that flatters you. And I want to stop here and make sure you understand the size of the thing he had just put on the table, because a lot of people hear it as a bureaucratic threat and go looking for the sword fight. There is no sword fight. This was the sword fight. 40,000 Nine Peaks disciples. Every one of them entered that sect on a grade. Every one of them is married or will marry on a grade. Children will be graded at 4 years old by a stone the court makes. Ji Hongyuan could beat Kuyen to death with a stick and it would change nothing, because the men is not the weapon. The stone is the weapon, and there are 600,000 of them, in every shrine, in every village, on this entire continent, and every family on it has agreed for 9,000 years that the stone tells the truth about their children. Xiao Shui could cut Mount Ji in half. Fine. Then what? Then 40,000 of her disciples are ungraded and their families disown them, and in 2 generations the sect is a bandit camp with good calligraphy. This is what a real strategist looks like. He does not bring soldiers. He brings the thing everyone has already agreed to. I looked at Yun Qi, and Yun Qi's mouth was a flat line, which is her equivalent of screaming, and I understood that she had known this was coming since the moment I said the word channel in a ruined ancestral hall, and had been quietly moving money for 11 days. Withdraw, said Kuyen pleasantly. Nobody will think less of you. Frankly, nobody thinks of you at all. And here is what I did, and I want to be careful telling it, because it is the first move I made in this war and everything else came out of it. I did not argue with him. You cannot argue with an institution. Institutions are made of agreement, and agreement is not moved by argument, it is moved by embarrassment. I said, verdict 3. Before I answer. May I ask about your grade? He looked amused. Heaven grade, he said. Second tier. Measured at 4 years old at the Mount Ji Foundry, in front of 4 witnesses, recorded in the Great Register. You may go and read the page. Congratulations, I said. That must have been a good day for your parents. It was. Which one of them had it? The square did not understand the question. Kuyen did not understand the question either, for about 2 heartbeats, and then something moved behind his eyes that had not been there before. Had what? The heaven root, I said. You did not grow yours, verdict 3. You were given one. Somebody put it in you and it has been in you since you were small, and it has never quite finished attaching, which is why you sleep badly, and why the inside of your left wrist aches in the cold, and why you cannot hold your breath as long as a man of your realm should. His attendants had gone extremely still. You are guessing, he said. There are 3 seams in it, I said. That is not one root. That is 3, cut and fitted together, and 2 of them came from bodies smaller than yours. The one that sits along your spine, the big piece, the one that gives you the pressure everyone kneels to. That one came out of a child. 6 years old. Maybe 7. There is a growth ring in it and it stops. Nobody in that square made a sound. Kuyan's beautiful face had come apart into something much younger. You are lying, he said. I'm the worst liar on this continent, I said, because I lived for 1,000 years in a place where there was nobody to lie to. Ask your sovereign. Ask him what the stones do with what they take. Ask him where the yield goes. And then, because he was young, and because he had never once in his life been contradicted in public, Kuyen did the thing that lost the entire morning for the heavenly court. He drew. I will describe this accurately. He was sky-treading, 9th step, 3rd of the 9 verdicts, one of the strongest 6 servants of the strongest institution in the world. He moved faster than anybody in that square could follow. He did not get halfway. Xiao Shui did not draw, because Xiao Shui has not drawn a sword in 3,000 years. The air in front of me got thin, and there was a sound like a sheet tearing, and Kuyen was on the ground 12 steps back with his right arm lying beside him and a look of complete astonishment on his face. Then Lin Yan stepped over him, and the stones under her feet went soft, and I said, Lin Yan. He drew on you, she said. Master, he drew on you. In the street. Not before breakfast. It is past breakfast. It is the hour of the snake. I ate. I ate at dawn, master, I ate 11 eggs. Lin Yan. She stopped. Her hair kept burning for a while after she stopped, which is normal. Walked over and crouched down next to Kuyen, who was bleeding onto the flagstones of my city square, and who was staring at his own arm with the expression of a man whose entire understanding of the world had been amputated at the same time. "You are going to live," I said. She took the arm at the joint on purpose. "Your physicians can reattach it if you go now." He said something. It was not words. "And I am going to give you a message to carry," I said, "because you are going to carry it whether you want to or not, since you are going to have to explain the arm. Tell the sovereign that I looked at his work. Tell him I do not care about his court, his stones, his register, or his grade. Tell him I am not going to fight him for the continent. I do not want it. I want 2 of my daughters back and I want a quiet room and a nap. But tell him that I have seen the seams, and that there is one thing I am going to do before I die of old age in about 60 years. I am going to teach." Kuyan's mouth moved. "Teach," he said. "Teach who?" "Anybody who comes," I said. "Anybody the stone said no to. The refuse. Your word, not mine." I stood up. "And when you tell him," I said, "watch his face. You have known him your whole life and you have never once seen him afraid, and I want you to see it, so that later, when this gets difficult, you will remember that you saw it and that it was real." I took him away in the white carriage. The 14 attendants did not look at me and did not look at each other. The square did not cheer. I want to be accurate about that, because in the stories the square cheers. 2,000 people stood in the morning cold and watched a court carriage leave with a one-armed verdict in it. And every single one of them was thinking about the stone in their own village shrine, and about their children, and about the page in the great register with their family name on it. Fear does not cheer. Fear goes home and checks the door. 3 of my 5 were standing in that square. 2 were not, and one of those was asleep under a mountain of poison and the other was sealed under a real mountain by the man I had just declared war on. Also my father wanted to talk to me about the wall. That evening I sat by the pond in the eastern courtyard and Yunchi came and sat beside me and did not say anything for a long time, which from her is a kind of shouting. "You said you would teach," she said finally. "I did. You understand what you have done. Every person who walks through your door loses their grade. Their family loses them. You are asking people to trade their entire place in the world for lessons from a boy with no root." "Yes, Master," said Yunchi. "Nobody will come." "No," I said. "Not at first." "Then why?" And I told her the truth, which was the same answer I had given her once before, in a valley, in the rain, in year 7, when she asked me why I was wasting my time on a blind girl who could not sense a candle. "Because the sovereign has spent 9,000 years telling this world that a person is what the stone says," I said. "And I only need one. One child, ungraded, refuse, worthless, standing up in front of a crowd doing something the stone said was impossible. After that it is not an argument anymore. After that it is a thing people have seen." Before I opened a door for anybody, Yunchi took me east to show me a wooden tag that has been hanging in the wrong place for 400 years. I want you to hold on to that tag, because it is the single most important object in this entire story and neither of us knew it yet. One little wooden label on a wire, over an empty stretch of mountains north of Mount G, in a room under a farm. Cloud Reckoning Hall is 9 days east of Cloudfall by road and about 4 hours by whatever it is Xiao Shui does that is not flying. It is not on a mountain. That was the first thing that struck me. Every sect on this continent is on a mountain, because sects are built by people who want to be looked up at. The Cloud Reckoning Hall is in a valley, at a crossroads, in the middle of the flattest farmland in the province, and it looks like a very large warehouse district that got ambitious. There is no gate guard. There are no disciples in matching robes doing forms in a yard. There are clerks. Thousands of clerks. Carts coming in with sealed boxes and carts going out with sealed boxes and a queue of ordinary people at 11 windows along the front, waiting to deposit money or argue about a contract. It is the least impressive holy sight in the world and it quietly decides which kingdoms eat. He took me through the back, past the counting floors, past a room where 400 people were doing nothing but reading letters, past a stable of message birds that made the clan's little conspiracy look like a boy with a paper kite. Then down. A long way down. 9 flights of stairs into the rock under the flattest farmland in the province. And into the board room. I have seen a lot of things. I would like that on the record before I describe this. 1,000 years of a folded day and 5,000 years of legend and I still stopped in the doorway like a farmer at a festival. It was the continent. The whole continent, in a hall the size of the Cloudfall Arena, built in wood and stone and thread at knee height, every city, every road, every mine, every river crossing. Above it, on wires, hung tokens. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. Each one a little wooden tag, and each tag hung at a height, and the height meant something. And around it, walking slowly with their hands behind their backs, were about 60 people, none of them cultivators, all of them very old or very young, moving a tag now and then. "This is the world," said Yun Chi. "As of 40 days ago. The tags are debts. You built a map of who owes what. I built a map of who owes what, to whom, when it comes due, and what they will have to sell to pay it," she said. "People move them by hand. It has been running without stopping for 3,900 years. It has been wrong 4 times. 4 times in 3,900 years. 4 times, she said, with real irritation. Once when a volcano went off. Twice when a king killed his own heir out of nowhere, which is not the kind of thing arithmetic catches. And once, 411 years ago, when I could not work out why the grain price in the north kept behaving as though there were more people than there are. And there are more people than there are, she said. Somewhere north of Mount G there is a population that eats and does not appear in any register. I have never found it. It is the only tag on that board that has been hanging in the wrong place for 4 centuries, and I have thought about it every single day." I looked at the north end of the board, where a single blank tag hung above an empty stretch of mountains, and I felt the back of my neck go cold, and I filed it, and we came back to it later, and it was worse than I thought. And she took me to the other room. Down one more flight, behind a door with no lock, because nobody in the cloud reckoning hall would open it, was a room about the size of my old servant's quarters. In it, on a plain table, were the following items. A wooden cup with a chip out of the rim, which I made in year 290, badly, out of a fence post. A knife, rusted, small, with a wrapped handle. The one Xiao Shui had been holding wrong when I found her. A pot with a burned base. A grinding stone. A folded blanket, gray, patched 11 times, patched by 5 different hands with 5 different levels of skill. A hair comb with 3 teeth missing, and on the wall, floor to ceiling, in raised pinpricks on 400 hanging sheets, a list. "What is this?" I asked, and I already knew, and I asked anyway because my throat needed something to do. "Every fold," she said. "Every folded space, pocket, crease, and sealed valley recorded in any document, anywhere, in 5,000 years. 600 sheets, 14,000 entries. Each one investigated. Each one crossed out." She walked along the wall with her fingertips brushing the sheets, and stopped, and touched a particular line. "This one is the fold at Cloudfall," she said. "Entry 20,609. I sent a team in the year of the green dog. They found nothing. It is crossed out. You searched for me for 5,000 years. We searched for you for 5,000 years, she said. Xiao Shui went east and cut open 11 mountains. Lin Yan went south and burned a swamp that took 40 years to burn. Nian Nian went into the wild and asked the beasts, because beasts remember differently. Su Yao read every medical text ever written looking for a poison that could stop time in a place instead of a body. And you counted. I counted, she said. It was all I had. So I counted everything, and then I bought everything, because a fold has to be somewhere, and a person who owns the roads sees the places where the roads do not go. And then she said the sentence that I have not been able to put down since. I did not build all this to rule anything, master. I built a machine for finding you, and when I could not find you, I kept feeding it, because if I stopped, then the 5,000 years had been for nothing, and I would have to sit down. I did not say anything clever. There was nothing clever available. I put my hand on her head, the way I did when she was 9 years old and could not stop crying because she had lost her place counting and had to start the whole valley over. She stood absolutely still for about 6 breaths. Then she said, into my shoulder, in a voice with nothing left in it at all, you were 3 days late. I know. I was so angry, she said. I was so angry with you. I know. I am going to be angry about those 3 days for the rest of my life. That is fair, I said. We went back up to the board and I looked at the continent for a long time, and then I asked her what her plan had been, because she had won. Obviously she had won. 400 years of buying seats in 700 cities is not a woman who wings it. By the foundries, she said. The heavenly court runs on 600 foundries. Every foundry runs on ore, on labor, on transport, on grain to feed the labor. I hold the paper on the 2 biggest ore fields and the grain of 4 kingdoms. In 11 years, with your permission, I could put the court into a position where it cannot make stones. And then the stones wear out, she said. They do wear out. 60 years, 90 at the outside. In 1 century the measure would be a memory. It is a beautiful plan, I said, and I meant it. It is patient and it is quiet and it is exactly what I taught you. Master. It will not work. She turned her whole body toward me. Say why, she said. Not that it is wrong. Say why. That is my girl. So I took her hand and put it on the edge of the board, on the wooden model of a village, one of 9,000, some little place in the middle of nowhere. Tell me what is in this village, I said. 240 people, she said instantly. A shrine. A mill. They owe the Bauhaus for a plow. And in the shrine. A measure stone. And if I take the stone away tonight? If I break it and walk out? What happens in the morning? She was quiet. They send for another one, I said. And if there is no other one, because you have starved the foundries, they wait. And while they wait, they do not stop grading their children, Yun-chi. They grade them by hand. By family. By who the grandmother thinks looks promising. I felt her fingers tighten on the wood. Because the stone is not the thing, I said. The stone is a tool for a thing people already wanted, which is to be told, early and cheaply, which children to spend on. 9,000 years ago a man came along and offered them certainty, and they took it, and they have never once wanted to give it back. Break the foundries and you have not freed anybody. You have taken away the receipt and left the belief. She stood there with her hand on a village, and I watched one of the finest minds that has ever existed take a plan she had spent 400 years on and set it down. Then what, she said. You do not fight the answer, I said. You ruin the question. Which means? It means that the sovereign's whole authority rests on one sentence that everyone on this continent has agreed not to test. Talent is fixed. What the stone finds is all there is. And nobody tests it because there is no way to test it, because a person the stone said no to never gets taught, so of course they never amount to anything, and the record is perfect. So you make one, said Yun-chi slowly. I make many. But I need one first. One person, ungraded, refuse, who does something in public that the record says cannot happen. And the court says it is a trick. Of course they do. So I do it again. And again. And I do it with the ugliest, most hopeless, most publicly worthless people I can find, and I do it in front of witnesses the court itself has trained, and I keep doing it until the sentence stops being furniture and starts being a claim, and a claim can be wrong. Yun-chi's mouth did something at the corner that I had not seen for 5,000 years. Master, she said. That is a very slow plan. I have 60 years and no cultivation. Everything I do is going to be slow, and it does not need money. It needs a room, I said. A room and 11 chairs and a stove. She turned toward the board, and lifted her hand, and one of the old clerks came over at a run. By the Cloudfall Lower Town, she said. All of it. The bathhouse first. Yun-chi. The room will need to be somewhere, master, she said, entirely reasonably, and the bathhouse has the biggest floor and a stove already. So that is how the greatest school on this continent came to be founded in a disused public bathhouse in the lower town of a provincial city, with a leaking roof, a floor that sloped toward a drain, and 11 chairs bought second-hand from a funeral parlor because they were what the market had. Painted the sign myself. It said, anyone. No fee. That was it. That was the whole prospectus. We opened on the first day of the 8th month. Nobody came. I want to give that its own moment, because the way this gets told now is that the doors opened and the world poured in, and it is a nice story and it is a lie. Nobody came. Not one person, all day. The lower town of Cloudfall has 11,000 people in it, most of them graded iron or null, most of them working 10 hours for a bowl of rice, and every one of them had heard about the carriage and the arm and the finding. Rejecting the measure, their grade is void. May not sit an examination. May not sign a contract of marriage. May not be buried in a clan ground. A grade of iron is nothing. A grade of iron gets you a job carrying sacks. But a void grade means your daughter cannot marry, and your son cannot be apprenticed, and when you die they put you outside the wall. So they walked past the bathhouse and did not look at it, all day, in both directions. Lin Yen wanted to go and get some. I had to explain to her that dragging people to a school by the collar undermines the argument slightly. Xiao Shui sat in the corner and sharpened nothing for 6 hours with the expression of a woman deciding which city to remove. Yun-chi sat by the door and listened to the footsteps going past and counted them, because she counts everything, and at the end of the day she told me that 4,106 people had walked past the door, and that 91 of them had slowed down. 91, she said. 91 is not 0, I said. 91 people slowed down outside a door that costs them everything they have and offers them nothing they could show a neighbor. Tomorrow it will be 92. We closed at dark and swept the floor, and I sat on a funeral chair in an empty bathhouse and looked at my sign, and I will tell you honestly that it was the lowest I have felt in about 600 years, and that includes the century I spent trying to teach Nyen Nyen to read. Then, about 2 hours after full dark, somebody knocked. Not on the front door. On the back one, the one off the alley, the one people use when they do not want to be seen using a door. And when I opened it, there was a girl standing in the alley in the rain with a kitchen apron on and a burned scar up her right forearm, about 14 years old, holding a knife the way a person holds a knife when they have brought it in case. I know you, I said. She lifted her chin. Zhaoman, she said. Kitchen girl of the Zhao clan. Which is not a clan anymore, so I suppose just kitchen girl. Zhao Feng's sister. Half-sister, she said, with the emphasis of somebody who has had to make that correction her entire life. My mother was a maid. I was graded at 4. The stone said no. They kept me because somebody has to scale the fish. She looked past me at the empty bathhouse, and the 11 funeral chairs, and the sign, and I watched her decide something. The sign says anyone, she said. It does. Does anyone include the family of the boy who put his foot on your face? And I stood back from the door and said the truest thing I have ever said in either of my lives. Especially, I said. Coming out of the rain. Zhaoman sat on a funeral chair in a wet apron with a fish knife in her lap and asked me what it would cost. Nothing. Everything costs something. Your grade, I said. The court will void it. You will not be able to marry into a clan, hold an office, or sit an examination. She looked at me for a moment and then made a sound that I think was a laugh, in the same way that a door hinge is music. Master Yi, she said. I am null. I have never been able to do any of those things. You are threatening a beggar with a fine. And that, right there, is the crack in the entire heavenly court, and it took me 4 days and a girl with a fish knife to find it. The finding was designed to terrify people who have something. It is a masterpiece of leverage against merchants, minor clans, sect disciples, anybody standing on a ladder. It says nothing at all to somebody standing under it. There are, by Yun Chi's count, roughly 12 million people on this continent graded iron or null. 9 million people for whom the threat of losing their place is a joke, because their place is a stool in a kitchen. The sovereign had been holding the whole world by the throat for 9,000 years and had never once bothered to notice that his grip did not reach the floor. Now let me tell you what I actually did with her, because this is the part people get wrong, and it is the part that matters. I did not give her anything. I have nothing to give. There is no secret technique, no inherited power, no bloodline, no pill. I looked at her. Sit still, I said. Hands on your knees. Do not do anything clever. And I looked at Zhaoman the way I have looked at 5 other girls for 1,000 years, and what I saw was this. Her root was not missing. Everyone on this continent believes that a null has no root. That is the whole meaning of the word. The stone shows nothing, and a person with nothing to show has nothing. But a root is not a thing you have or do not have. A root is an organ. It is a small dense structure that sits behind the navel and gathers, the way a lung gathers air, and organs do not simply fail to exist. Zhaoman's root was there. It was the size of a pea. It was scarred over on every surface like a burn that has healed badly, and the scar was smooth and even and old, and it had a rim. A perfectly circular rim, about the width of a child's palm pressed flat. They took it when I was 4, she said, when I told her. My root. Most of it. Why? I do not know yet, I said. I know where it went. It went down through a stone and into the ground and somewhere north. Ask me again in a year. She sat with that for a while. Can you put it back? No, I said. I cannot. Whatever they took is gone and I have no way to get it. What I can do is grow what is left, and it is going to be the slowest, most boring, most humiliating work you have ever done, and it will take you 9 days to do what a graded child does in an afternoon by accident, and you will hate me for at least 4 of them. She put the fish knife down on the floor. 9 days, she said. 9 days. Then start, she said. I am on shift at dawn. The first 3 days were breathing. That is all. No stances, no forms, no meditation posture with the hands arranged prettily. Breathing, and a bucket. The problem with a scarred root is not that it is small. It is that everything around it has spent 10 years learning to work without it. The channels have rerouted. The diaphragm has learned a compensating rhythm. The whole body has closed the shop and moved the business. So you do not start at the root. You start with the bucket. I had her stand with a half-full bucket of water held at arm's length until her arms shook, and then past that, and every time the water rippled I told her which muscle had failed and she moved the failure somewhere else. It sounds like cruelty. It is not. When a body is holding weight past its strength, it stops being able to afford the compensations, and it starts using the channels it has been ignoring, because it has nothing else left. You cannot argue a body into using a dead route. You can only take away every other option. On the 4th day she cried. On the 5th day she told me she was leaving and she was not coming back and I was a fraud and my school was a wet room full of chairs from a funeral parlor. I said all right. She came back that evening. On the 6th day I started the meridian work, and I will address this now, because I have been dreading it. There is no way to open a scarred channel from outside except with hands. Pressure, angle, timing, and about 1100 hours of experience knowing exactly how much a channel will take before it tears. It is the oldest medicine there is. Every hospital hall on this continent does it. It is completely unremarkable. It is also a 14-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy in a room together for 2 hours, and I have a 5,000-year-old sword ancestor who has opinions. Xiao Shui supervised. Personally. From a stool. 6 feet away. Continuously. At one point she asked, in a conversational tone, whether the work would go faster if the girl's hands were tied behind her back, and Xiaoman said, without opening her eyes, that she would prefer that to being watched like a fish on a slab. Xiao Shui said good, and produced a cord, and I had to end the argument by threatening to make them both hold buckets. By day 7 there were 4 people in the bathhouse. Word had gone around the lower town, the way it does, along the route that news actually travels, which is not the road, it is the well and the washing line. They came in the same way Xiaoman had, at night, through the alley door. Old by 51 years old. A porter. Graded iron at 4, which meant a sect might have taken him for the outer hall if his family had been able to pay the fee, and they could not. So he carried sacks for 37 years and his back was a ruin and he came because his knees had started giving out and he had heard there was a man who could see inside people. Tai Nyo. 19. A butcher's son the size of a doorway, null grade, cheerful, thick as a plank in the specific way of somebody who has been told he is thick as a plank since birth and decided to lean into it. Song Shu. 11 years old, carried in on his sister's back. Yes. That sister. Song Yue stood in my alley doorway in the rain at the 3rd watch with her 30-year-old brother on her back, and neither of us said anything for a good while. His spine was twisted at birth, she said finally. He cannot walk more than 100 steps. The stone gave him human grade, which is good, which is better than mine, and it does not matter, because no sect will take a boy who cannot stand for a lesson. You broke off an engagement with me 16 days ago in front of the entire city. Yes. And now you are on my back doorstep. Yes, she said, and her voice went to pieces on it. I am. I know what I am. You can say it. Say it and let him in. And I said what I said to Xiaoman, and I will keep saying it for as long as I have a door. Come in out of the rain. I did not forgive her. I want to be exact about that, because people have made this into a sweet story and it was not sweet. I did not forgive her that night, or that month, but her brother was not the one who stood on the platform. On the 9th day, in the afternoon, Xiaoman opened her chi. There was no light. I want to warn you about that in advance, because the songs have added light. What happened was that a 14-year-old girl standing with a bucket at arm's length in a disused bathhouse suddenly stopped shaking, and stood there perfectly steady, and her eyes went wide, and she said, in a very small voice, oh. Then she dropped the bucket. Chi opening. First step. The lowest rung of the lowest ladder, the thing every graded child on this continent does at 7 years old with a pill and a nap. She sat down on the wet floor in the spilled water and put her hands over her face and made a noise I am not going to describe. An old Bai, who had been watching from a funeral chair with his ruined back, started to cry, and Tai Nyo asked loudly whether that meant it was his turn. That was the 9th day of the 8th month. I gave it 4 more days, until the harvest assembly, because I am not an idiot and because the assembly is the one day of the year when the whole province is in the square. The Cloudfall Harvest Assembly has been held for 200 years. The governor speaks. The clans present grain. The measure stone is brought out from the shrine onto the platform, and every child in the province who turned 4 that year is graded in public, which is the actual reason anybody attends. That year the square held 9,000 people. It also held 409 Peaks elders, because Ji Hongyuan had not gone home and did not intend to. It held my father, and my mother, and Equo with his glove off, and Song Yue standing at the front with her brother on a chair. And on the platform, beside the governor, in gray, stood a heavenly court appraiser. There is one at every assembly, in every province, every year. His name was Master Fu. He had been grading the children of Cloudfall for 31 years. My own hand had been on his stone at 4 years old and he had written the word. He did the children first. 41 of them. 2 earth grades, which is a very good year, and the families wept, and the square applauded, and 1 null, a small boy who did not understand what had happened but understood the sound the crowd made, and I watched his mother's face and I remembered exactly why I was standing there. Then I walked up onto the platform. 9,000 people made a noise like a wave going out. Master Fu, I said. May I ask you to grade one more? He was not a cruel man. I want that in the record too, because it would be easier if he had been. He was a civil servant who had done a job for 31 years and had never once seen the job questioned. The assembly grading is for children of 4 years, he said. Then do it as a favor, I said, and I will pay the assembly fee, and I will accept whatever the stone says in front of everybody here. He hesitated. Then he agreed, because refusing in front of 9,000 people would have looked like fear, and because he had absolutely no reason to think he could lose. Xiaoman came up onto the platform in a clean apron, because it was the best thing she owned. The square knew her. That was the point of choosing her. Half the lower town had bought fish from her. Everyone knew the Zhao clan's kitchen girl who scaled carp on the corner, null grade, no father worth the word, a girl so far outside the world's accounting that she was practically furniture. Put your hand on the stone, said Master Fu. She put her hand on the stone. Nothing. No light. Cool and milky and completely uninterested. Null, said Master Fu, and his shoulders came down, because he had been more nervous than he wanted to admit. Thank you, I said. Now, Xiaoman. Do the thing. She turned around and faced 9,000 people and put her palms together and drew a breath, and a thin thread of qi came off her hands and stood in the air in front of her like a hair of light, and she held it there for 4 full breaths. It is the smallest possible demonstration of cultivation. A 7-year-old outer disciple can do it. There is a children's game built around it. The square went absolutely silent, and then it came apart. Because every person there could hold 2 facts in their head at the same time, and the 2 facts did not fit. The stone said null. The girl is cultivating. Master Fu had gone the color of his robe. It is a trick, he said, loudly. It is borrowed. Somebody has passed her qi. Founder, forgive me, but with 3 founders standing in the square, a thread of qi means nothing. Fair objection, I said. So let us do it properly. Master Fu. Grade her again. He stared at me. Right now, I said. Same stone. Same hand. In front of everyone. He did not want to. I watched him not want to, and I watched him fail to find a reason, and I watched him put her hand back on the stone because 31 years of procedure had him by the neck. She screamed. It was not loud. That is what made it unbearable. It was the sound of somebody who has learned not to make noise when something hurts, failing. She came off that stone white and shaking, and she put her palms together and drew the breath and nothing came out. Nothing at all. 9 days of work, gone in the time it takes to set a hand down. The square did not understand what it had seen. It understood that something had been done to her. Master Fu was staring at his own stone. Explain what just happened, I said. She has no root, he said, and his voice had gone thin. The stone cannot take what is not there. She has no root. She is null. She is null. She had a root 9 days ago, I said, and she has less of one now, and every person in this square just heard what taking it sounded like. That is not a scale, Master Fu. Scales do not make people scream. And then I said the thing I had come there to say, to 9,000 people, with 409 Peaks elders as witnesses. Give me the room, I said. Give me a table on this platform in half an hour, and I will put it back, in the open, where you can all watch, and then you can decide for yourselves what the stone is. It took 22 minutes. I have done that work 10,000 times in a valley on 5 children in the dark. I could have done it in my sleep, and I very nearly did, because my hands still knew it and my hands are the only part of me that came out of the fold intact. 9,000 people watched a boy with no cultivation sit at a table and work a 14-year-old girl's back and belly with his thumbs for 22 minutes in complete silence. Then Xiaoman stood up, and put her palms together, and the thread came back. I want to describe the sound the square made and I do not have the word. It was not a cheer. Cheering is a thing crowds do when their side wins a fight. This was 9,000 people who had every single one of them stood in a shrine at 4 years old and been told what they were, discovering, all at the same moment, that the thing that told them might not have been reading. It might have been eating. Master Fu sat down on the platform steps. Just sat down, in his gray robe, in front of everybody. 31 years of children. How many? He said. He was not asking me. He was doing arithmetic, out loud, in public, and I felt sorry for him, because he was the first honest man the court lost that day and he lost himself in a single afternoon. How many did I? In 31 years. How many? 11,406, said Yunqi from the foot of the platform, because she is not cruel, she is just accurate, and being asked a question is a serious matter. He put his head in his hands. The 9 Peaks Sword sect knelt. All 400 elders, in the square, in front of the whole province. Ji Hongyuan went down first and the rest went with him like a wave. Then the crowd started kneeling, and I put a stop to it as fast as I could, because if there is one thing this continent does not need, it is another religion. Do not kneel, I said. Go home. Talk to your neighbors. Bring me the ones the stone said no to. In the morning, when I came down to the lower town to open the bathhouse, the queue went around the block, and up the hill, and out of the lower gate, and 11 miles down the eastern road. The queue broke me in about 4 days, which is roughly how long it takes a man to learn a lesson he already knew. 22 minutes. That is what Xiaoman cost me. 22 minutes of hands, plus 9 days of standing over her. There were, on the 4th morning, somewhere between 6,000 and 7,000 people on the eastern road, and Yunqi's people were still counting the far end. Do the arithmetic with me. 22 minutes each, no sleep, no food, no stopping. That is 65 people in a day if I am a machine, which I am not, because I am 16 years old and my hands cramp. 7,000 people is 108 days of nothing but hands, and by then the road would have 20,000 on it. And somewhere in that crowd was a woman who had walked from the coast with a child on her back and was going to die on my road waiting for a boy who had promised anyone. So on the 4th morning I closed the door and sat on the floor of the bathhouse with my head against the wall, and Xiao Shui sat down next to me and said nothing for an hour, which is her great skill. Then she said, Master. In the valley. How many of us were there? 5. And how long did it take? 1,000 years. She let that sit. I know, I said. You are trying to be the school, she said. You cannot be the school. You are the thing the school is made out of. Which is how the hands started. I picked 5 people. Not the strongest. Not even the most promising. I picked the ones who had watched me work and had asked the right kind of question, which is never how do I do that, it is always why did you stop there. Xiaoman, who was 14 and had been open 9 days and had better fingers than anyone I have ever taught, because 10 years of scaling fish will do that. Old Bai, 51, who could not cultivate for beans but who had carried human bodies as well as sacks for 37 years and knew what a back felt like from the outside. 3 physicians from the 9 Peaks Medical Hall, who arrived furious, on orders, convinced they were being humiliated, and who by the 4th day were arguing with me in the corridor at midnight about liver routing, which is the sound of a person becoming useful. A midwife from the lower town named Auntie Chu, who took one look at my method and said, oh, that is just the birthing hold, we do that, and then taught me 2 things I did not know. 5 others, including Tai Nyo, who I mostly took because he could hold a grown man still with one arm and because his cheerfulness was load-bearing in a room full of people in pain. I taught them for 12 days. Not the whole art. The first 1/5 of it. Enough to work a simple scarred root in an hour instead of 22 minutes, badly, with supervision. By the end of the month there were 40 of them. By the end of the season, 400. And the queue kept growing, because the queue was never really about the queue. Every person who got their root opened went home to a village, and the village watched them, and then the village came. But I could not scale past a certain point, and I knew exactly why, and the reason had a name. The work needs a preparation. A soft decoction, mild, drunk for 6 days before the hands go anywhere near a scarred root, that loosens the scar and stops the tearing. In the valley I made it myself out of 11 plants that grew by the stream and it took 4 hours a batch. To do this at the scale I now needed, somebody would have to be able to make 10,000 doses a month, adjusted for every different kind of damage, and not poison anybody. There is exactly one person alive who could do that, and she was in a box under a mountain. Medicine God Valley is in the south, in the wet country, and it does not look like a fortress because it does not need to. Everything within 60 miles of the outer terraces is growing something, and about 1/3 of it will kill you if you touch the wrong leaf. They knew we were coming. Of course they did. Xiao Shui had sent word ahead, which for her means she wrote 3 lines and a mountain moved. The Valley Master met us at the 3rd terrace with the full council of 3 and about 2,000 disciples in green. Huarong. 180 years old, ancestor realm, and the most careful man I have ever met. Not cowardly. Careful. Every word he said had been weighed twice before it left the house. Ancestors, he said, bowing. Master. He used the word. First man outside my own circle to use it without being made to. I noticed that. It meant he had decided, in advance, exactly how this was going to go, and had picked the words for it. "We are here for Su Yao," said Xiao Shui. "The ancestor sleeps in the winter vault," said Huarong. "As she has for 312 years, by her own hand, by her own instruction, sealed from the inside. Then we open it." "It cannot be opened," said Huarong. "The valley has tried 11 times, in 4 generations, with every resource we have. She built the lock herself and the lock is not a lock. It is a cup." Now that got my attention. "Show me," I said. They took us down 8 levels, into the wet rock under the terraces, past 4 sealed doors that opened for the Valley Master's blood, into a round chamber with a stone table and a door on the far wall. On the table were 9 cups. Small, white, in a row. Under each one, cut into the stone, a number. And above the door, in her handwriting, which I would know anywhere, because I taught the hand that wrote it, 4 words. He knows the order. The council had a scroll about it. 9 generations of scholarship. The prevailing theory, argued for 2 centuries, was that the cups were symbolic and the order referred to a passage in the 3rd medical canon. The prevailing theory was wrong, and I knew it before I got to the bottom of the stairs, because I recognized the cups. They were my cups. The chipped one at the end was mine. She had taken them out of the valley with her. "What is in them?" I said. "Nobody knows," said Huarong. "Nothing that can be analyzed. The valley has spent 200 years on it. Whatever is in those cups does not react to any reagent we have. Have you ever drunk one?" Every face on that council changed at once. "Master," said Huarong. "4 of my predecessors drank. In the year of the red ox, the 3rd master drank from cup 1 and died in 5 breaths, and his death was not gentle, and there is a full record, and I have read it every year since I took this chair." "Yes," I said. "That would be the first one." And I picked up cup 1, and Xiao Shui's hand closed on my wrist so hard I heard something in my own arm complain. "Master. I know. You have no tolerance. You have no cultivation. You have nothing. That body is 16 years old and it has never had so much as a bad mushroom." "I know, Xiao Shui." "And how," she said, and there was nothing left of the sword ancestor in her voice at all. "How is this not you dying on the floor of a cellar in front of me after 5,000 years? So I explained it to her, and to the council, and to Lin Yan who had gone very quiet, and to Yun Qi who had already worked it out and was standing with her hands folded and her jaw tight. "Su Yao's blood is poison," I said. "From birth. She cannot be cured and she has never wanted to be. What I did, in the valley, for 100 years, was drink her tea. 1 drop, then 2, then more, every morning, for a century, moving up a ladder she built and I approved, until my body could take a dose that would empty a village. That was my old body," I said. "And that tolerance is gone with it. Completely." "Then this is suicide," said Huarong. "It is not, because she is cleverer than that," I said, and I turned the cup so they could see the number under it. She did not leave 14 poisons. She left the ladder. Cup 1 is not the strongest. Cup 1 is the first rung. It is the dose I took on the first morning, 100 years before I could take the last one. The 3rd master of this valley did not die because cup 1 is deadly. He died because he was an old man at the top of the medical world who assumed the first cup was a test of strength and drank it the way you drink a challenge. It is not a test of strength. It is a test of whether you are willing to start at the bottom. And then, because there was a council of 9 standing there and because some things only land if you say them out loud, I added the part that mattered. She did not build a lock that only a strong man can open. She built a lock that only a patient man can open. In 9 cups, at 20 minutes apart, in exactly the order she and I agreed on when she was 14. "You know the order," said Huarong. "Made the order," I said. And then I drank. I am not going to be poetic about the next hour and a half. It was the worst 90 minutes of either of my lives, and I have been kicked in the head by a horse and I have watched a child of mine nearly die of a fever. Cup 1 took my legs. Cup 2 took my sight for about 4 minutes, which was the one I had forgotten about and which caused Lin Yen to set fire to a wall. Cup 4 made every old injury in a body that had no old injuries hurt anyway, which is a thing I still do not have an explanation for. Cup 7 stopped my heart. I know this because Yun Chi told me afterward how long, and the number was 11, and she has never once been wrong about a number and I wish very much that she had been that day. Xiao Shui restarted it. With her hands, the greatest sword in the history of the world, kneeling on a cellar floor, doing chest compressions on a 16-year-old boy, because I had made her learn it in the valley over her furious objections when she was 19 and she had complained that it was not a warrior's skill. I do not remember Cup 8. I remember Cup 40, because by Cup 9 there is no poison left in you that means anything, because the ladder ends where the ladder ends, and the last one is not a poison at all. Last one is river water from the fold. She had kept a cup of the rain. I drank it and I sat on the floor of the cellar with my back against the stone table, and the door opened. It did not grind. It did not glow. It swung, quietly, on a hinge she had oiled 312 years ago and which had not stopped working, because she made it, and things she makes do not stop working. Inside was a small round room, and a stone bench, and on the bench a woman lying on her side with her hands folded under her cheek like a child asleep in a cart. She was small. She had always been small. Black hair to the floor, a plain white robe, and her wrist, and I want you to hear this part properly, her left wrist had a strip of cloth tied around it, and under the cloth was a fresh scar, and beside the bench, set into the wall, was a small brass tap. Tap. Coming out of my daughter's arm. Hua Rong, I said, and my voice must have done something, because 2,000 disciples on the terraces above us reportedly felt it. Master. Explain the tap. He did not lie. I will give the man that much. He stood in that doorway and did not lie and did not run. The ancestors do, he said. 1 drop a year. Drawn on the first day of spring by the valley master's own hand. It is the foundation of the valley's finances. It has been drawn for 311 years. 1 drop. Master, said Hua Rong, and his careful voice finally cracked, 1 drop of that blood, diluted 15,000 times, is the most powerful medicine on this continent. It has cured plagues. It has saved 4 kingdoms. The valley feeds 2 provinces on the proceeds. The tap was installed by the 4th master and every master since has sworn an oath on the first day of spring to take 1 drop and no more. And you never asked her. She was asleep. She was sealed, I said. Behind a door with a note on it that said he knows the order. That is not a woman who lay down to be milked. That is a woman who locked herself in a room and left a key for one specific person and you drilled a hole through the wall. Council of 4 looked at the floor. And then a voice from inside the room said, Master. I turned around so fast I fell over. She had not moved. She was still lying on her side with her hands folded. Her eyes were open, and they had probably been open the entire time, and I had not looked at her face because I had been looking at the tap. Suyao, I said. Master, she said again, and her voice was a thread, and it was 312 years old and had not been used, and she said, you took 91 minutes. You used to do the ladder in 80. You have gotten slow. I have gotten 16, I said. I know, she said. I heard. Everything stopped. You heard. The long winter stops the body, she said, in the same thin, level, patient voice, the voice of a woman who has had 312 years to choose exactly how she would say this. It does not stop the mind. I knew that when I took it. I calculated it. I decided the trade was acceptable. I could not speak. I have been awake, she said. In the dark. For 312 years, and I have heard every single thing that was said in this cellar, including 411 meetings of the Council of 6, and 11 attempts to break my door, and 311 springs of a man coming down those stairs with a knife to open my wrist, and I have counted them, Master, I counted them the way Yin Chi taught me, and I am going to say all 311 names out loud one day but not today. Why? I said. It came out wrong. Why would you? Because if I aged, I would die, she said, and then you would come back and there would be nobody to make your tea. The room was silent. That is what she chose. A girl I found in the wet grass with blood that killed the ground she sat on, who I taught to titrate a poison so she could hold a cup without murdering the person she handed it to, decided that the correct engineering solution to a 5,000-year wait was to remain conscious in a stone box in the dark for 3 centuries so that the tea would be ready. I have thought about that every day since and I have not gotten to the bottom of it. I went in and picked her up off the bench. She weighed nothing. Her hands did not work yet, and she was extremely annoyed about that, and she made me carry her out past the Council of 9 with her head against my shoulder like a sack of feathers. At the door she stopped me. "Master," she said. "Before we go up. There is a reason I took the winter and it is not only the tea." "Say it." 313 years ago I analyzed the residue in a measure stone," she said. "A broken one. A foundry cart tipped over on the south road and I bought the pieces from a farmer for 4 coppers. Everyone in that cellar had stopped breathing. There is tissue in them," she said. "Human root tissue, in every layer, going all the way down. And it is not one person's. It is thousands, packed and compressed the way you press leaves, and the stone is not made and then filled, master. It is grown. Each one is grown out of what the last one collected." "You told someone." "I told 3 people," she said. 2 of them died within a month, of unrelated causes, in the middle of a very healthy year. So I stopped telling people, and I hid the proof where the heavenly court could not burn it, in the only vault in the world that is guaranteed to be maintained." She lifted her thin white arm, with the strip of cloth around the wrist, and the fresh little scar under it. "In me," she said. "It is in my blood. It has been in my blood for 312 years. Then she turned her head and looked at Huarong, and I felt the valley master go cold beside me. "And you have been selling it," she said. "1 drop a year, 8,000 times diluted, to every great clan and every royal house on this continent, for 311 years. She smiled. Suyao's smile is not a nice thing and never has been. "Master," she said. "Do you understand what they have done? Every powerful family in the world has drunk the evidence. It is in their children. It is in their veins. The sovereign cannot burn it, cannot buy it, and cannot deny it, because it is inside the people he rules." She put her head back down on my shoulder. 311 springs, she said sleepily. I was so angry. And it turns out they were distributing it for me. Huarong offered me his life on the terrace in front of 2,000 disciples, which was brave and which was also, I suspect, the cheapest thing he could have offered. Lin Yan was in favor. Xiao Shui was in favor. Yun Qi asked what his death would produce, and when nobody could answer that, the discussion changed shape, which is what she does instead of arguing. Suyao said nothing at all. She was sitting in a chair with a blanket over her knees because her legs did not work yet, and she looked at the valley master for a long moment with those flat black eyes. And she said, "You will build me a hall." "Ancestor. A hall with 400 benches and a good chimney," she said. "And you will fill it with your best students, and I will teach them to make a decoction that takes 6 days to prepare and 11 ingredients, and by the spring you will be producing 10,000 doses a month and shipping them free to every road in this country. And I will take the tap out of the wall myself," she said, "and you will hold the basin." "Ancestor," he said. "The valley is funded entirely by the dew. If we stop selling, in 2 years we cannot feed our own disciples." "Yes," said Suyao. "That will be interesting for you." That was the whole judgment. She took a valley that had lived for 300 years off her own blood and turned it into a factory that gives away the thing I needed, and she did it in 7 sentences, sitting in a chair, unable to stand. Afterward I asked her why she had not killed him, since she had clearly wanted to. "Because you were about to stop me," she said, "and it is very tiring being stopped in front of people. So I did the thing you would have made me do anyway and saved us both the argument. That is what 5,000 years does to a student. They stop needing you to be there." And then she held up both hands, palm out, and looked at me expectantly, and said, 312 years, master. My channels are stiff. "It is a medical necessity." "It is," I said, because it was. "It is going to take several hours a night," she said, "for some months." "It might." "Every night," she said. 4 months. Alone in a room. I looked up. All 4 of them were in the doorway. The next 6 weeks in the Yi family eastern courtyard were the most dangerous period of my life, and I include the part where my heart stopped in a cellar. For of the 5 most powerful beings on this continent, living in the same house, sharing one bathhouse and one master and one extremely small kitchen, and all 4 of them having spent 5,000 years constructing a version of the past in which they were the favorite. Xiao Shui is cold at night. Suyao's hands do not work. Lin Yan requires supervision because she keeps trying to cook and the kitchen has burned down twice. Yun Qi does not compete for my attention, she simply schedules it, and has been scheduling it since before the others get up. The argument about ranking started on the 2nd day and has never actually stopped. Xiao Shui is the eldest, which she considers decisive. Yun Qi points out that she was found second and taught first, because Xiao Shui spent the first 4 months refusing to speak. Lin Yan's position is that she loves me the most, which she believes is a measurable quantity. Su Yao's position is that she waited 312 years awake in a box, and honestly, that is a strong argument, and the others hate that it is a strong argument. My father moved out of the compound. He said it was to supervise the wall repairs. It was not. But the 6 weeks were also the only quiet I got, and I knew it at the time, which is rare and which I am grateful for. Because on the last day of the 9th month, the heavenly court answered, not with soldiers. I keep saying this and it keeps being true, and every time I say it somebody expects the sword fight, and the sword fight is never where the damage comes from. The sovereign issued the second finding. It went out on the same morning to 600 foundries and 9,000 shrines, and it was read aloud in every province by every appraiser, and it was, I have to say it, the single best move I have ever seen anybody make against me. It said this. The court has heard the Cloudfall claim. The court has examined it. The court finds that the boy Yihan has done a real thing, and the court commends him. Commends. He commended me. I sat down when I heard that part. Court further finds that the restoration of a diminished root is possible, that the court has known this for some time, and that the court has held the knowledge in reserve out of caution, since a restored root, improperly settled, is dangerous, and therefore, out of the sovereign's mercy, the court now opens the restoration. Any person of iron or null grade may present themselves at any foundry. The court will restore them, free of charge. In 1 hour, not 9 days. No fee, no travel, no queue on a muddy road, and no loss of grade, because the restoration is performed by the court and is therefore lawful. Do you see it? He did not deny the miracle. He agreed with it, congratulated me for it, and then offered the same thing faster, cheaper, closer to home, and with the paperwork already in order. Yun Qi went absolutely white when the runner finished reading. Master, she said. They can actually do it, can they not? Of course they can, I said. They have 9,000 years of roots in a hole somewhere. He is not restoring anybody. He is issuing. And within 5 days the roads had cleared. That is the part of the story where I looked like an idiot, and I am not going to soften it. 7,000 people on the Eastern Road, and inside 2 weeks there were 400, and the 400 were mostly people too far from a foundry to bother. You cannot ask a woman who walked from the coast with a child on her back to keep walking to a bathhouse when there is a court office in her own market town doing it in an hour with a certificate. And the ones who came out of the foundries were not lying. They had roots. They cultivated. They went home and their villages celebrated and the court's name was blessed in 9,000 shrines. For 20 days the sovereign beat me completely, and then he made his first mistake, and it was the same mistake he had been making for 9,000 years, which is that he does not think of them as people. What comes out of that reservoir is not yours. It is issued. And a thing that is issued can be recalled. The village was called Two Willows. It is on the North Road, 11 miles out of Cloudfall, 340 people, a mill, and a shrine. 41 of them had gone to the foundry at Mount Ji in the second week and come home restored, and they had had a festival about it, and they had put a red banner over the shrine door thanking the sovereign. One of my hands had passed through and been laughed at, cheerfully, without malice, by people who had gotten what they needed somewhere else. On the 4th day of the 10th month a court reclamation party came to Two Willows. 12 men in grey. A cart. A portable stone. And a writ, which they read aloud in the square, and the writ said that in the matter of unlawful cultivation, the court had determined that certain restored persons had subsequently attended, hosted, or given material aid to an unlawful school, and that the restoration being a grant of the court, the grant was withdrawn. Then they took it back. In the square. In front of everybody. Hand on the stone, one at a time, 41 people. Old Bai was there. He was not supposed to be. He was 51 and his back was a ruin and I had told him 3 times to stop taking road work. He had gone out to Two Willows to look at a man's knee. Every account I have, and I have 12, he walked up onto the mill steps and told 9 court men to stop, and when they did not stop, he put himself between the stone and a boy of 8. They did not use a technique on him. They were not there for a fight. One of them simply put a hand on his chest and pushed, and he went backward off the mill steps, and the steps at Two Willows are stone, and he was 51 years old with a ruined back. He did not die immediately. He died about 2 hours later in the mill, and by then somebody had run for me, and I was on Xiao Shui's back going over the countryside faster than sound, and I got there in 11 minutes, and 12 minutes was not fast enough, and he was gone. I have been alive, in total, across 2 lives and 1 folded day, for something over 1,000 years. That was the first death that was mine. Everything in the valley was hunger and cold and broken children who got better. Everything in this life until that morning had been humiliation, which is survivable, and which I had frankly gotten a bit comfortable with. Old by carried sacks for 37 years because his family could not afford an entry fee when he was 4. He learned to read at 48. He was the worst cultivator I have ever taught and the 3rd best pair of hands, and he used to bring me steamed buns in the morning and pretend he had bought too many, every single day, for 2 months, as though I would not notice the pattern. He was buried outside the wall, because his grade had been voided, and because I had voided it by letting him through my door. I sat in the mill at 2 Willows for a while after. Xiao Shui stood in the doorway with the light behind her and did not come in, and after some time she said, in a very careful voice, "Master, may I ask permission for something?" "No. I have not said it yet." "You want to go to Mount G?" "Yes." "And do what?" "Remove it," she said. "The foundry, the town around it, the road, the 600 men in the building and everybody who has ever eaten a meal with them. I can be there before dark. I have wanted to do it for 6 days and I have been extremely patient and I am asking properly, Master, I am asking you first." And behind her in the yard were the other 3, and they had all come, and they were all waiting, and I understood with total clarity that if I said one word, for women would go out and end a continent, and that they would do it without hesitation, and that afterward they would come home and set the table. That is the thing nobody understands about being loved by something that powerful. It is not comforting. It is a live coal in your hand for the rest of your life. "No," I said. "Master." "Xiao Shui. Sit down." She sat down on the mill floor in her white robe in the flour dust. The other 3 came in and sat too, and I looked at the 4 of them and I did the hardest teaching I have ever done, on the day I least wanted to teach. "If you burn Mount G," I said, "what happens to the 41 people in this village?" "Nothing happens to them," said Lin Yan. "They are already robbed. It is done." "What happens to the next village?" Nobody said anything. "He is 9,000 years old," I said. "He has done this before. Not this exact thing, but this shape, over and over, for longer than any of you have been alive. He wants Mount G burned. A founder killing 600 clerks and their families is worth more to him than the foundry is, because after that he is not a man who takes roots out of children. He is the last defense of ordinary people against monsters." "Then what?" said Su Yao quietly. "Master. Then what do we do? Because I have had 300 years to think and I have not thought of anything except killing them." And I sat on the floor of a mill with a dead man in the next room and I gave them something, because they had earned it and because I wanted it too. "The town is a trap," I said. "The clerks are a trap. Their families are a trap. He wants every one of those bodies and he will spend them. The foundry is not." Xiao Shui's head came up. "Nobody lives in a foundry," I said. "It is a building. Take the building." There was a silence of a very particular quality. "Master," said Xiao Shui. "Say it as an instruction." "Mount G Foundry," I said. "Not the town. Not the road. Not one person in it. Empty it first, count them out at the gate, and then take the building off the mountain and put it somewhere it will never be found." She was gone before I finished the sentence. Here is what 600 clerks of the heavenly court's oldest foundry saw that night, and I have it from about 40 of them, because they have all told the story 700 times since and the versions agree. At the second watch the doors opened. All of them at once, on every floor, including the sealed ones, including the vault floor that has not been opened since the 4th dynasty. Then a woman in white walked in through the front hall and said, in a completely ordinary voice, "Out. All of you. You have the time it takes me to walk to the top." They went out. Every man in that building went out into the road in his nightshirt, and the last one, an underclerk of 19 who had gone back for a cat, was carried out by his collar and set down gently on the verge. He counted them. That is the part one love. The sword ancestor stood in the road and counted 604 men and 1 cat, twice, out loud, and then asked whether anybody had a friend on the night shift who slept badly, and waited while 2 of them went and checked. Then she went back inside, and about a minute later the mountain changed shape. The foundry did not fall down. It came off in one piece, walls, floors, vaults, or galleries, the 3 growing halls where the stones are raised, and 800 years of foundation, cut out of the rock like a stone out of a fruit. It went up. 600 men in a road watched their entire working lives rise into the night sky and hang there, and they said the noise it made was not a crash, it was a long low grinding, like a door in a house much bigger than the world. And it went east, fast, over 4 provinces, and it went into the sea about 9 miles out from the one coast. And the wave it made took 2 fishing villages worth of boats off their moorings and put every one of them back on the beach undamaged, which I believe was also on purpose, because she is very precise and she was extremely angry. Nobody died. That is the whole thing. That is why it worked. The court's first proclamation called it a massacre. It had been written in advance. They had to withdraw it inside 2 days, because 600 witnesses were standing in a road outside a hole telling everybody that a woman in white had counted them and waited for the cat. You cannot make a monster out of that. You can only make a story out of it, and the story went across this continent faster than any grain cart, and the version they tell in the north ends with the line that she asked about the night shift. Suyao looked at me for a long moment afterward. "Master," she said. "You just let her level the oldest building the heavenly court owns." "I let her move it," I said. "You are pretending that is different." "It is different by exactly 604 men and 1 cat, I said, "and that difference is the only thing I have that he does not." Lin Yen said, "Can I do the next one?" "No." "Can I do the one after that?" "We will see," I said, which in a valley with 5 girls in it has always meant yes, and all 4 of them knew it, and Nian was not even there and somehow found out within the week. And I told them what we were going to do, and it took about 1 minute, and it changed everything. "We give it away," I said. "Give what away?" "Method. All of it. Every part. The diagnosis, the bucket, the 6-day decoction, the hold, the 9 days, the mistakes, what to do when the scar tears, everything I know, written down in plain speech, no cipher, no oath, no lineage, no fee." Yun Chi's head came up. "We print it," I said. "Not 5 copies for 14 sections. 10,000 copies. 50,000. Every market town, every mill, every midwife, every bone setter, every temple that will take one. In the common script. With pictures for the ones who cannot read." "Master," said Xiao Shui slowly. "That is our art." "It is not art," I said. "It is a repair. Art is what you keep so that you matter. A repair is what you hand to the next person so that they can do it when you are not there." Yun Chi had already stood up. "Every school on this continent holds its method secret," I said. "Every one. That is the whole architecture of this world, and the sovereign built it, because a method that is held by 9 masters can be controlled by controlling 20 masters. He can take a root out of a man in a village square," I said. "Fine. Let him. And when he leaves, the midwife in that village opens a book she got for free at a market and puts it back, and it takes her 9 days instead of my 1 hour, and she does it again the next time, and the time after that. He cannot recall what is in 10,000 books." Lin Yen was on her feet. So was Suyao, on her terrible new legs, holding a table. "How fast can you print?" I said to Yun Chi. "There are 411 print houses in my ledgers," she said. "I own the paper." "Master, I own most of the paper on this continent, it is the dullest thing I own, and I have never once been glad of it before now." "How fast?" "The first 10,000 in 9 days," she said. 100,000 by the new year. And the couriers already run every road in the country, because they are my couriers, and nobody stops a grain cart. Do it." She was already walking. "And there was one more thing," and I said it standing in a mill at 2 Willows with flour on my knees, and it turned out to be the sentence that the whole war eventually turned on. "Put my name on it," I said. "Master," said Suyao. "If your name is on it, every copy is treason. Anyone found with one loses their grade." "I know," I said. "Put it on anyway." "Big. On the front. Because he can void a grade for holding a book. He can void 10,000. He can void 100,000. But the day he has to void 1,000,000, the grade stops being a privilege and starts being a joke, and once a thing is a joke it is finished, and no institution in the history of the world has ever recovered from being laughed at." Suyao's face did that unpleasant beautiful thing it does. "Master," she said. "You are going to make him unmake his own stone." "I'm going to make him do it himself," I said. "And then I would like to go home, please. I have to write a book, and I have never written anything, and I have 40 days. The book took 31 days, and it was terrible. I have never written anything. In the valley I taught by standing next to somebody and hitting their elbow when it was wrong. Turning that into words that a bone setter in a village 400 miles away can follow without me in the room was the hardest technical problem I have ever solved. The first draft was 1,200 pages. Su Yao read it and said it was a beautiful record of my own thinking and completely useless to anyone else, which is the most accurate cruelty anybody has ever done me. The fourth draft was 61 pages, in plain speech, with 11 drawings, and it opened with a sentence I fought about for 2 days. If you can find a person's pulse, you can do this. Not if you are gifted. Not if you are worthy. Not if you have been chosen by a school and sworn an oath and paid a fee. If you can find a pulse. Cloud Reckoning Hall printed 10,000 in 9 days. They went out inside grain shipments, inside bolts of cloth, folded into the lids of salt barrels. Yun Chi's couriers run every road on this continent and no province in the world stops a grain cart, because a province that stops grain carts has a riot by the second week. 100,000 by midwinter. 300,000 by spring. It got copied by hand faster than we could print it, badly, with mistakes, which frightened me until I realized that the mistakes got corrected by the next person who tried it, because a bonesetter who has done the hold 40 times knows more than a copyist. The court voided grades. That is what it had, so that is what it used. 12,000 in the first month. 90,000 by the new year. And then a number came in from Yun Chi's board on a wet morning in the second month that I have never forgotten, because I watched her hands go still on the ledger when the runner said it. 406,000. Master, she said. In 1 month. I know. 406,000 people in 1 month have been told they may not hold office, may not sit examinations, may not marry into a clan, and may not be buried inside a wall. No, Yun Chi. She lifted her head, and she was not upset. She was doing the thing she does, which is to look at a number until the number confesses. Master, she said. There are not enough clerks. There it is. I have been trying to work out what he does next and I have been thinking about it as power, she said. It is not power. It is administration. To void a grade you must strike a name in a provincial register, and the provincial registers are kept by hand, by 4 men and a boy in a room, in each of 911 provinces. 400,000 names in a month. They cannot, she said. They physically cannot. They are already 9 weeks behind and the pile is growing faster than they can write. And the pile is not paper, master, the pile is people who currently do not know whether they are void or not, and who have therefore started behaving as though they are not. That is when I knew we were going to survive the winter. Not because I had beaten him. I had not laid a finger on him. Because the thing he had built to hold a continent still was made of ink and clerks, and I had handed 4 million people a reason to make more work than the clerks could do. There was a joke going around the lower town by the 3rd month. It went, what is the difference between a void grade and a fashionable haircut? Answer, the haircut takes longer to get. Yun Chi told me that joke. She said it with the exact solemnity of a general reporting a river crossing. Master, she said. It is a joke. In 4 provinces. About the grade. I know. 9,000 years, she said, and her voice did something I have only heard 4 times. 9,000 years and nobody has ever made a joke about the grade. He came for me 14 days after that. It was the middle of the night, and I had fallen asleep at my desk in the eastern courtyard the way I did most nights that winter, with a lamp and a stack of copyists' corrections and a cold cup of Su Yao's tea. And then I was awake, and everything was wrong. The lamp flame was not moving. There was a moth at it, and the moth was not moving. Outside, rain was falling, and it was not falling, it was hanging, thousands of small gray lines standing still in the air between the roof and the ground. I have been in a folded day for 1,000 years. I know what it feels like when time stops being furniture and starts being a room. He was sitting in the other chair. I want to describe him properly, because everything I had imagined was wrong, and I had imagined a great deal. He was not tall. He was not beautiful, and he was not terrible, and there was no pressure coming off him at all, none, less than a farmer. He was a gray man of about 60 in a plain dark robe with ink on the second finger of his right hand. He had a face like a district magistrate at the end of a long session. Tired, patient, mildly courteous. He had brought his own tea. It was steaming, in a world where nothing else was moving. Han, he said. Nobody has called me that in 5,000 years. Nobody alive knows that name. My students called me master because they were children when I found them and it stuck. The world calls me the master because 5 founding scriptures were koi. Han was my name. Sit down, he said. You look ill. You have been sleeping at a desk. At your age I did that for 200 years and I do not recommend it. Yuan Tianji, I said. Yes, he said. Drink your tea. It has gone cold, and this will take a little while, and I have paused the room, which is expensive, and I would rather not do it twice. So I sat in my own chair in my own courtyard opposite the oldest man in the world while the rain hung outside the window, and we talked for what I think was about an hour, and outside no time passed at all. I am going to give you his side properly. Not the version where he twirls a mustache. The real one, in his words, because if I give you a strawman then you will not understand why the next 2 years were so hard. You have read my second measure, he said. I have. Then you know my doctrine and you think it is cruelty. Talent is the will of heaven, the ungraded are refuse. Very hard words. I wrote them when I was young, and I would write them softer now, but softer would have worked less well. He drank his tea. Do you know what happened before the measure, he said. You do not. Nobody does. There are no records because the people who could write were busy. I found a world where every family had 40 children and could feed 4. Where the useless ones were walked into the forest at 6 years old, and the strong ones killed each other at 14 over a cave. 6/10 of everybody died before 20 and the 10th spent his life fighting the neighbors because there was no way on this earth to know, in advance, who was worth feeding. I gave them a stone, he said. And a number. And the number told a family which child to spend on, and it was not fair and it was not even true, but it was cheap and it was fast and it was the same in every village. And inside 400 years they stopped walking children into the forest, because a null child is a disappointment and a disappointment gets a stool in a kitchen and lives. He set the cup down. I did not build a prison, Han. I built a floor. Everything above it, every sect, every kingdom, every road and granary and hospital hall on this continent, is standing on 9,000 years of not having to guess. And it takes, I said. Yes, he said. It takes. He said it the way an engineer says that a bridge has a load limit. A stone that only measures is a stone that lies, he said. Sooner or later someone tests it and it is wrong and then the whole thing goes. A stone that takes is never wrong, because after it has taken, the child is exactly what the stone said. It is a very ugly solution and it is the only one that has ever held. And the yield, I said, is not wasted, he said, mildly. Do you imagine I pour it in a hole? Everything the stones take goes into the ones the stones favor. 9,000 years of collection, refined and returned, into every genius this continent has produced. Your founders fight monsters at the edge of the world, Han. Where do you think the men who hold the North Wall come from? And that is his whole architecture, laid out in a courtyard at the third watch by a tired man with ink on his finger. Take a little from 9 million so that 800 can hold the sky up. Tell the 7 million it was heaven's decision so that they do not ask for it back. Keep the books tidy for 9,000 years. Then he made his offer, and I will not pretend it was not the hardest hour of my life. Stop, he said. Retract the book. Say it was a technique that only works in 11 cases out of 100, which is nearly true anyway. Go home. Grow old with your terrifying daughters. And in return, he said, I will give you back your root. He put a small jar on my desk. It was clay. It had a paper label on it, tied with string, and the label had a number and a date and one word in an old script, and the word was Han. I have kept it for 5,022 years, he said. It is intact. It is the largest single root I have ever collected and I have never issued one grain of it, because I do not spend things I do not understand. He turned it a little so the label faced me. You would be, he said, without exaggeration, the strongest creature this world has ever carried. Within 40 years. You would not need the founders. They could put down their swords and rest, which is the only thing any of them has ever actually wanted. And the second part of the offer. Your youngest comes out from under Broken Tooth Mountain, he said. That afternoon. Unharmed. I will carry the seal off myself. I sat there for a while. Ask what you want to ask, he said. You have been holding it since I sat down. Why me, I said. 5,000 years ago. Why did you throw me into a fold? He looked genuinely surprised. You do not remember? No. Ah, he said. Of course. The passage takes the body and the body was carrying the memory. That is a mercy, I suppose, though I would not have chosen it for you. He turned his cup around on the desk. You were a physician in a town called Lu Bend, he said. You were about 31. You were not important and you were not strong and you had no lineage, and in the spring of the year of the yellow dog, a child in your town was graded and came home empty, and you did not accept it. I said nothing. You worked on that child for 3 years, he said. And you fixed her. Not fully. Partly. Enough that at 11 years old she opened her chi in a market square in front of about 200 people, and enough that 4 of my appraisers wrote to me in the same month. Where is she now? I said. Dead 9 days later, he said, without any change of tone at all. And you were collected, and I looked at you personally, and I found that your route was extraordinary, and I did the arithmetic. Killing you was insufficient. A man who can put a root back is a fact, and facts are found again. What I needed was for you to never have existed, and the only place I have that does that is the discard. The fold, I said. I built it, he said. Long ago. Every institution needs a place to put what it cannot use and cannot throw in a river. Broken stones, failed appraisers, dangerous books. A folded day where nothing changes and nothing rots and nothing gets out. He looked at me for a moment. And in the year of the yellow dog, he said, the discard also received 5 defective children from 4 different provinces, because the disposal rules were being reviewed that decade and somebody in my second office decided that live disposals were tidier than dead ones. He said the next sentence without a flicker. That was an administrative error and it has cost me 5,000 years. I laughed. I could not help it. It came out of me like something breaking. That is it, I said. That is the whole thing. You threw away 5 little girls with the paperwork and you threw away a country doctor with the paperwork, and you put us in the same bin. Yes, he said, and I had nothing to do for 1,000 years. Yes, he said, and for the first time something went across the patient magistrate's face, and it was not anger, it was a kind of professional grief. I have reviewed the file 1,200 times. Every single step was correct procedure. Every one. Then he asked for my answer. And I want to tell you that I refused immediately and heroically, and I did not. I sat there and looked at a clay jar with my name on it. Everything I had spent 1,000 years building, in a pot, on my own desk, offered by a tired man who was not even threatening me. Nian Nian out from under a mountain that afternoon. Xiao Shui allowed to put the sword down. Su Yao's hands. Lin Yan not having to be a furnace anymore. Yun Qi finally allowed to stop counting. I could have had all of it before breakfast. Master Yuan, I said. May I ask one more thing? Ask. The child at Lu Bend. The one I fixed. What was her grade, after? He blinked. I beg your pardon. You collected her 9 days after the market square, I said. You would have graded her again. You grade everything. What did the stone say the second time? It was silent for a moment, and in that silence I heard the whole war. Human grade, he said. 3rd tier. Which is not nothing. No. Which means it worked, I said. Which means a country doctor with no cultivation in 3 years turned a null child into a human 3rd, and you knew that 5,000 years ago, and you have known it every single day since, and you have gone on grading 4-year-olds on the will of heaven anyway. He did not answer. You are not wrong about the floor, I said. That is the part that has kept me awake. You are right that they were walking children into the forest. You are right that your ugly stone stopped it. I am not going to stand here and tell you that 9,000 years of civilization is nothing. Thank you, he said, and he meant it. But you have known the floor was a lie since the year of the yellow dog, I said, and you did not spend those 5,000 years looking for a better one. You spent them making sure nobody else could look either. I stood up, and I pushed the jar back across the desk toward him. No, I said. He looked at the jar for a while. Then he put it back inside his robe and stood, and straightened his sleeves the way a magistrate does at the end of a session, and he did not rage and he did not threaten, and that was much worse. I understand, he said. Then I will tell you 3 things, as a courtesy, because you are the only man alive who has ever done a day's work I respect. The first. You have made me a joke in 4 provinces, and I have decided not to answer the joke, because you are right that answering it would finish me. I will let the grade go. It has done 9,000 years of service. It can retire. Second. You believe that what I have is stones and clerks. It is not. The stones and the clerks are what I show people so they do not look at the rest. You have not seen the rest, and when you see it you will understand why 5 founders were never a problem for me. He walked to the door and paused with his hand on the frame. And the third, he said, as a personal kindness, because I do not think anyone else will tell you. Ask your youngest what she was offered. I did not move. She has been under that mountain for 840 years, he said, and the seal was never locked. It has never once been locked, Han. It opens from the inside. It has opened from the inside every day for 840 years. He stepped out into the hanging rain. Ask her why she stayed, he said. And when she tells you, remember that I gave you the chance to hear it from her instead of from me, because I would like you to understand that I am not, in fact, a cruel man. And the rain fell, and the moth moved, and the lamp flame leaned, and I was alone in a courtyard with a cold cup of tea and no idea how long I had been screaming into a folded minute at a man who had already left. I told them at dawn. All four, in the kitchen, over a breakfast nobody touched. When I got to the part about the seal opening from the inside, Lin Yen put her hands flat on the table and did not move for a long time, and the table began to smoke under her palms and she did not notice. I have stood at that mountain, she said. Master. I have stood at that mountain 76 times. I know. I have called her, said Lin Yen. I went every 11 years. I sat on the north face and I shouted until my throat bled and I brought her the things she likes and I left them on a rock and they were always still there when I came back. I know, Lin Yen. And she was awake in there. Yes. Xiao Shui had not said anything. She was standing at the window with her back to us. Master, she said. In the year of the black serpent I cut the mountain. I did not know that. I cut it 11 times, she said. From the top down. I took the peak off. It grew back in 9 days and I sat and watched it grow back and then I went away and did not tell anybody, including these three, because I could not stand to say out loud that I had failed. She turned around. If she has been able to open that door for 840 years, she said, and did not open it while I was standing on the other side of it screaming her name, then I need to know why, and if the reason is not good enough I do not know what I am going to do. It will be good enough, said Su Yao. You do not know that. I do, said Su Yao, stirring her tea. I stayed awake in a box in the dark for 312 years and all four of you would have called that madness if you had known. She is the youngest of us and she was always the most literal. Whatever she was told, she believed, and she has been keeping her word about it since before this province had a name. Everyone was quiet. Then Yin Qi said, in her driest voice, also I would like it noted that the sovereign told Master this in order to break us, and that we are currently doing exactly what he intended at his convenience, in his time, and that we should feel free to do it anyway, but we should know that we are doing it. Which is why she is the second and not the fourth. Broken Tooth Mountain is 9 days north and east, in the wild country past the last road, and the reason there is no road is not the terrain. We could see it from a day out. Not the mountain. The ring. There is a band of open ground 12 miles wide around Broken Tooth where nothing grows and nothing builds, and in that band, spread out across the whole circle, are the beasts. Tens of thousands of them. Every kind on the continent and some that are not recorded anywhere. Sitting. Lying. Standing. Facing inward, at the mountain, in a ring, in silence. They have been doing that for 840 years. Generations of them come there to sit and they die there and their young sit in the same places, and the 10,000 Beast Court, which was her sect, has built its entire theology around it, and the theology is that the founder sleeps and the beasts keep watch. They do not attack, they do not hunt. Nothing in that ring eats anything else, which took my breath more than anything else about the place, because whatever she did to them, she did it 840 years ago and it has held through 30 generations of animals that have never seen her. We walked in on foot. It seemed correct. The beasts did not move. About a mile in, a thing the size of a barn with 6 eyes lifted its head and looked at Lin Yen and made a low sound, and Lin Yen said, "Hello, ninth," in a voice like a wet cloth, and kept walking. You know it, I said. It's great-grandmother, she said. She used to let me sit on her. The 10,000 Beast Court met us at the inner edge. I had expected either allies or fanatics. They were something worse, which is functionaries. The court master was a woman of about 70 called Ao Ling, in gray and green, and she came out with 12 elders and a document, and the document was a heavenly court instrument, and it had the sovereign's seal on it. I have to explain how the Beast Court ended up on his side, because it is the most effective thing he ever did and he did it without lifting a finger. 840 years ago their founder was declared a demon. The court published a finding. She had refused a summons, refused an examination, refused to sign an accounting of her sex-beast contracts, and the court declared her outside the measure and buried her under a mountain. And the sect had a choice, at that moment, between defending her and surviving. They chose survival, and the court accepted their submission, and in exchange the court gave them something no other sacred ground ever received. It gave them a grade. The Beast Court's disciples are graded. Beast affinity, 1st to 9th. It looks exactly like the ordinary grade and it is issued by the same foundries and it means the sect is inside the system instead of outside it, and it saved them, and every single one of them has known for 800 years exactly what it cost. Cannot hate a person for that. I do not. But it makes them very dangerous, because a man who sold something he loved will fight harder to keep the sale from being pointless than he ever fought for the thing. You may not approach the mountain, said Ao Ling founder, said Xiao Shui. I know who you are, sword ancestor. You may not approach the mountain. The finding stands. The demon is sealed by the mercy of the court and the seal is maintained by this sect under charter, and if the seal is broken by an outside hand, every disciple of this sect loses their affinity grade, and there are 90,000 of us, and we have children. She was not lying and she was not posturing. She was a woman standing in front of 4 founders with nothing but a piece of paper, and she was shaking, and she did not move. Then read it again, said Yun Qi. I beg your pardon. Read the instrument again, court master. Out loud. All of it, including the part your predecessors have stopped reading because it is embarrassing. Ao Ling's eyes flicked. Broken by an outside hand, said Yun Qi. That is the wording. It has always been the wording. If it opens from within, your charter is untouched, your 90,000 keep their grades, and this sect has committed no offense of any kind. Silence. Which raises a question your sect has been very careful not to ask for 800 years, said Yun Qi. Why did the heavenly court write it that way? I watched that land on the woman. I watched 800 years of institutional theology take a very small crack. Because it can only be opened from inside, said Yun Qi, and every single person who wrote that charter knew it, and they wrote the clause so that you would never test the door and never learn that it was never locked. Nobody said anything for a while, and then Ao Ling of the 10,000 Beast Court stood aside, and 12 elders stood aside with her, and she said, in a very flat voice, the instrument does not forbid speaking. Speak to her, then. We have all been speaking to her for 800 years. The mountain is called Broken Tooth because that is what it looks like. A single crooked spur of black rock with a split down the middle. In the split is a door. It is not impressive. It is a slab about the height of a man, with a handle on the far side that you cannot see, and around it, cut into the rock, in her handwriting, which is bad because she learned late and never got better, are 5 words. I gave my word. Go away. Lin Yan made a noise when she saw it. She had been coming here for 800 years and she had never been allowed within a mile of the split. I sat down in front of the door. My knees were not good after 9 days of walking and I am 16 and appallingly unfit. Nian Nian, I said. Nothing. It is me, I said. I know that does not mean anything from a voice on the other side of a rock. I know exactly how many people have stood here and said that. Nothing. So here is a thing nobody else knows, I said. In year 690 of the fold, you decided you were going to run away, because I would not let you keep the thing with the teeth in the house. You packed a bag. The bag had in it 1 blanket, 4 apples, and a rock you were fond of. Silence. And you got as far as the end of the stream, I said, and then you came back, and you did not come in, you sat outside the door all night. And in the morning you told me you had come back because you had forgotten the 2nd blanket, and I said that was very sensible, and neither of us ever mentioned it again. There was a sound behind the slab. It was very small. It was the sound of somebody who has been silent for a long time putting a hand on a rock. Master, said a voice. I have never heard a voice like that in my life and I hope never to again. It was not a woman's voice or a child's. It was the voice of somebody who has been talking to herself in the dark for 840 years and has almost forgotten what the noise is for. Yes, I said. It is me. No, she said. Nian Nian. No. This is the 4th time. This is the 4th time, master, and the last one was very good, it had your hands, it knew about the crow. Behind me Xiao Shui made a sound like a rope going tight. They sent things, I said. Didn't they? They sent you, she said. 3 times. In the year of the iron hare and the year of the fox and 1 more that I do not count because I was not well. And each one was better than the last, and the 3rd one sat there for 4 days and told me about the valley and I nearly opened the door. Nian Nian, listen. If I open the door and it is not you, she said, then I broke my word for nothing, and then it is all for nothing, and I have been keeping it, master. I have been so careful. I have not opened it once, and I understood the whole thing, right there, sitting on cold rock with my back to a slab. Tell me the terms, I said. She did. 840 years ago, after the finding, after the sect submitted, When she was alone and hunted and the whole world had agreed she was a demon, a grey man with ink on his finger came to her, courteously, and did not fight her, and made her an offer. He told her there was a place, a fold in the world where nothing changes and nothing rots, and he told her that he knew where it was, and that her master was inside it. And then he told her that she could not get in, because the way in only opens for what the world has thrown away, and she was a founder now, and the world wanted her very much, but he could open it from outside. For 1 minute. Long enough to look. She said yes. Obviously she said yes. She had been looking for 4,000 years, and he took her to a place under this mountain, and he opened something, and for 1 minute Nian Nian saw a valley in the rain, and a fence post with a crow on it, and a man in the doorway of a hut, and he did not see her, because he could not, because the fold only runs one way, and it closed. And the terms were these. She stays. She goes under broken tooth and she stays and she does not come out, and she does not tell the other four that the fold exists, and she does not tell them what she saw. And in exchange, he said, he would not close the way. He would leave the fold as it was, and let it run, and one day it would open on its own, and her master would come out. And if she broke the terms, he said, he would fold it shut, with the men inside, forever. She has been holding a door closed for 840 years because she thought that letting go of the handle would kill me. I sat with my head against the rock. Nian Nian, I said. It was a lie. There was a very long silence. He cannot close a fold, I said. If he could close it, he would have closed it 5,000 years ago, on the day he threw me in, and he would not have had to spend 800 years keeping the strongest beast in the world under a hill. He did not answer. He came to me 7 days ago, I said, in my own house, and he offered me a jar with my name on it, and when I refused him, he told me to come here and ask you what you were offered. He wanted me to hear it. He wanted you to have to say it out loud. Why? Said Nian Nian. Because he thinks that when I hear it I will understand that everything my daughters have done for 5,000 years has been arranged by him, I said. And that it will break me. And he is close to right. Then the door moved. Not open. It moved about a finger's width, and stopped, and behind it I could hear breathing. Master, she said. If it is not you, then you will have broken your word for nothing, I said, and it will have been my fault, not yours, and Nian Nian, if there is any part of this that you can hear, hear this one. I would rather you broke every promise you ever made and came out here into the light and was wrong, than that you kept one for 840 years and were right. The slab came off its seat. It did not swing. It fell, outward, in one piece, and hit the ground, and the whole mountain rang like a struck bowl, and the sound went out across 12 miles of open ground. And every beast in that ring stood up, tens of thousands of them, all at once, and they did not make a noise, and that was the worst part. 100,000 animals rising to their feet in total silence, in a circle, all facing in. She came out. She was small. She had always been the smallest. Black hair down past her knees, and a robe that had been white about 8 centuries ago, and bare feet, and a face that was about 19 years old and about 1,000. She stood in the light with her hand still out toward the door as though she might need to grab it again. And she looked at me, sitting on a rock, 16 years old, no cultivation, a boy she had never seen in her life. She started shaking. Lin Yan got to her first, and Lin Yan is the one who is always first, and she wrapped her up like a house falling on somebody, and then Xiao Shui, and then Su Yao, who does not touch people, who has not touched anybody except me in 300 years, put both her thin white arms around all 3 of them. And Yun Qi stood next to me and did not go, because Yun Qi never goes, and she said, quietly, so that only I could hear, Master. 5, I said. For the first time in 5,022 years, she said, and her voice finally, went. It took Nian Nian about an hour to come near me, and when she did not embrace me. She crouched down in front of my rock and looked at my face very carefully, close up, for a long time, the way an animal checks a thing. Then she put her forehead against mine, hard, the way she used to when she was 7 and had done something wrong. You are so small, she said. Everyone keeps saying that. I am going to eat him, she said, conversationally. Not before breakfast. She made a sound. It was rusty and cracked and it took her 3 tries, and it was the first time she had laughed since before this province had a name, and behind her, out across 12 miles of dead ground, 100,000 beasts sat back down at exactly the same moment. Nian Nian walked into the 10,000 beast court 30 days later, barefoot, in a robe that used to be white, and did not announce herself. 90,000 disciples. 800 years of doctrine that said their founder slept under a mountain and would wake when the world deserved her. She walked up the middle of their central avenue with 100,000 animals behind her and stopped in front of the Great Hall and looked at the statue of herself, which is 40 feet tall and holds a spear and has a serene expression that she has never once had in her life. "That is not me," she said. "Take it down. Use the stone for something. You need drains." Then she went and sat on the steps. Ao Ling came out with the 12 elders and every one of them went down flat on the stone, and the court master's face, when she came back up, was wet. "Founder," she said. "This sect submitted. 840 years ago this sect signed the finding that named you a demon. I will not ask forgiveness. I will ask for the sentence." Nian Nian looked at her for a while. "How many of you are there?" she said. 91,400. "And how many of you are graded?" "All of us, Founder. Every disciple takes the affinity grade in the first year. It is the charter." "Then give it back," said Nian Nian. The silence in that courtyard had weight. "I am not going to punish you," she said. "I have thought about it for 800 years and I have decided that it would be like punishing a dog for the shape of its cage. You did what you had to do to keep 90,000 people alive and I was not there, because I was under a hill, keeping a promise, which is my business and not yours." She stood up. "But I am back now," she said. "So give it back. All of it. Every grade, every affinity rank, every card and paper and register entry. Tell the court you do not want them." "Founder," said Ao Ling. "If we surrender the affinity grade, the court voids us. 90,000 disciples become void grade in a single morning. We would be the largest void population on this continent." "Yes," said Nian Nian. "Our disciples' families. Their marriages. Their children." "Yes," said Nian Nian. "It will be very hard. You will have to feed yourselves and defend yourselves and marry each other and bury each other outside the walls, and nobody will help you, and it will be like that for a long time." She looked out over the avenue. "In about 9 years," she said, "you will be the only sect on this continent that does not have to ask anybody's permission to exist, and every void person in the world will know exactly where to walk to. That is the difference between me and my master. He would have found a clever way to give them a choice. She just told them what to do, and they did it, because she is what she is." 91,000 grades were surrendered in 10 days. They did it with a bonfire and a party, which I thought was undignified and which was, in hindsight, exactly correct. And the court could not answer it, because the only answer it had was the one it had already been using 400,000 times a month, and the clerks were now 14 weeks behind. That was the first crack that ran all the way to the bottom. The second one happened 9 days later on the Hu Road, and it is the one people actually talk about, because it is the one with the noise. The court sent a reclamation column south to a place called Fan Crossing. 60 men, 4 carts, 2 portable stones, and a writ, exactly like the one that killed Old Bai, to take back the roots of 140 restored villagers who had committed the offense of owning a printed book. They got as far as the shallow ford. Nian Nian had been out of her mountain for 6 weeks. She had not spoken in council. She had not gone to the summit meetings. As far as anybody could tell, she had spent the whole time sitting on roofs. She had been listening. Beasts remember differently, and there are a great many of them, and she had spent 6 weeks with her hands flat on tiles working out where the columns went. There is no good account of what came out of the Hu Trilene, because the men who were there could not agree on what they were looking at, and because it was not one thing, it was everything. Boar. Bear. The long gray cats that live above the Trilene and have not come below it in 400 years. Birds, in a column, from about 2,000 feet, in a shape that stopped being a flock and started being a decision. The reclamation column was not attacked. That is what everybody gets wrong. They were surrounded, at a distance of about 40 feet, on all sides, in perfect silence, by something on the order of 9,000 animals, and then the carts came apart. Then the 2 portable measure stones were dug out of the cart beds and taken away into the hills by things with no hands. 60 men walked back to Mount Ji. Every one of them alive. Not one of them able to describe it without stopping in the middle. And Nian Nian never left the roof. She was in Cloudfall the entire afternoon, sitting above the bathhouse with her eyes shut and her palms on the tiles, and when it was over she came down and asked whether there was any of the fish left. "Master," she said, with her mouth full. "I did not kill anybody." "Was that right?" "That was right." "Good," she said. "Because I wanted to. I wanted to very much. Tell me the next one and I will do that one too." After Fan Crossing, the reclamation columns stopped going out. Nobody rescinded the order. The men simply stopped volunteering, and there is no writ in the world that survives that. The summit met at Cloudfall in the third month of spring, because Cloudfall was where the bathhouse was, and because Yunchi pointed out that making the great powers of the world come to a provincial city with one good inn was worth more than any argument I could make when they got there. They came anyway. All of them. For sacred grounds in the front rank, 16 kingdoms in the second, and behind those the delegations that had come without instructions so that they could deny having come at all. On the 9th day the heavenly court sent one man, and it was Kuyen. He came up the road on foot in a grey robe with his right sleeve pinned, because the arm had been reattached and had failed, and had been removed again, and he had refused a replacement. The whole assembly stood up. Nobody knew whether he was an envoy or a target. "I am not here for the court," he said. His voice carried. He had been trained to make a voice carry since he was 4 years old and it had not gone anywhere. "I am here because a boy with no cultivation told me something in a square and I have spent 1 year proving him wrong." He turned to face the assembly properly. "I could not," he said. Then he told them what he had found, and it took 2 hours, and I did not interrupt once, because there is nothing I could have added and because the single most powerful thing in that room was a man of the heavenly court taking his own institution apart from the inside with dates and names. He had read his own file. Then he had read 400 more. Every one of the 9 verdicts, he said, was collected as an infant by the court itself and raised at Mount G, and appears in the court's internal accounting as a cost line and appears in no provincial register anywhere. Every heaven grade issued in the last 400 years, he said, was issued within 8 days of a corresponding entry in a ledger that the court calls the yield book. And the yield book is kept in a room under Mount G that has 9 locks, and he had not gotten into that room, but he had counted the carts going in. And then he walked over to Su Yao and knelt down in front of her and pulled his collar open. "Read me," he said. She did. In front of 4 kingdoms and 5 sacred grounds, a small woman in white put 2 fingers on the throat of the third of the 9 verdicts and closed her eyes for about a minute. "3, she said. 2 of them children. One is a girl of 6 or 7, and she died about 400 years ago, and I can tell you the season, because there is a mark in the tissue where she had a fever the winter before." The hall did not make a sound. "I would like her name," said Kuyen. "There is no name," said Su Yao. "That is the point of the 4th district. That is why it does not appear in a register." And that was the moment the world turned over. Not my demonstration in the square. Not the book. Not 5 founders standing in a room together for the first time in 5,000 years. It was a one-armed man in a grey robe, who had every reason to lie, kneeling down and asking to be read, and hearing that there were 2 children inside him. Because every single powerful person in that hall had a heaven or earth grade child, or a heaven or earth grade heir, or was one. I watched a minister from the kingdom of Wen slowly put his hand over his own chest, and I watched his face, and I have never seen a man do arithmetic that fast about something he did not want to know. Then Su Yao did the second thing, and this was the one we had planned. She asked for a cup of water, and she cut her own thumb, and she let 1 drop fall into it, and she stirred it with a stick. "This is the ancestors do," she said. Diluted 1 part in 40,000 and then 1 part in 40,000 again. 311 of these were sold, 1 a year, at auction, to the great houses of this continent. She held up the cup. 640 families have drunk it. Every royal line but 2. It cures plague. It closes wounds. It is the single most prestigious medicine in the world and you have all bought it and most of you have given it to your children. She set the cup on the table. "And it carries what I put in it 313 years ago," she said, "which is a full analytical record of the tissue in a measure stone, written into my own blood, because I could not write it on paper without being murdered. Any physician here can read it. It takes 4 days and a good glass. I will teach the method this afternoon to anyone who wants it and there is no oath and no fee." She looked around the hall with those flat black eyes. "The proof of what has been done to your children," she said, "is inside your children. I have been told since that the summit was a triumph. It was not. It was the worst 9 days I have ever spent in a room, because being right does not move people. Being right just takes away their excuses, and people who have lost their excuses are not grateful, they are frightened and furious and looking for somewhere to put it." The kingdom of Wen walked out on the 4th day with a statement about stability, which is the word people use when they mean their own children. By the end of the week 3 of the 5 grounds were with us and 1 had split down the middle, 2 kingdoms were with us and 4 had gone to the court, and everybody else was sitting very still and waiting to see who died first. And on the 7th day they had a fight about who would lead, because there is always a fight about who will lead, and it very nearly ended everything. A minister from the kingdom of Hu stood up and said, with the specific poisonous reasonableness of a man who has been saving a line all week, that surely the natural head of this alliance was the master himself. The hall liked that. I watched them like it. I watched 500 people relax, because it solved the problem, and because it put a boy on a chair. I said no, and it took me an hour to make them believe I meant it, and Yunqi had to explain it in the end because they would not hear it from me. He will not lead you, she said, because he cannot fight, cannot travel fast, cannot survive a single strike from any person in this room, and can be killed by one arrow from a roof by one man with a grudge. She let that sit. If you make him your head, she said, then the sovereign has one target and one afternoon. Everything you have heard this week goes into a grave with a 16-year-old boy and the whole thing is over by autumn. Then who leads? Said Ji Hongyuan. You do, said Yunqi. All of you. Badly. In committee. With arguments and delays and a great deal of duplicated effort, which is a catastrophe, and which is also the only structure in the world that a man with 9,000 years and one assassin cannot solve in an afternoon. Cloud Reckoning Hall will keep the books and the roads. The 9 peaks will hold the passes. The furnace will do what the furnace does. The beast court will hold the wild country and the void population. The valley will make medicine. And the master, she said, will teach, in a bathhouse, in a provincial city, guarded by people who are very hard to kill, and none of you will ever again suggest putting him at the front of anything. They did not like it. They agreed to it. That is what a good plan feels like from the inside. Afterward, in the eastern courtyard, when it was over and everyone had gone away to hate each other in comfort, Yunqi sat down next to me by the pond and did not say anything for a long time. Then she said, Master. The tag. Which tag? She did not have to answer. I already knew which tag. 411 years, she said. The one that hangs in the wrong place, north of Mount Ji. The grain that goes somewhere and never comes back. I have been thinking about what Kuyen said. The 4th district. Yes. So I did the sum properly this time, she said. Not the grain. Everything. Salt. Cloth. Iron. Firewood. Physician supplies. Ink. There are 3 separate flows going north past Mount Ji that have no destination in any register I have ever seen, and I have spent 400 years assuming they were smuggling, because smuggling is the ordinary answer. And the ratios are wrong for smuggling, she said. Smuggling is heavy on value and light on bulk. This is heavy on bulk. This is grain, salt, cloth, firewood and medicine, in the proportions in which people actually consume them. She turned her blindfolded face toward me. Master, she said. There is a population north of Mount Ji. How big? She was quiet for a moment, and I want you to understand that Yunqi is never quiet before a number. Numbers are the one thing in the world she is not afraid of. I have run it 4 ways, she said. The lowest figure I can honestly defend is 1,800,000 people. I sat there by the pond and I could hear the frogs. 2 million people, I said. 2 million people, she said. Fed, clothed, warmed and doctored, for at least 400 years and probably very much longer, in a place that has no name, no road on any map, no tax entry, no shrine, no temple, no grave register, and no children born. No children. There is no midwifery flow, she said. Nothing. In 400 years of shipments there is not one cart of the things a place needs when people are being born in it. She stood up and brushed off her robe. I have sent 4 teams, she said. In the last 9 days. None of them has come back and none of them will, and I am not sending a 5th, because I have finally understood what he told you. She said it very quietly. He said we had only seen the stones and the clerks. Master, we have been fighting his front office. That is what the measure is. It is the front office, and the thing that eats 2 million people's worth of grain and never has a baby is the business. Nian Nian sent beasts, not a scouting party. She sent about 4,000 small things, birds and rats and the low brown lizards that live in scree, over 15 days, from every direction, and she sat on the roof of my courtyard the whole time with her eyes closed and her hands flat on the tiles. On the 11th night she opened her eyes and said, "It is a city," and then she was sick over the side of the roof, which I had never seen her do in 1,000 years. They are not frightened, she said, when she could talk. Master, that is what is wrong with it. I have looked at 1,000 cities through 1,000 animals. Cities are frightened. There is always somebody frightened in a city. There is nobody frightened there. Everyone argued about whether I should go. It was not a real argument, in the sense that nobody was going to win it, but it went on for 3 days and it was very loud, and at one point Lin Yan proposed carrying me back to the beast court in a box. And Su Yao said she could make a tea that would keep me asleep for the duration, and I had to point out that this was, in fact, exactly the sovereign's method, and that hurt everybody enough to end the discussion. I went because I am the only person alive who can look at a body and see what has been done to it, and because 2 million people cannot be surveyed by a woman who counts grain carts. We went north in the 5th month. There is no wall. That is the first thing. You come up past Mount Ji, and the road stops being a road and becomes a track, and the track goes through a pass in the Black Hills, and there are no guards, no gate, no barrier of any kind. There is a boundary stone with a carving on it, and the carving is the court seal, and under the seal it says, "The Sovereign's Mercy. 4th District. Rest here." We came over the last ridge at dawn and looked down at it, and I will describe what I saw as flatly as I can, because the flatness is the horror. It was beautiful. A valley about 4 miles across, green, terraced, with a river running through it and 4 bridges. Orchards, obviously, that is what gave it the name in my head before anybody told me what they call it. Vegetable gardens. Fish ponds. Clean streets on a grid. Low white houses, about 40,000 of them, in neat blocks, each with a plot. Bath houses. Tea houses. A theater. 2. No walls. No barracks. No temple. No shrine, which took me a moment to notice and which mattered more than anything else, because there is no measure stone in the 4th district. There is no need for one, and people. Everywhere. 2 million of them, at dawn, doing exactly what people do at dawn, and every single one of them looked well. Not thin. Not marked. Not beaten. Good skin, good teeth, unhurried. Nobody was running. Nobody was late. We walked down into it and nobody challenged us. An old man on the first bridge said good morning to Lin Yan and asked if we had come far, and Lin Yan, who has burned 3 armies, said, quite a way, in a very small voice. There was a market. There was a man selling hot buns who gave one to Nian Nian for nothing because she was staring. There was a woman teaching 4 adults to sing around in a courtyard, badly, and laughing about it. I looked at them. Every person in that valley had a root. Every one. Big. Healthy. Dense. The kind of root you see maybe 12 times in your life in a great sect, sitting in the belly of a farmer who was carrying a basket of onions. And every single one of them had the rim. The perfectly circular scar, the width of a child's palm, on the surface of it, old, at least 50 years old in most of them, with new growth all around it and over it and past it. 2 million people, standing in a market at dawn, and every one of them had been robbed at 4 years old, and every one of them had grown most of it back without knowing. And now I have to tell you what this place is called, because you already know, and everybody on this continent already knows, and that is the worst part. The Sovereign's Mercy is not a secret. I want to be sure you understand that. It is the single most famous charitable institution on this continent. 9,000 years old. Every child on this continent grows up hearing about it. Any child graded null at the second measuring, at 16, whose family cannot keep them, may be given to the Sovereign's mercy. The court takes them, feeds them, houses them, gives them work suited to their capacity, and cares for them until they die. It is in the school primers. There are songs. Poor families weep with gratitude when a child is accepted, because the alternative is a life of carrying sacks and a bad death at 50. About 30,000 children a year go into the mercy. It has been running for 9,000 years and no one has ever thought to ask where they go, because everybody knows where they go. They go to the mercy houses. Everyone has seen a mercy house. There is one in every province, with a garden. The mercy houses are the front office too. I had to sit down on the edge of the fish pond. "Master," said Xiao Shui. "Give me a moment." "Master." "Xiao Shui, if I say it out loud before I have it right I am going to be wrong in front of you and I cannot afford that today." So I sat, and I watched 2 million people have a nice morning, and I put it together, and it took about a quarter of an hour, and here it is. A root grows back. That is the whole thing. That is the sentence the entire world is built on not knowing. Take a root from a 4-year-old and the body does not simply stop. It repairs, the way a liver repairs, slowly, over decades, as long as it is left completely alone. And alone means alone. No cultivation. No strain. No ambition. Do not teach that person anything hard. Do not let them fight, or grieve too much, or work themselves past their strength, or want anything badly, because every one of those things pulls on the root and every pull thickens the scar and stops the growth. Feed them. House them. Keep them warm, keep them gently occupied, keep them content and unhurried and unmeasured, and in about 60 years you can take it again, and it will be a better harvest than the first, because a 4-year-old's root is a bud and a 65-year-old's root is fruit. That is the orchard. The kindness is not a disguise. The kindness is the machine. Every good thing in that valley, the gardens, the fish ponds, the theater, the men giving away buns, the woman teaching around, all of it exists because contentment is the growing condition. He is not keeping them happy so they will not rebel. He is keeping them happy because unhappiness spoils the crop. Su Yao worked it out about a minute after I did, and she stood in the middle of a nice street in the sunshine and said, in a completely conversational voice, "Master, I would like to burn this valley to the ground and everything in it, and I understand that this is the wrong answer, and I am telling you so that you will stop me." "Noted," I said. We found the steward that afternoon. She found us, rather. She had known we were there since the ridge. Her name was Meow. She was about 70, in a plain green robe, and she had a bad hip and a stick and a face like a village schoolmistress, and she came out to meet us on the second bridge with 2 assistants and a pot of tea on a tray. "You will be the master," she said to me. "I will." "I have read your book," she said. "Twice. It is very good. The drawings are better than the writing." "I have had that noted," I said. She poured the tea. 4 of my daughters were standing around her in a loose ring, and any one of them could have ended her existence between 2 words, and she poured 5 cups of tea with steady hands and then sat down on the bridge rail because of her hip. "Ask," she said. "How long have you been steward?" 41 years. "And before that?" She looked at me for a moment with a very slight smile. "Before that I was a resident," she said. "I came into the 4th district at 16 years old. Graded null twice, mother dead, father drinking, and the mercy took me, and I have had a good life." "You know," I said. "I know," she said. Then she took her tea in both hands and said the thing that I have carried around ever since like a stone in a shoe. "I was taken at 4 and I was taken again at 64, she said. "And in between I had 48 years in this valley. I learned to sing. I ran the East Orchard for 11 years. I loved a man for 30 of them and buried him, and I was not alone doing it. I have never been hungry and I have never been beaten, and nobody has ever once told me I was worthless, which is more than my own village managed in 16 years. She drank. "Out there," she said, "I would have carried sacks until my back failed at 45 and then begged. That is what happens to a null. You have met them, have opened a school full of them. Do not tell me what the world outside does with people like me. I know what it does. Everyone here knows. That is why nobody runs." "Nobody has ever left," I said. "People leave," she said. "There is no wall. About 12 a year go out over the ridge, and about 9 of those come back within the season, and we take them back, and nobody says anything about it." She set her cup down. "So say your piece, master. I am an old woman and I have been waiting 41 years for somebody to come over that ridge and say it, and I would like to hear how it sounds out loud." I found that I did not have a speech. I had 100 speeches for the heavenly court. I did not have one for a woman with a bad hip who had run an orchard for 11 years and buried a man she loved. So I told her the truth, which is all I have ever had. "Steward Meow," I said. "I can grow a root back in 9 days." She went very still. "Not 60 years, I said. 9. In a wet bathhouse with 11 chairs, on a 14-year-old girl who scaled fish, and then she went home and worked a full shift, because the growing does not require her to be idle. Requires somebody with hands to sit with her and do the work." She did not speak. "The reason this valley is beautiful is not mercy and it is not cruelty," I said. "It is a growing rate. 60 years is how long it takes when nobody knows how to help. That is the only reason for the orchards and the theater and the buns. It is the only reason for any of it." I put my cup down on the rail. "Everything you have here," I said, "is the shape of somebody else's ignorance. And I fixed the ignorance last year, and I printed it, and there are 300,000 copies of it on this continent, and by next spring there will be 1,000,000. Her hands had started to shake, and she noticed, and she folded them. "Southwest HE will close it," I said. "He is not going to keep 2 million people in a beautiful valley for 60 years at a time once the alternative is 9 days in a room with a book. It is not that he will become cruel, steward. He is not cruel. It is that this valley stopped being efficient about 11 months ago, and he is the most efficient man who has ever lived. Steward Meow sat on the bridge rail in the afternoon sun for a long moment. Then she said, he already has. What? The retirement lists, she said. She was looking at her own hands. The quiet garden takes about 900 a month. It has always been 900 a month, 41 years, you could set a clock by it. In the 11th month of last year it went to 2,000. In the second month of this year it went to 6,000. Her voice had gone somewhere flat and far away. I wrote to the court, she said. Twice. I asked whether there had been a change in policy. I received a very courteous reply thanking me for my diligence and confirming that there had been no change in policy. What is the quiet garden? Said Nian Nian. And Steward Meow looked up at her, and answered, and the answer took 4 words. It is where retirement happens, she said. Nobody moved. They go at 70, she said. Everybody knows. You go up the north road to the quiet garden and you are cared for at the end, and it is peaceful, and it is the last kind thing, and every person in this valley has walked their friends up that road and come back down it and told themselves it was peaceful. She stood up, slowly, on her bad hip. I have never been up that road, she said. 41 years as steward and I have never once been up that road, and I have told myself 11 different reasons, and all 11 of them were the same reason. She looked at me. Master, she said. I am 71. And that is when Nian Nian's head came up and turned north, the way an animal turns, all at once, before anything happens. Master, she said. Something has come over the ridge. How many? 9, she said. The 9 verdicts came down off the ridge at the 3rd hour of the afternoon and did not hurry. I had been imagining them for a year and I had them wrong in one important way. I thought of them as enforcers. They are not. Kuyen told me later what they actually are, and he said it in the plainest language, and it is this. They are what the yield is for. 9 bodies, all collected as infants by the court and raised at Mount G, all of them empty from birth by design, all of them filled. Roots stacked into them over decades, 3, 5, 11 at a time, fitted and settled and fitted again. They are the reason the North Wall holds. They are the reason no demon tide in 9,000 years has ever reached a farming province. Every hero in every song this continent sings is one of these 9 or one of their predecessors. They came down the hill in gray, in a line, and they were not there to fight us. The first verdict carried a writ, and he read it out at the head of the second bridge, and 2 million people came out of their houses to listen because a man was reading in the street and nobody in that valley had ever been afraid of anything. In the matter of the 4th district. The district being compromised, the district is closed. All residents will proceed to the quiet garden in an orderly manner beginning at dawn. Stewards will assemble the lists tonight. He folded it and looked at us. His name was by C.I. He looked about 35. He had a very quiet face. Master, he said, to me, and he bowed, and it was not mockery. You will withdraw with your founders and you will not be pursued. That is the sovereign's word, and the sovereign's word has never once been broken in 9,000 years, and you know that, because you have checked. I have checked, I said. Then take it, he said. This valley is not a battlefield you can win. If we fight here, some large fraction of 2 million people die of proximity within the first minute, and you understand what proximity means when the furnace ancestor is annoyed. He was right. That was the trap, and he laid it out honestly, which was worse. The 4th district has no walls, no cellars, no defensible ground, and 40,000 paper houses. Xiao Shui at full extension takes the top off a mountain. Lin Yen sets fire to weather. Nian Nian brings the wild in a wave that does not check what it is standing on. They could not fight there. Not properly. Not at their real size. By sea I could, because he was not trying to protect anything. So we withdrew. I want to be precise about this because it is the ugliest decision I have ever made, and I made it in about 4 seconds. We went up the east terraces, out of the housing blocks, onto the bare stone above the orchards, and the 9 came after us in their own time, because they wanted us out of the buildings too. Neither side wanted the valley on fire. For about a quarter of an hour, in the most obscene arrangement I have ever been part of, we cooperated. And the moment we were on bare rock, they came. I have watched my daughters fight. In the fold, against beasts, for 1,000 years, and each of them at every stage of becoming what she is. I have never seen what happened on those terraces, and I hope not to again. By C.I. went for me first. Obviously. I am the only piece on the board that can be removed by one man in 1 second. He got about 40 steps. Xiao Shui did not draw. She has not drawn in 3,000 years and she did not draw then, and the air between them turned into something with an edge, and Bai Ci went through it and came out the other side still walking, with his robe opening in 30 places and no blood coming out. That is when I understood what the stacking does. He has no core, I shouted. Xiao Shui, he has no core. He has 11 of them. She heard me. That is the whole reason I was there. Because here is what I could see and nobody else could, and it is not wisdom and it is not strategy. It is just an eye that was made by 1,000 years of staring at the insides of 5 broken girls. A person with one root has one center. Everything runs to it and from it, and every good technique in the world is built on the assumption that a body has a center you can reach. Bai Ci had 11, and none of them were his, and none of them had ever fully attached. He was not a man. He was a bundle, and a bundle has seams. Second one on the left, I called. Under the collarbone, 4 fingers down. That one is not tied in. It is floating. Lin Yan hit him there with everything she had. The furnace ancestor's full strike is not fire. That is the mistake everyone makes. Fire is what she does when she is being polite. She actually does is take everything that is in a thing and make it leave at once, and she put it into a spot 4 fingers under a man's collarbone, and one of the 11 roots inside Bai Ci came out of him through his back. He screamed. It was the first sound any of the 9 had made. And then he took the hit and kept coming, because he had 10 more, and that is when I learned what we were actually facing and how long the afternoon was going to be. They do not go down. You cannot kill one. You can only take them apart, root by root, and each one costs. Here is what I did for the next 2 hours. I stood on a rock with Yun Qi's hand on my shoulder, and I called seams. 4th verdict. His left leg is not his. The join is at the hip and it is old and it is dry. Take the leg and he loses a 3rd. 7th verdict. Do not touch her hands are the newest thing on her. Her spine is the original. She is 4/10 grafted onto a spine that was never meant to carry it and it has been hurting her for 200 years. Break the spine. 9th. There is a child in his chest. It is not settled. It has never been settled and it does not want to be there. That is what I did in the Great Battle of the 4th District. I stood on a rock and read bodies out loud while 5 women who love me tore 9 people apart with their hands. Kuyen came over the ridge in the first hour, alone, one-armed, and went straight at the 2nd verdict, who had raised him. He lost. Of course he lost. He had 1 arm and he had given up 2 of his 3 roots that year to a physician in Cloudfall who put them in jars with dates on them, because he could not stand carrying dead children around inside his ribs. He had known the 2nd verdict for 400 years and he knew where she looked, and he made her look there, and Suyao was in the place where she looked. Suyao does not fight. I need you to understand that. She has never once in 5,000 years struck a person. She simply arranged, over about 40 minutes, for 60 different things to be true at the same time. A wind off the terraces. A crushed leaf underfoot on the 4th step. The wet on the stones where the irrigation channel had been broken in the 1st minute, which I now believe she broke herself. The 2nd verdict took 1 breath in the wrong place on the wrong step at the wrong moment and stopped being able to make her body do things, and Kuyen, on his knees, with 1 arm, finished her with a piece of a bridge. He sat down and cried, which I thought was the correct response. We lost people. 311 Cloud Reckoning couriers and Beast Court disciples came north with us as an escort. 206 came home. And Lin Yan went out. That is the word we use because there is no other one. In the 2nd hour, when the 5th and 6th verdicts had her between them on open stone, she did the thing she has been able to do for 5,000 years and has never once done, which is to stop holding anything back. She burned every scrap of what she was, all of it, everything I spent 800 years teaching her to build, in about 9 seconds, and the 5th and 6th verdicts ceased to exist along with 11 acres of the East Terraces and about 400 years of somebody's orchard. And then she fell over, and she was cold. Not dying. Worse than dying, in a way, and better in every way that matters. Her root was intact. Her channels were intact. She had simply spent every particle of 5,000 years of cultivation in one push and there was nothing left in her, and the furnace ancestor, the 2nd most powerful being on this continent, was lying on hot stone with steam coming off her, as weak as I am. She was laughing when I got to her. Barely conscious, and laughing. Master, she said. Master. I am like you now. Do not talk. I am like you now, she said, and passed out. It ended at dusk. 4 of the 9 were destroyed. 2 were carried off by the other 3, and the 3 that left were not in good condition, and one of them was Bai Ci, and he stopped at the top of the ridge and looked back down for a long moment before he went over it. We held the field, and the field was a valley of 2 million people who had watched their orchards burn from their doorsteps, whose houses were half standing, who had been told at 3 in the afternoon by a man with a writ that they would be walking to the quiet garden at dawn. Did not cheer either. I have stopped expecting anybody to cheer. At first light, Steward Meow took her stick and went up the north road, and I went with her, and Xiao Shui went with me because there was no version of that morning where she did not. It is 4 miles. It is a good road, well kept, with trees. The quiet garden is a walled compound at the head of the valley with a gate and a garden and about 12 long low buildings that look exactly like every hospice on this continent. There was nobody there. No staff, no guards, nobody. They had gone in the night. The buildings were empty. Beds made. Cups on the tables. Everything clean. And behind the 11th building, cut into the rock of the north ridge, was a door. Not a hidden door. A goods door, wide enough for a cart, with a track worn into the stone by 9,000 years of cart wheels. We went in, and we went down, and the passage went down for a long time, and it was cold, and it was dry, and the walls changed from cut rock to something older that I did not recognize and still do not. And then it opened out. I have tried to write this part 12 times. It was a hall. Under the ridge. Bigger than anything anyone has ever built above ground, bigger than the Cloudfall Arena 6 times over, going back into the dark further than the lamps reached, and it was full of people. Racks. That is the word, and I hate it. Wooden racks in rows, 9 high, running away into the dark, and in each cradle on each rack, a person. Not corpses. Alive. Every one of them. Breathing at about 1 breath a minute, cold to the touch, their eyes closed, their skin good. Yao got down there 7 minutes after I sent for her, and she went along the first rack touching wrists, and after the 4th one she stopped and stood very still for a long time. Long winter, she said. Master. It is the long winter. It is my formula. That is not possible. It is a variant, she said. Cruder. Older. Master, mine was not an invention. I thought it was. I have thought it was for 350 years. It is in the old texts if you know how to look, and I found it and I improved it and I put myself in a box with it. She turned around, and her face in the lamplight was something I never want to see again. He has been doing this since before there were sects, she said. They are not dead, said Steward Meow. She was standing at the end of the first rack with her stick, and she was looking at a woman about her own age in the 3rd cradle. Master, they are not dead. Look. She is not dead. That is Ah Ping. She went up the road 14 years ago. She ran the West Orchard. She is not dead. No, I said. She is not dead. Then, said the steward, and stopped, because she had gotten far enough to see it. They are not dead because a dead root is worthless. That is the whole of it. That is the bottom of the well. Everything the world calls the heavenly court, the stones, the grades, the foundries, the clerks, the mercy, the beautiful valley, the theater, the men giving away buns, all of it is a delivery system for this room. And this room is 9,000 years deep, and the people in it are alive, because you cannot harvest fruit off a dead tree, and the trees have to be kept alive for as long as they can be made to grow. Yun Chi came down about an hour later and walked the length of the first row with her hand out, touching the end of each rack, counting. How many? I said. She got to the end of the lamplight and stopped, because there was more hall past it. I do not know, she said, and I have never heard her say that sentence before or since. Master. I cannot see the end. I have counted 20,000 in the first 4 rows, and there are more rows, and the hall keeps going. She turned around in the dark with her blindfold and her cane, and 2 million people's worth of grain carts finally in the right place on her board. 400 years, she said. I have had a tag hanging in the wrong place for 400 years, and I have thought about it every day, and I told you, Master, do you remember, I told you the number said there were more people than there are. Yun Chi. There are, she said. There are more people than there are. They are down here. It took Yun Chi 9 days to count the hall, working with 200 clerks, lamps and chalk, in shifts, in the cold. 1,406,211. That is the number. It is carved now above the door of the school in Cloudfall, and there is no other writing on the wall, because there does not need to be. Su Yao told me on the 4th morning what waking them would cost, and she did not soften it, because she never has. The long winter goes on easily and comes off hard, she said. It is a ladder in both directions, she said, and the way up is slower, and every step of it needs hands. 6 days a person. For if I do it myself, and I will not be doing it myself, master, because there are 1,400,000 of them and I have 2 hands. She did the arithmetic out loud and I did it beside her and we arrived in the same place at the same moment. With the 400 hands we have, 25 years. With 4,000, 3. So we had our answer, and the answer was the same answer it had always been, and I said it out loud in a cold hall under a ridge with a lamp in my hand. Teach faster. I sent the whole thing out. Everything. That day. Not to the alliance. Not to the sects. To everybody, in the common script, through the same grain carts, 100,000 copies of a plain account with the number at the top and Su Yao's waking method underneath it, and 11 drawings, and a list of every province the carts had gone out from since spring. Yun-Chi warned me. She said, correctly, that publishing our only leverage before we had used it was strategically illiterate. Then she said, also correctly, that we were not playing a game with a board, and that a fact of that size does not have a good moment, and that any delay would look, in 300 years, exactly like the Beast Court's charter. Print it, she said, before I finish being right about it. And then the world turned over, and it did not turn because of the hall. It turned because of the blood. 840 families had drunk the ancestors' due over 311 years, and by midsummer there were 400 physicians on this continent who could read it, because Su Yao taught the method to anybody who walked into the room and did not make them swear anything. The kingdom of Wen went first, which was perfect, because Wen had walked out of the summit. Their crown prince, heaven grade, second tier, the pride of a 400-year line, was read by his own royal physician in his own palace at his own request. And the physician came out and told the court that the prince was carrying 4 roots that were not his, and that one of them was an infant's. He was 19 years old. By every account he was not a bad young man. He went into a room and did not come out for 2 days, and when he came out he abdicated, and rode north, and I met him 8 weeks later shoveling in the quiet garden with his sleeves rolled up. And he asked me if it could be taken out and given back, and I told him the truth, which is that I do not know how, not yet, and he said all right and went back to shoveling. There are about 900 of those young men and women on this continent. They are the strangest and saddest population the war produced, and they have organized themselves, and they call themselves nothing, and they do most of the heavy work at the waking halls. Then the registers stopped. This is the part of the war that no song will ever be written about, and it is the part that actually finished the heavenly court. To void a grade you strike a name in a provincial register. The registers are kept by hand, in 911 provinces, by 4 men and a boy in a room. Those clerks were not heroes. They were clerks. They were 14 weeks behind before the 4th district, and by midsummer they were 30 weeks behind, and then the account of the hall came through their own towns in a grain cart, and about 11 of them in one province, then 40 in another, then all of them simply stopped writing. They did not rebel. There was no announcement. They came to work and they did the marriages and the land transfers and the death entries, and they left the voiding orders in the tray. Within 2 months there were, by Yun-Chi's estimate, 1,500,000 unexecuted voidings sitting in trays across the continent, and a grade that is not struck is not void. And the court's entire coercive machinery turned out to be 4 men and a boy in a room, 911 times over, and every single one of them had a mother. Foundries began closing in the autumn, not by order. The ore stopped coming, because Yun-Chi holds the ore, and this time she did not have to call in alone, she simply told the carters where the hall was and let them decide. And in the same autumn the yield book came out from under Mount G. Not by a raid. Yun-Chi bought the mountain road, and then the water rights, and then the men who carried the meals in, and one evening a room with 9 locks was opened by 2 clerks who had been employed there for 30 years and who did not want to explain themselves to anybody afterward. 9,000 years of collections, written out by district, by season, and by name, in one hand that never changed. Su Yao has had it since. She read all of it, in order, at 400 pages a night, and she did not sleep for most of that winter, and when I asked her to stop she looked at me and said, "Master, somebody in this world has to have read it." By Ci, first of the 9 verdicts, came down out of the north on the first day of winter with 2 others behind him and stopped at the outer edge of the Cloudfall lower town and put his hand on the ground and stayed there until somebody came to get him. I went out to him myself, which caused 4 separate arguments. He would not come inside. He knelt on frozen mud in the street and he said, "Master, take them out of me." "I cannot." "Then find out how." "I am trying." "Then I will wait," he said, and he stayed in the lower town all winter, and by spring he had rebuilt the North Road Bridge with his hands and had not spoken to anyone except to ask for tools. Lin Yen, meanwhile, was having the time of her life. She was mortal. Not weak, exactly, she is still built like a door, but empty. 5,000 years of cultivation spent in 9 seconds on a terrace and nothing left in her at all, and she could not lift a cart, and she got cold in the evening, and she thought the entire situation was hilarious. Master, she would announce, in company, loudly, my channels are extremely stiff. It is a medical necessity. That gag ran all winter. It got worse. By midwinter there was a queue. I need to say something about the household, because people ask about it more than they ask about the war, and because it is genuinely the part one think about most. They fought. Constantly. About ranking, about seating, about whose method of making tea was correct, about who had waited longest, about a comment Xiao Shui made in the year of the iron hair that Nian Nian has never let go. Yun Qi drew up a schedule. An actual schedule, on paper, with rotations, and presented it at dinner, and it was the single most dangerous document produced by either side in that entire war. Lin Yan set it on fire, which she could no longer do with her hands, so she had to walk over to a lamp, which took the drama out of it and made everybody laugh, including her. And when it was very late and the fighting had run out, they would end up in the same room anyway, all 5 of them and me, on the floor of the eastern courtyard with the brazier going, and somebody would say, "Do you remember?" And then it would be 3 in the morning. "Do you remember when the crow got into the rice? Do you remember when Nian Nian brought the thing with the teeth into the house? Do you remember when Master tried to make cheese?" Nobody has ever apologized for the cheese, and I maintain that the technique was sound. There is one thing I did not say to them that winter, and probably should have, and am saying now. 5,000 years is not a long time to them. It is a long time to hear about. To them it was a very long corridor with nothing in it, and the fold was 1,000 years of one day, which sounds like the worst sentence and was not, because I had them. Winter in that courtyard was the first time since the fold that any of the 6 of us had been in a room together with nothing to survive. It lasted 12 weeks. The last day was the 9th of the 2nd month, and it was a Tuesday, and I have gone over it more times than I have gone over anything. I was in the bathhouse. It was full. We had 240 students in the main room and 11 hands teaching and a queue outside in the cold that we had started letting stand in the corridor, and Zhao Man, who was 15 now and better at the hold than I am, was running the whole east side without me. Song Shu was there. 12 years old, twisted spine, carried in on his sister's back a year and a half before. He had been on his own feet for 4 months. It was that day sitting in the corner with his tongue out, copying diagrams for the printers, because his hand was the best in the school. My mother was there. She had taken over the kitchen in the autumn and the school ate better than the Yi clan. Xiao Shui was on the roof, because she was always on the roof. And at some point in the middle of the afternoon, the light changed. It went gray. Not storm gray. A flat even gray with no direction in it, the kind of light where nothing casts a shadow, and the noise of the city outside went strange, not quieter, further. And then it started to rain. It was the rain that got me. Not the light. The rain. It was rain that could not commit. A fine wet nothing that hung in the air more than it fell, that got you soaked without ever once being a shower, and I have stood in that rain for 1,000 years and I would know it if I were blind and dead. Got up so fast I knocked the table over. Everybody looked at me. 240 people in a bathhouse looked at the 16-year-old boy who had gone the color of the wall. "Out," I said. "Everybody out. Now. North Gate, do not stop, do not go home for anything." Nobody moved, because I have never once raised my voice in that room. And then Xiao Shui came through the roof. "Master," she said. "It is a fold." "I know." "It is a fold," she said again, and there was something in her voice I had heard exactly twice, and both times somebody had nearly died. "Master. It is over the whole city." "How far?" She had already been up. She had already gone out to the edge, in the time it took me to knock a table over. "The wall," she said. "All of it. The lower town, the compound, the hill, the north road to the 2nd mile post. It is a circle and it is closing fast and I cannot cut it, master. I have tried, I tried on the way back down, I hit it 11 times. Where are the others?" "Yun Qi is in the hall," said Xiao Shui. 9 days east. Suyao. At the quiet garden with the wakers. Nian Nian north with her beasts. Lin Yan. "She is here," said Xiao Shui. So it was 2 of us. 1 sword ancestor and 1 woman with no cultivation at all and 1 boy. And 41,000 people. I got outside. The bathhouse door was 10 steps and it took a year. The lower town street was full of people standing in the rain looking up, because the sky had gone gray with no shadows, and because that is what people do. At the end of the street, where the north road runs out of the lower gate, the world had a wall in it. Not a wall. An edge. A place where the road went on for another 40 feet and then simply stopped being a place, and past it there was gray, and if you looked at the gray for more than a moment your eyes slid off it the way a hand slides off wet stone. And coming down the street toward me, unhurried, in a plain dark robe, with the rain not touching him, was a gray man of about 60 with ink on the second finger of his right hand. "On," he said. "You are inside it," I said. "You came inside." "Yes." That was stupid. "No," he said, "it is very nearly the only thing left that is not, and I have thought about it for 11 months. He stopped about 9 steps away, and behind me Xiao Shui moved, and he lifted one hand, not at her, just up, the way you hold a hand up in a shop. "Please," he said. "Not yet. I have things to say and then you may all do whatever you can, which is not very much, and we will find out." He looked around at the street. At the people standing in the rain. "At my school." "You were right about all of it," he said. "That is what I came to tell you. You were right about the clerks. I have lost the registers. You were right about the joke. You were right that the book could not be recalled and I have stopped trying. Your eldest took my oldest foundry out of a mountain and put it in the sea," he said, "and counted the staff out at the gate first, and waited for a man to fetch a cat, and my own clerks tell that story with affection. I have had 9,000 years and I have never once been beaten with better manners." He straightened his sleeve. 9,000 years and I have been beaten by a boy with no root using a printing house and a public bathhouse, and I want you to know that I have taken it seriously, and that I looked, honestly, for a way to survive it, and there is not one. "Then why?" I said. "Because you did not beat me," he said. "You beat the measure. The measure was 9,000 years of scaffolding and it is coming down and I find, at the end, that I do not care about it very much." He looked up at the gray sky with the rain hanging in it. "What I care about is the hall," he said. "And the hall needs about 25 years of your hands, and you are 16, and you will die of old age in about 60, and there is only one of you." He lowered his eyes to me. "So I am going to take the years," he said. And then I understood, completely, all at once, and it went through me like cold water, because I had spent 1,000 years in the answer and had never once thought of it as a weapon. "Outside this circle," he said, "it is the 9th of the 2nd month, and it will be the 9th of the 2nd month tomorrow, and the day after, and it will go on being the 9th of the 2nd month out there for as long as I stand here, which is not long, an hour, perhaps 2. And here," he said, "it will be the 9th of the 2nd month for a very great many years." He put his hands in his sleeves. "You will not age," he said. "Nothing in a fold ages, that is the entire point of a fold, that is why my hall is where it is. You will simply be in here, and when I let it open, 1 hour will have passed outside, and you will come out with whatever is left of you after however many years of the 9th of the 2nd month I decide to give you." Nobody in that street made a sound. "I have done the arithmetic on this," he said, "the way I do arithmetic on everything, and I want to say the result out loud because you of all people will appreciate it. 1,000 years broke nothing in you," he said. "You came out of the first fold sane, which I did not expect and have never understood. So 1,000 will not do. I have set this one," he said, 4-9. And then, because he is not a man who leaves a job at 90 parts in 100, he said one more thing, and he said it looking past me, at the woman in white who had not moved since he arrived. "Sword ancestor," he said. "You will be in here with him." Xiao Shui did not answer. "You cannot cut a measure," he said. "You know that, because you have been hitting my wall since I put it up, and I have been counting, and you are at 20. You will be in a small city with a man you cannot protect, for 9 years, and every morning you will get up and try, and every morning it will not work." He put his hands back in his sleeves. "That is not cruelty," he said. "I have no appetite for it. It is simply the most efficient way I have ever found to take a weapon off the board, and I am telling you now so that you will spend the first year of it knowing that I said so. And that, in the end, is the only thing Yuan Tianji got completely wrong, and he got it wrong for the same reason he got everything wrong. He looked at the strongest woman who has ever lived and saw a weapon, because that is the only thing he has ever known how to see in a person, and it never once occurred to him to ask what else she might be good at. Walked out through the edge like a man stepping through a doorway, and the grate closed behind him, and Xiao Shui hit it at a speed that took the roofs off 2 houses, and it did not notice her. Then the sun went down, which it had no right to do, because it was the middle of the afternoon. And then it was morning. I woke up on the floor of the bathhouse with my cheek on a mat. Outside it was the 9th of the 2nd month, early, gray, with rain that could not commit. The 2 houses whose roofs had come off had roofs. The table I had knocked over was standing. The tea in my cup was hot. Song Shu was in the corner with his tongue out, copying diagrams. "Master," said Xiao Shui from the doorway, and her voice was very careful, and she was holding the frame with both hands like a woman on a ship. "What is the date?" "The 9th of the second month," I said. "It is going to be the 9th of the second month tomorrow. Here are the rules." I had them inside 4 days and it took the city about 4 months to believe them. At first light every morning, everything inside the circle goes back to how it was at first light on the 9th of the second month. Buildings. Weather. Food in the pot, water in the well, wood in the stove, mud on the road. Door you broke is whole. A wall you built is gone. Bodies as well. A cut heals. A bone knits. A man who drank himself into the ground wakes clear and furious, and the dead come back. That one is the worst of them by a distance, and it took a child off the mill roof on the second afternoon to teach us. His name was a duo. He was 7. He went up after a kite and came off the north side at the 4th hour, and he was dead before Auntie Chu got there, and the whole lower town stood in the mill yard that evening while his mother screamed. He was at breakfast the next morning. Whole. Cheerful. Asking about the kite. He went up the roof again at the 4th hour, because he was 7, and it was the same day, and he had never fallen. Somebody caught him. Somebody caught him the day after that too, and the day after that, and by the end of the first month there was a name for the job, and a rota, and a woman with a list. And for 9 years there was one person standing under the north side of the mill at the 4th hour every single afternoon. 3,210 times. That is the correct number, and you should hold on to it, because I am going to need it later. The only thing that does not reset is what is inside your head. You keep every memory. Everything you learned yesterday you still know, and every stupid thing you did in front of the whole street, you did. That is the whole architecture of a fold, and the man who built it was quite right about what it does to people and quite wrong about one thing, and the thing he was wrong about is that he has never lived in one. First weeks were fine. Frightened and confused and a great deal of running about, and 2 clan elders made speeches. The next 3 months were bad. I had known they were coming. I had a map of them, and having a map of a thing does not stop it, it only tells you which mile you are on. There was a period of testing, where brave people did stupid things to learn the rules, and most of it was harmless. There was a period of celebration, which sounds strange and is real, where a large part of the lower town worked out that there were no consequences and burned through every appetite they had, in public, for 2 weeks, until there was nothing left they wanted. And then came the part one had been dreading, which is the part where people work out that they can stop. 611 people took their own lives on the 50th day. They woke up. I do not have words for what that did to that city. 611 people made the largest decision a person can make, went through the worst hour of their lives to do it, and opened their eyes in their own beds with their own hands whole, with everybody who had found them remembering finding them. Some of them did it again the next morning, and a few of those a third time, and then it stopped, and I am not going to describe what the stopping looked like from the outside, because their families are still alive. On the 53rd morning a woman called Auntie Chu, the midwife from the lower town, one of my first hands, walked into the middle of the market with a cooking pot and a wooden spoon and stood there hitting it until 11,000 people came out to tell her to stop. "You cannot get out that way," she said. "It has been tried, by better people than you, and all you are doing is making your neighbors carry you." She was 58 years old and about the size of a chair and she had delivered a third of that crowd. "If you are going to be here, she said. "And if you cannot be here, come to me and I will sit with you, and I will sit with you again tomorrow, and I have got nothing else on." She sat with 411 people over the 9 years that followed. She is on the wall at the school. She is above me, and that is correct. Now I have to tell you about Xiao Shui, because everything people say about those 9 years is about me, and it should not be. She hit the wall at first light on the second morning. She hit it at first light on the 3rd. On the 9th she went around the entire circle in order and hit it in 240 places, one after another, methodically, from the north gate all the way back to the north gate. She did that every dawn for 2 years. Nobody asked her to stop, because nobody in that city was brave enough, and because on some level everybody wanted somebody to be doing it. On about the 800th morning I got up early and went and stood in the road and waited for her to finish, and when she came back down out of the gray with her hands shaking I said, "Xiao Shui. Come and have breakfast." "Master," she said. "I am the strongest person who has ever lived. I know. I have cut a mountain in half. I have ended a war by walking into the middle of it. There is a sect of 40,000 people who say my name every morning before they say their own. I know. And you are 16 years old," she said, "and there is nothing in you, and a man in a grey robe put you in a box and I cannot open it, and I have to sit in a room every day and watch you teach a laundress to breathe while I do nothing at all." She was not crying. That is what I want on the record. The sword ancestor stood in a wet street and said the worst sentence of her life with a completely dry face. "I found you when I was 11, she said. "I have spent 5,000 years being the thing that stands in front of you. And it turns out that is not a thing you needed. It never was. You needed hands and a bucket and a room, and I am not hands, master, I am a weapon, and this is the first day of my life that I understand what that means. I did the only thing I had. I taught her." "Xiao Shui," I said. "Do you know what my hands are for?" She looked at me. "Show me your third finger," I said. "Left hand. Hold it out." She held it out. "That," I said, "is the finest instrument that has ever existed on this continent. You have 5,000 years of control in it. You can take the skin off a grape at 40 paces. I have watched you thread a needle from the far side of a courtyard on a bet with Lin Yan." I put my own hand up next to hers. 16 years old. Small. Shaking a little, because I had been working since the previous morning. "I can feel a scarred channel through 3 inches of muscle," I said, "and I have about 11 good hours a day in these before they cramp, and there are 41,000 people in this city." "Master," she said. "You are not a weapon in here," I said. "There is nothing to cut. You are the best pair of hands in the world and you have never once been told so, and I am going to teach you the hold, starting this afternoon, and you are going to be extremely bad at it for about a year, and Zhaoman is going to correct you in front of everybody." There was a very long silence in that street. The greatest sword ancestor in recorded history looked at her own left hand for a while, and then she said, "Will she be rude about it?" "She will be unbearable." "Good," said Xiao Shui. She was terrible for 14 months. She had spent 5,000 years learning to put force exactly where she wanted it, and the hold is the opposite skill, it is learning how little you can use, and every instinct she had was wrong. Zhaoman made her do the water bowl drill for 140 days. In public. The sword ancestor, sitting on a stool in a wet bathhouse with a bowl balanced on the back of each hand, being told by a 15-year-old fish girl that her wrists were still cheating. By the 4th year she was the second best pair of hands in Cloudfall. By the 7th she had opened 4,000 people herself, and she knew all their names, and she was still cold at night, and I want to point out that a city with no consequences and 1 blanket did nothing whatsoever to improve that particular medical condition. Lin Yan was easier, and much funnier, and in some ways she did more than any of us. She was empty. She had spent 5,000 years of cultivation in 9 seconds on a terrace above an orchard, and the reset gave her back exactly what she came in with, which was nothing. So on the 4th morning the furnace ancestor walked into the bathhouse, sat down in the front row between a butcher's boy and a woman of 70, picked up a bucket, and started at the beginning. She was awful. She could not hold the bowl. She got the breath wrong for 200 days. She burst into tears on the 90th morning and had to go outside, and Tai Nyo went after her with a bun. And that is why, by the 2nd year, Lin Yan was the best teacher in that city and everybody knew it, including me. Because she was the only one of us who was currently bad at it. "I have not been bad at anything since the reign of the 3rd dynasty, she told me once, sitting on the bathhouse step with her feet in a puddle. "Master, I forgot. I genuinely forgot. I have been telling children to be patient for 5,000 years and I had forgotten what the inside of it feels like." She took the worst cases. The ones who had failed 4 times. The ones who wept. She would sit down in front of a man twice her size who had just thrown his bucket across the room and say, in a completely ordinary voice, "Yes, I did that on the 90th day, ask anybody, and it works, and it took me a year, and I am the furnace ancestor and I was rubbish, so sit down." Nobody has ever walked out on that argument. I started teaching on the 2nd morning. Not out of courage. I had been in a folded day before and I know exactly one thing about how to survive one, and it is not hope and it is not defiance. It is a timetable. A folded day does not kill you with despair. It kills you with the absence of the next thing. A man who knows what he is doing at the 2nd hour tomorrow is not in a trap, he is at work, and it does not matter very much whether the work goes anywhere. So I opened the bathhouse at the usual time, and 11 people came, mostly out of habit, and I taught the hold. The next morning I opened it again, and I did not teach the same lesson, because their bodies had reset and their heads had not. 9 days of my work on a scarred root, gone, every morning, all of it. And the lesson, still there, which meant that on the 2nd morning I was teaching people who already knew the first lesson. That is when I sat down on a wet floor and understood what he had handed me. He had put me in a room with 41,000 people, given me an unlimited number of afternoons, removed every physical consequence, and left the memory running. He had built me a school. The drudgery of it is the part nobody puts in the songs. You cannot write anything down. Paper resets. Ink resets. A wall you carve resets. Everything that city learned in 9 years had to live in the heads of the people who learned it and be spoken out loud, every day, forever, or it was gone. So we became a spoken thing. Songshu became the calendar. 12 years old, twisted spine, the best hand in the school, and no use at all for a good hand in a place where paper resets. On about the 90th morning he came and stood in front of me and said, "Master, somebody has to hold the number, and everyone else has a job." He held it for 9 years. Every morning, first thing, in the market at the second hour, and 11,000 people said it back to him, and that is how a city knew what day it was, because a boy said so. Teaching went in waves. There were 5 of us on the first day. 2,000 by the 400th. By the 800th, everybody in the lower town could do the hold, because everybody had done nothing else for 2 years, and none of it stuck. Every route I opened closed at dawn. We did it again. We did that for 2 years. I found the way out because of a question Yunchi was not there to ask, which I finally asked in her voice, sitting on the floor at the third watch. Why did the first fold open? That is all. I had spent 1,000 years inside a folded day and it ended, and I had never once asked why it ended on that morning and not any other. I had assumed it broke. Folds do not break. He told me so himself, in my own courtyard, drinking tea. So I went through it in order, and it took about an hour. On the last morning of the first fold, 5 girls were not girls anymore. Xiao Shui could hold her power outside her body. Yun Qi could count a room. Lin Yan burned fuel instead of her own arms. Su Yao could hand a person a cup without killing them. Nian Nian was the most frightening thing in that valley by a distance. 5 children who had been thrown in as refuse were no longer refuse, and a bin cannot hold what is not rubbish. I got up so fast I put my shoulder into a beam. The wall is a measure, I said, out loud, to an empty room, on the 9th of the 2nd month for the 741st time. It is made of the same thing as the stones. It does not have a lock. It has a grade. And it holds null. Everything fit at once, including the piece that had been sitting in my chest for 6 years, because the wall is a sieve, and on the way through it takes what it recognizes. Cultivated qi, held in a body in the ordinary way, is exactly the thing a measure knows how to take. I went into the first fold with no root at all, because the sovereign had taken mine the day before he threw me in, and I built 1,000 years of cultivation anyway, without one. Which is the only genuinely remarkable thing I have ever done and which is also the whole reason I could teach 5 rootless girls. And on the way out, the sieve took the cultivation and left me the whole. They walked through it and it found nothing to take. Not one of them. Xiao Shui's power is not in her, it is around her. Yun Qi's is in her head. Lin Yan's is in whatever she is standing next to. Su Yao's is a disease she trained. Nian Nian's is in every animal within 12 miles. Every workaround I invented for 5 broken children because they could not cultivate properly was, 5,000 years later, the exact reason they came out of a measure hole and I came out empty. I sat on that floor and laughed until my ribs hurt, and Xiao Shui came in and asked, quite seriously, whether I had finally gone, and I said no, I have just been extremely stupid for 6 years. Then I told her, and the sword ancestor, who had hit that wall in 240 places every dawn for 2 years, sat down on the wet floor and said, Master. Then we do not fight it at all. We just stop being rubbish. Every last one of us, I said. 41,000 people. There cannot be one null left in this city. Then she said the thing that turned an idea into 9 years of work. It will not count what a body has at noon, Master. It will count what a body is at dawn. She was right, and that was the wall inside the wall. So the answer was not to open roots. The answer was to change what a person's dawn is. It took 4 years and about 600 failures to work out how, and in the end it came out of an argument between a 15-year-old fish girl and a 58-year-old midwife. Zhaoman said, we are treating the scar, and the scar is not the thing. The scar comes back because the body believes the scar is correct. Anti Chu said, that is nonsense, bodies do not believe things. Zhaoman said, then why does a woman who has had 4 children push differently than a woman who has had 1, when the muscle is the same muscle? And they were off, and I sat in the corner for 2 hours and did not say a word, because they were doing it better than I could. Here is what came out of it, and I have taught it 11,000 times since and it still sounds like a riddle. The reset restores a body to its condition. It does not restore a body's habits, because habits live in the head, and the head is the one thing the fold does not touch. You cannot leave a repair in a body overnight. You can leave a way of standing, a way of breathing, a route. 9 days of my hands, gone at dawn. 400 days of a woman practicing one breath until the breath is simply what her body does, and at dawn her root is scarred again and her breath is still hers, and the breath pulls on the scar all day without me, and after about a year the scar itself starts coming back thinner. 400 days to do what my hands do in 4. That is a terrible exchange, and it is the only one available in a place where nothing keeps, and we had nothing but days. We had 3,211 of them. By the 1500th, half the lower town had come off null. By the 2000th we had the market quarter, both mills, and the North Road villages. By the 2200th, Songshu started saying the second number every morning as well, because a city needs to know how close it is. 41,089 people in Cloudfall, he would say. Nulls remaining, 106. By the 2500th it was 9. By the 2600th it was 1. Her name was Ashio. She was 39 years old, she took in washing on the third lane of the lower town, and she was the last null in Cloudfall for 604 days. Here is why. She was measured at 4, like everybody. And then at 19 a court appraiser working the river towns took her a second time, in a back room, for money, off the books, because there is a private market for what the stones collect and there always has been. A 4-year-old's root is a bud and it grows back. A 19-year-old's root, taken by a man in a hurry who does not care what he leaves, does not grow back at all. He had nothing. Not a stub, not a scar with a rim. A smooth place where an organ should be, healed over 20 years ago, complete. 400 days of trying and I got nothing, and she came every single morning anyway and stood with a bucket, because by then it had stopped being about her. 41,000 people wanted out of that day, and there was one door, and she was it. Nobody blamed her. That is the thing I am proudest of about that city. In 9 years, in a place with no consequences, where a man could do anything he liked and wake up clean, nobody ever once went near Ashio's lane. They brought her food. They queued to hold her bucket. Somebody in the market started saying her name every morning after the number, and it caught, and for the last 2 years 11,000 people said Ashio out loud at the second hour like a greeting. He hated it. She told me so. She said, "Master, I am a laundress, and now I am a public holiday," and I did not agree to either. By CI found me on the 2700th morning. He had been in the lower town when the fold closed, and he had spent 7 years rebuilding the North Bridge, which reset every dawn, and he had rebuilt it every day anyway because he said the work was the only thing that stopped the 10 of them talking. He sat down on the bathhouse step and said, "Master, take one out of me and put it in her." I said no. He said, "You have thought about it." Of course I have thought about it. I have thought about it for 600 days. It cannot be done. Nobody has ever done it. Yuan Tianji does it with 9,000 years of foundries and a technique he has never written down. And by CI, first of the 9 verdicts, said the sentence that ended the war, and he said it mildly, sitting on a step, looking at a bridge he was going to have to build again tomorrow. "Master," he said, "you are in a place where nothing you do lasts until morning." And then, after a moment, because he was not a cruel man either, "Including your mistakes." I have thought about that conversation more than almost any other in 2 lives. He was right. I hated it, and I went away and did not speak to anybody for a day and a half, and then I came back and we started. Now I am going to tell you about 3 mornings, because the technique is taught in 400 halls on this continent under a very tidy name, and I will not have the tidy name stand in for what it cost. The first morning I sat down across from her in the bathhouse with the light coming in gray off the wet street and I told her, in full, what I proposed to do. I told her I would be taking a living organ out of the body of a man who had 10 of them, none of them his, and putting it into a place in her that had been closed for 20 years, and that I did not know how, and that the only way to learn was to do it wrong. I told her I did not know what wrong would feel like. I told her that I believed she would not carry any of it past dawn. She listened all the way through with her hands in her lap. Then she said, "How many times?" "I do not know." "Guess," she said. "You always know. You guess to 2 decimal places and then pretend you did not." "Somewhere over 500, I said. He thought about that for a while. Outside, a cart went past, the same cart, the one that goes past at that hour every day, driven by a man called Old Pan who has been going to the same market for 9 years and has never once arrived. "All right," she said. "But you have to ask me every morning." I intended to. "No," she said, and she leaned forward, and this is the part one want on the record. You have to ask me every morning like it is the first time, not like it is the 80th. Do not let it get comfortable, master. If it ever gets comfortable you have to stop, because on the morning you stop asking properly I stop being a person and start being a table. She was a laundress on the 3rd lane. She could not read. She had never been out of that city and never would be, and she had just laid down the only rule that made any of it survivable. The 88th morning was the one where she made me laugh, and I am still not sure whether that was a kindness or a warning. I came in and started the asking, and she held up a hand and said, I know. Living organ, back room, do not know how, you are sorry in advance. Yes. Get on with it. Ashio. She looked at me. Say it properly, I said. She sat back, and something went across her face, and then she said, yes, master. I consent, this morning, on the 9th of the 2nd month, and I would like it noted that I am extremely bored of this, and that being bored of it is not the same as not meaning it. That morning was one of the ones where it went wrong, and it went wrong slowly, and she was awake for most of it. The 189th is the one I am going to describe, and I have never described it out loud before, and I am aware that I have spent this entire account not describing it. It had been going better. That is the cruelty of it. By then I had it down to something like a procedure, and the failures had stopped being catastrophes and started being errors, and I had let myself begin to think in weeks. She was talking to me. That was the change I had made that month. I had worked out that if she stayed talking I could hear the moment the settling went wrong about 4 breaths before I could feel it. So she talked. She was telling me about a customer of hers, a clerk on the 5th lane who sent his collars out separately from his shirts and always had, for 9 years, and who had never once given a reason for it, and she had a theory about the reason, and the theory was that there was a second man. Then she stopped in the middle of a word. Ashio. It is warm, she said. Which was wrong. It is not supposed to be warm. It is not supposed to be anything. Master, she said, it is warm, it is going up my back, and it is going up quite quickly, and I do not think I like it. Do not move. I am not moving. I am telling you. Am I telling you correctly? You are telling me perfectly. Good, she said. Then keep your hands where they are and do not take them off me to look at my face, because you always do that and it costs you a moment. She was right. I always did. It took a little over 7 minutes and I could not stop it once it had started. She was awake for about 6 of them. She did not scream, she never has, she reported. That is the word. She reported the whole way down, the way you would read out a list to a man who is writing. Warm to the ribs. Warm to the shoulder. My hands have gone. My hands have gone, master, both of them, you should write that one down. The end she said one more thing, and she said it clearly, and I have carried it for 11 years. Ask me again tomorrow, she said. Do not you dare come in here tomorrow and not ask me. And then she stopped, and it was the middle of the afternoon, and out in the street old Pan's cart went past on its way to a market it has never once arrived at. I did not go home that night. I sat in the empty bathhouse until the light went, and Xiao Shui came and sat down beside me and did not say anything for about 2 hours, which is her great skill. Then she said, Master. Are you going to ask her again tomorrow? I do not know. If you do not, said Xiao Shui, then all of this stops today, and 41,000 people stay in this day until they are nothing, and I will not say one word against you, and neither will anybody else. I know. And if you do, she said, then in the morning she will be sitting in the chair with her hands in her lap, and she will not know about today, and she will say yes, because she is who she is, and you will have to carry today by yourself for the rest of your life. Yes. She put her hand on the back of my neck, which she had not done since I was 31 years old and she was 19 and had come back from a bad hunt. Then that is the job, she said. You told me that in a street. It is hands and a bucket and a room and staying is the part that costs. I have been doing the easy half for 5,000 years. I asked her again in the morning. On the 604th day, it worked. It was not dramatic. It took 4 hours, and at the end Ashio sat up on the table with a very strange expression and said, Oh. That is what everyone has been going on about. By CI was on the next table, grey and shaking, with 12 roots left in him instead of 10, crying without any sound at all, and when I asked him whether it hurt he said, No, master, it is not that. It is the first thing I have ever given anybody. He did not become a cultivator that day. It does not work like that. A settled root has to take, and settling takes about 9 days, and every night the dawn undid it. So we did it again. 19 more mornings, while I learned to make the settling faster, and on the 20th I got it down to something that would hold inside a single day. And then we had to wait, because the fold does not measure at noon. It measures at dawn. Nobody in that city slept that night. I went out at the third watch and walked the lower town, and the streets were full. Not crowds. People sitting on their own steps in the dark, in ones and twos, the way you do when you cannot be indoors. Rhoda woman found me by the mill and asked me who was on the north side tomorrow at the 4th hour, and I said I did not know, and she looked at her list, which she had held in her head for 9 years, and said, Zhao Feng. He was there. He had heard his name. He was sitting on a stone by the mill race with his mason's hands hanging between his knees, and he did not look up. 3,210, he said. That is how many times somebody has caught that boy. I have got 40 of them. Then he said, if we get out tomorrow, does it still happen? And I stood in a wet street at the third watch and worked it out in front of him, and it is the only piece of thinking I did in 9 years that frightened me. If the wall goes, the day goes, I said. The reset goes with it. Whatever is happening at that moment is simply what happened. He nodded slowly. So tomorrow he falls, said Zhao Feng, and tomorrow is the first day in 9 years that he stays down. Yes. Right, he said. That is all he said. The boy who put his foot on my face in front of 8,000 people said right, and stayed sitting on that stone all night so that he would not be late. Song Shu stood up in the market at first light. 3,211, he said. Then he stopped, and his face did something, and 11,000 people saw it happen before he said it. Nulls remaining, he said. None. The wall did not come down. I want to describe this correctly, because it was not like anything. It thinned. Around the whole circle at once, over about a minute, the gray got less certain of itself, the way fog does when it has decided to be somewhere else, and behind it there was a street, and a north road, and a 2nd-mile post, and the ordinary sky of the 9th of the 2nd month at about the 4th hour of the afternoon. An hour. Out there it had been an hour. Now I have to tell you what happened in that hour, because it is the part of this story that people on this continent are still afraid of, and because I have had every one of the people who were standing in that road tell it to me, some of them more than once. Yun Chi felt it close from 9 days east. Every tag over Cloudfall on that board went wrong at once and she was out of the building in 4 seconds. She got there in 51 minutes. Nobody has ever explained to me how. When I asked, she said, in a very level voice, that she had spent a great deal of money and that the money was gone and that she did not wish to discuss it. She arrived at the 2nd-mile post, walked up to a wall of gray nothing, and put both hands on it. Ji Hongyuan was already there with 40,000 Nine Peaks disciples digging at a wall that was not there, with their hands, with their swords, because there was nothing else to do and he could not stand still. What did you find, ancestor? He said. It is a measure, she said. I cannot read a measure. I have never been able to read one and I have had 5,000 years to try. Then what do we do? My second daughter, who has never lifted anything heavier than a ledger, sat down in the mud in front of that wall in her good gray robe and said, bring me 14 riders. She sent letters, 14 of them, dictated in 9 minutes to 14 couriers on 14 horses, and every one of them went to a capital. I have read all 14. They are in the hall now, under glass, and they are the shortest documents she has ever written. The master of the Cloud Reckoning Hall informs you that a fold has been closed over Cloudfall City with 41,000 people inside it, by the sovereign of measure. Every grain contract you hold with this hall is suspended as of this hour. Every debt is called. The roads are shut. And then the last line, which is the same on all 14. If it is not open by noon tomorrow, we will take the world apart to find the seam, and we will start with whatever is nearest. That is my second student. Blind woman sitting in mud with her hands shaking, and inside 40 minutes the price of grain in 4 kingdoms stopped existing, and 2 royal houses surrendered to an alliance they had refused to join for a year, on paper, in writing, before dinner. Su Yao was at the quiet garden when the news reached her. She did not send a letter. She walked, the whole way, holding a cup of tea, and did not put it down. What she did do, in the first 11 minutes, was give an order to the waking halls that has never been rescinded and that I did not learn about for 2 years. Every physician on the continent who had been taught to read the do was to publish, that day, in every province, the full list of families found to be carrying stolen roots. Names. All of them. The court's own yield book had gone into her hands the previous autumn and she had been sitting on it out of restraint. She stopped being restrained at about the 3rd hour of the afternoon of the 9th of the 2nd month, and Nian Nian did not travel at all. She was 6 days north when it closed. She put her hands flat on the ground and told everything within 400 miles to go to Cloudfall, and it went. By the time the gray thinned, there were somewhere over 900,000 animals standing on the north road and the fields either side of it, in silence, facing the wall. She walked the whole distance on foot and got there last, with mud to the knee, and the only thing she has ever said about those 50 minutes she said to Yun Chi, in the road, in front of Ji Hongyuan, who repeated it to me twice because it frightened him. If it does not open, said Nian Nian, do not send another letter. I will not wait for noon. Tell me which city he is fondest of. That is what the world saw in 1 hour. A blind woman shutting the roads. A poisoner opening every register. And the wild coming out of the hills in a column you could see from the coast. Whatever the songs say about my daughters loving me, that hour is the thing this continent actually remembers, and it is the reason nobody has bothered me since. Gray thinned, and the city walked out. 41,000 people, in a queue, because Auntie Chu had organized the queue and Auntie Chu does not tolerate pushing. The sieve took what it could take, and it got almost nothing, because it does not know how to read a route, and a route was all any of us had. Xiao Shui came out whole, for the same reason she came out whole the first time. Lin Yan came out empty, because she went in empty, and laughed about it in the road. And every one of those 41,000 people came out with a route, a real one, thin and new and their own. At the 4th hour, at the north side of the mill, in the middle of all of it, a 7-year-old boy went up after a kite and came off the roof for the 3,211th time, into the hands of a stonemason who had been standing under that exact spot since before first light. Zhao Feng caught him, and sat down hard in the mud with him, and did not let go for some time. Nobody in that city has ever thanked him for it, because that is not how they do things there, but the mill has his handprint set into the wall at the north side, in mortar, at the height and stands, and every child in Cloudfall knows what it is, because the men in the gray robe had come back. He was standing on the north road just past the 2nd mile post, in the rain, exactly where he had been an hour ago, and he had brought what was left. 4 of the 9 verdicts. That was all he had. 4 out of 9, in gray, in a line across the road, in front of a wall of animals that went back to the horizon. He was not resigned. I want that clear, because I have heard it told the other way. He was not a man waiting for a ferry. He looked at that queue coming out of the gray, and he counted, and his mouth moved, and at somewhere around 400 he stopped counting, and I watched 9,000 years decide to spend everything. Take the boy, he said. The battle on the north road lasted about 15 minutes, and I am going to tell it properly, because for 9 years my daughters were kept in a box, and this is the part where somebody opens the box. Xiao Shui went first. She had not been at her full size since the terraces above the orchard. 9 years in a circle 4 miles across, where every strike she threw would have taken a street with it, and 2 years of hitting a wall at dawn in 240 places, and a morning of standing in a queue. She walked out into the middle of that road and let go. The 1,000 blades did not appear around her. That is what everybody outside the circle expects, and it is not what she does when she is serious. What came off her was a single line, and the line went from where she stood to the far tree line, and everything the line passed through stopped being one thing and became two. 7th verdict got a forearm up and a technique out, 400 years of the north wall behind it, and both of those things went into the line as well. The rain over that road stopped falling for about a second. Not from wind. There was nothing left in the air between her and the trees for it to fall through. She did not stop to look at what she had done. She turned around, at a walk, in the wet, and went for the next one. Meanwhile I stood on a cart with Bai Ci in front of me and did the only thing I have ever done, which is read bodies out loud. The 4th is holding his weight off the left hip, I called. That join was dry when I called it above the orchard 9 years ago, and it has been carrying him on the other side ever since. Take the leg and he loses everything above it. Lin Yan took the leg. She had nothing. She had come into the fold empty and come out of it empty, 5,000 years of cultivation spent in 9 seconds on a terrace and never given back, and she was, that afternoon, a very large woman with no more power in her than a carter. She had also spent 9 years in the front row of a bathhouse being bad at something in public, which is the only training that has ever mattered. So she picked up a length of the 2nd mile post, which is granite and which took 2 men to set, and she went in low at a man who could have killed her by looking at her, and she put it through the dry joint at his hip while he was busy with my eldest. He hit her. He hit her properly, once, with a hand that has taken the head off a demon tide, and Lin Yan went about 40 feet and hit the tree line and got up. Meat, she said, coming back. She was laughing. She was bleeding out of her mouth and laughing. Master, I am meat now. He cannot burn what I have not got. Nian Nian did not send the animals in. She sent them around. 900,000 of them closed the road at both ends and then stood, in silence, in the rain, at 40 feet, and the last 4 servants of the heavenly court fought the last battle of the measure inside a ring of things that had come out of the hills to watch. Every time one of them tried to leave the road, the ring took a step in. It never did more than that, and for about 6 minutes it never had to. Then the 8th verdict went up. Straight up, off the road, the way a sky-treading cultivator leaves a fight she has decided not to have, and she was 300 feet above the tree line before anybody on the ground had finished turning their head. And my youngest, who was standing on a verge in a robe that used to be white with her bare feet in the mud, looked up and said one word, and I did not hear it, and nobody has ever told me what it was. The birds came off that tree line in a single motion, the whole line of it, and it was not a flock, it was a wall going up, and it kept going up past her. She was in it for about 4 seconds. It is not that they hurt her. Almost nothing on this continent could have hurt her. It is that there was suddenly no air in the world that did not have something in it, and she could not see, and she could not hear, and she came down. She did not come down badly. She landed, and got her feet under her, and had about half a second to understand that she was back on the road. And Suyao was already walking. I want everybody who has ever called my 4th daughter a chemist to read this part. She has never struck a person. In 5,000 years she has never once raised a hand, and it is not squeamishness, and it never was. It is that she has been carrying the most concentrated poison this world has ever produced inside her own body since she was 6 years old, and the only thing she has ever been able to do with it is not touch anybody. The 8th verdict came at me. She was fast, she had 2 roots in the throat that were never settled, and she had worked out in about 4 seconds that the boy on the cart was the whole war. By I got in the way. She put him off his feet and through the side of the cart, and he did not get up again that day. And my daughter, who cannot fight, who weighs nothing, who spent 312 years awake in a stone box so that there would be somebody to make my tea, stepped off the verge into the road in front of that woman, and pulled the strip of cloth off her own left wrist, and opened the old scar with her thumbnail, and put her wet hand flat against the side of the 8th verdict's neck. She held it there, is all. She stood in the rain with her hand on a woman's neck and let her wrist run, and the 8th verdict took her by the shoulders and could not make her let go, and it took about 11 seconds, and then it took the 8th verdict a good deal longer. Suyao sat down in the road afterward and could not stand up again for 2 days, because there is a reason she has never done that, and the reason is that it does not come out of a jar, it comes out of her. Master, she said, when I got to her, and her voice was very small. Do not look like that. Suyao. 312 years I lay in the dark listening to men come down the stairs with a knife, she said, and every single one of those springs I thought the same thought, which is that one day somebody is going to need this, and it had better be worth it. She put her head against my shoulder. That was worth it, she said. Go and stand behind by Ci. Kuyen killed the 9th. He had 1 arm. He had given up the last of his 3 roots the winter before, to a table in a hall he had helped build. He was, by any accounting anybody would recognize, the weakest person on that road except me. He had also known the 9th verdict for 400 years, and he knew that when the 9th was frightened he protected his chest, because there was a child in it that had never settled and had never stopped hurting. So Kuyen made him frightened, and the 9th covered his chest, and Kuyen went for the throat with a mason's chisel he had picked up off the road. They went down together. He was still alive when I got there, and he had about a minute. I found her, he said. I know. The Yield Book, he said. The page. 4th District, 9th month, year of the Iron Hair. She had a name. She had a name, master, he wrote all of them down. Say it to me, I said. He said it. I am not going to write it here, because it is on a stone in a village in the Hu Valley next to a well, and it belongs there and not in an account like this one. And he said, do not let him talk you into being sorry for him, and then he stopped, and that was Kuyen, 3rd of the 9 verdicts, who spent 400 years as the most beautiful liar in the world and 11 months as the most honest man I have ever met. The last of the 4 went down at about the 12th minute, and the ring did not move, and the rain came back. And Yuan Tianji stood alone in the road, in the rain, with a wall of animals behind him and a city coming out of a hole in front of him, and he walked forward, and he was still not finished, because he had 1 target left and it was standing on a cart. He got about 14 steps. Not because of Xiao Shui. She was 40 yards away and she would not have reached him, because Ashio stepped off the end of the queue into the middle of the road, and behind her steward Miao, who had come south with Suyao on a bad hip, and behind her by Ci, and behind them about 400 people from the lower town who had no business being anywhere near that road and who came anyway, and they simply stood in the way. Not a formation. Not a technique. 41,000 people were coming out of that gray and about 400 of them turned left and stood between a 9,000-year-old man and a boy on a cart, with nothing at all, having had roots of their own for approximately 1 hour. He stopped. He could have gone through them. That is a thing worth saying plainly. He could have gone through them and out the other side, and it would have cost him 20 seconds. He stopped, and he looked at them, and I saw him do the arithmetic he had been doing since before there were sects, and for the first time in 9,000 years it came out wrong, because you cannot administer that. There is no line in a ledger for 400 laundresses and porters and stonemasons standing in a road, and behind him, the gray closed. It was coming back up the road, and it was not thinning anymore, it was gathering. He heard it before he turned around. I knew what it was doing, because I had spent 9 years in it and 1,000 years in the one before, and there is exactly one thing a bin does when you empty it. It closes. Fold is not a prison and it is not a weapon. It is the place a system puts what it has decided is refuse, and it does not stay open, and it does not go away empty, and it had just watched 41,000 people walk out of it. It has to close on something, he said. He was not talking to me. I built it. It has never once stayed open. And there was nobody left in it. He turned around and looked at it, and he said, "It reads me." Yes. I was 4 years old, he said. There was no stone. I made the stone. Before the stone there was a woman in a village who looked at me and said, "That one is no use," and they walked me out along the ridge path, and I was not the first one that year. I got back. That is the entire story, and it is not an interesting one. I got back, and I found that there is a way to take a thing out of a person and put it in yourself, and I have been doing it for 9,000 years, and I have never once had anything of my own. He looked at his hands. There is nothing in me, he said. Underneath all of it. I am exactly what she said I was on that path, and that is why the discard was mine to build, because you do not get to build a bin unless you have been in one. Steward Meow was standing about 40 feet from him on a bad hip, 71 years old, and she said, in the flattest voice I have ever heard out of a human being, "Then you knew. All of it. From the inside. And you built the racks anyway." "Yes," he said. She did not say anything else. She did not have to. And then I said the thing I had come out of 9 years of the 9th of the 2nd month to say, and I had not planned it, and it took 11 words. Master Yuan. 9 days. A bucket and a room. Let me teach you. He stopped. I mean it, I said. Whatever is under the theft is a root, and it is scarred, and I have never in my life seen a scar I could not thin. It will be small and it will be yours, and you would be the weakest man in any room you walked into for about a decade, and I would put you in the front row next to that woman, who has had a root of her own for 1 hour and is already better at this than you will be. Ashio did not move. To this day I do not know what she was thinking, and I have never asked her. 9 days, he said. 9 days. And then everything I have done, he said, was not necessary. It was only easier. I did not answer him, because there was no answer that was not cruel, and because he was not asking me. He stood in the rain and did the arithmetic, and I watched the oldest man in the world lose a fight to a sum, and he was not wrong about the sum, and that is the whole tragedy of him. I cannot, he said. You can. I cannot start at the bottom, Han, he said, and for the first time in either of our conversations his voice did something. I have not been at the bottom of anything since I was 4 years old. I built 9,000 years so that I would never have to go back there, and you are asking me to walk into a room and pick up a bucket. Yes. That is all I am asking. He almost did it. Want that in the account, because everybody who tells this leaves it out, and I was standing 11 feet away and I saw it. He turned his head toward the gray and then back at me, and for about 2 breaths the oldest and worst man who has ever lived nearly went to school. Then he said, "Her name was Amen." What? The child at Lu Bend, he said. You asked me once what her grade was after, and I told you, and you never asked her name, because you assumed I would not know it. I know all of them, he said. That is my punishment. I built it myself, and it is quite sufficient. She was 11. She liked the yellow dog that lived by the well. The whole of it took 9 minutes. The gray came up the road, did not run, and he did not fight it. He put his hands in his sleeves, and the last thing he said over the top of it, and he had to raise his voice, which I had never heard him do. It will be the 9th of the 2nd month in there, he said. Alone. Then I will come back, I said, and I said it loudly, so it would carry through. Every year, on this day. And when I am too old to walk up this road I will send somebody I have taught. Why, he said. Because you are the last null, I said. And I do not leave them. Then the fold closed, and the road was empty, and the rain stopped being the wrong kind of rain, and it was a Tuesday in the second month at about the 5th hour of the afternoon, and I had been 16 years old for 9 years. On the second mile post, where he had been standing, there was a clay jar. It had a paper label tied on with string, and the label had a number and a date and one word in an old script, and the word was Han. He had put it down at some point in that last minute and had not mentioned it, and had walked into an endless Tuesday without saying a word about the only thing he ever gave anybody. I sat down in the mud on the north road with it in my hands, and I did not get up for quite a while. Now, the two things everybody asks about, in the order they actually happened. I took my route back on the 9th day of the 9th month. Suyao did the settling. Bai Si did the placement, off a chair, because his ribs were still strapped. And here is what happened, which nobody who tells this story ever gets right. Nothing happened. I did not become a god. I did not level a mountain. A root that has sat in a jar for 5,000 years is an organ, not a cultivation base, and 1,000 years of work went into a sieve and is not coming back. What I got was an ordinary root in an ordinary belly. On the 10th day I sat down in the front row of my own school with a bucket, next to a boy of 8, and started at chi opening, first step. It took me 6 weeks. The boy did it in 5. He has never let me forget it. I am, as of this year, foundation stage, 4th step, which is precisely as impressive as it sounds, and which is, according to Xiao Shui, the most infuriating thing that has ever happened to her. Second thing they gave me in the autumn. All 5 of them, in the eastern courtyard, with a brazier going, and everybody extremely formal about it. Xiao Shui read it out, because she has the best voice. It was a marriage contract. 5 names on it and a space at the bottom, drafted by the hall's senior clerks, with 11 clauses about precedents that had clearly cost blood. Yun Qi had written the schedule that goes with it inside the fold, on about the 5th day, before anybody had even accepted that the days were repeating, and she had been waiting 9 years to enforce it. I said no. You should have seen the room. Then I said the rest of it, which took about a minute, and which is the last teaching I am going to put in this account. I will sign it, I said. All 5 of you, together, in whatever order you like, and you can fight about the order for the next 400 years and I will not adjudicate once. There is a condition and it is not negotiable. Each of you takes a student. Not a sect. Not 40,000 disciples with a canon and a portrait over an altar. One person. Somebody the stone said no to. You find them yourself, you bring them home, and you teach them the way I taught you, badly, for a very long time, with your own hands, and you do not hand them off to an elder. Because I have been thinking about the 9,000 years, I said, and about what actually happened in that valley, and it was not that I was wise. I was bored and I was patient and I had nothing else to do. Any one of you could have done it. Every one of you can do it now. And the only thing standing between this continent and another Yuan Tianji is whether the strongest people alive can be bothered to sit in a room with somebody who is bad at something. They took 9 days to answer. Xiao Shui brought back a boy of 7 from a mountain village with meridians that leak, and I have said nothing about that and I am not going to. Lin Yan came back with 4, because she cannot count, and then went out and got 2 more. Su Yao's student is a woman of 30 with a blood disorder who is terrified of her and who is getting extremely good. Nian Nian's is a girl with a prey constitution. Obviously. And Yun Qi took Xiao, who is 49 and cannot read and is learning to count a room, and who told me last month in the market that the second daughter is the most exhausting person she has ever met and that she would not trade her for anything. I signed it in the winter. There was a great deal of noise. My mother cried. The 9 Peaks Sword sect sent 40,000 people and Yun Qi had to build a road. The schedule stands, and I would like it known that I did not agree to it. I was informed of it. The sword ancestor has me on the 2nd and 6th days, and she is a better teacher than she used to be, because she spent 9 years being corrected in public by a fish girl. The reckoning ancestor has the 3rd, which is 4 hours of being wrong about numbers in front of a blind woman. The furnace ancestor has the 5th, and Lin Yan is rebuilding her own cultivation from nothing at the same time, so we are in the same class, which she finds so funny she has to sit down about once a week. Medicine God Valley has the 7th, and Su Yao's lessons are almost entirely tea, and I have learned to be careful. Nian Nian has the 4th and refuses to teach me anything at all, and instead takes me out to the wild country and sits on a hill with me until dark. The 8th day is mine. Yun Qi allocated it, read it out at dinner, and dared any of them to argue. None of them did. The rest of it I will give you quickly, because you have been listening a long time. Waking took 3 years and 11 months. 1,406,211 people, 6 days each, in halls built where the racks had been, because Steward Meow would not have anybody wake up in a room without a window. She ran it until she died at 77, and she was the most frightening administrator I have ever met, and I have met Yun-chi. 2/3 of the families who queued outside those halls found nobody, because the hall goes back further than the records do. 400,000 found somebody. A great many of the ones who found nobody went home with somebody who had nobody waiting, and that was not organized by anyone. I spent 12 months on a transfer table and came off it with nothing in him that was not his. He runs the transfer halls now, there are 12 of them, and he has never once let anybody thank him. We open the stones rather than break them. Most of what is inside is too old to give back and goes into the ground with a name on it where we have one, and there are 400 fields on this continent where those go, and people leave things on the walls. My father ran the queue outside a waking hall for 8 years and then went north and ran another one, and he is still there, and he never apologized to me and I never asked him to. And I owe you the bird. Yun-chi told me in the second year of the school, on a step, the way she tells me everything, which is flatly and only when she is certain, was my brother. Yi-ching Zhou, 22 years old, 9th step of foundation, the pride of the clan, who had been feeding a foundry bird by hand every morning since he was 16. The court had come to him the year I was measured. Not with a threat, with a stipend, and a form, and a very reasonable explanation that the court likes to keep an eye on unusual results, and that a grade of null in a first family is an unusual result, and that all they wanted was a line a month about what the boy was doing. 11 silver a month. A line a month. For 6 years, about a child everybody in that house had already agreed was worthless. Which means the heavenly court had a file on me before I could walk. Which means the carriage was not fast. It had been packed for 16 years. He is alive. He left the province the night the wall came down and nobody has looked for him, and I have decided not to, and Xiao Shui has agreed not to, and the agreeing took about a year and I would rather not describe it. My mother ran the school kitchen for 9 years inside the fold and 12 more after it, and she thinks it is ridiculous that her name is on the wall, and she is wrong. Yiqua got his 9 evenings and 12 more years out of them and left everything he had to a widow in the lower town. Song Yue can do a transfer, and has done about 400, and we are not friends. We work in the same building and there is a thing between us that will never quite go, and I have decided that is the correct shape for it. Not everything gets repaired. Xiaoman runs the school. All 400 branches of it. She is 26, she has been better than me since the second year of the fold, and about a third of the time she is right and I am wrong and Auntie Chu decides. The sign has not changed. It says, anyone. No fee. There is a line under it now, on all 400 of them, which she added while I was away and did not ask my permission about, and which I would have forbidden and which is better than anything I would have written. If you can find a pulse, you can do this. And every year, on the 9th day of the second month, I walk up the north road past the second mile post and stand in front of a piece of gray nothing in the rain and make the same offer. He has never answered. I have done it 11 times. Xiaoman comes. Song Shu comes. Last year about 400 people from the lower town walked up that road behind us and stood in the rain, and nobody organized it and nobody made a speech, and then they went home and had their dinner. Su Yao says that in a fold there is nothing to do but listen, and that she has 312 years of experience in the matter, and when Su Yao says a thing like that everybody goes quiet. I will keep going up. I am 27 years old in the body and 36 by the count, and foundation stage 4th step, and I will be walking up that road for another 60 years, and after that somebody I taught will go. Because he was 4 years old on a ridge path and a woman looked at him and said, that one is no use. And everything that has happened on this continent for 9,000 years, every stone, every grade, every child on a rack under a hill, every one of my daughters lying in wet grass at the edge of a fold, came out of that one sentence, and out of the fact that nobody in that village walked after him. I am not going to be the next person who does not walk after somebody. That is the whole of it. That is the entire technique. It does not need a root, or a grade, or a sect, or a stone. Go and get them. You bring them in out of the rain. And then you stay, which is the hard part, and which is the only part that has ever mattered.
What stays with me is how small the load-bearing pieces were. A wet page, 5,000 years ago, where a copyist put one stroke in the wrong place, and 40,000 swordsmen spent 50 centuries injuring the same shoulder and calling it tradition. A row of cups in a cellar, where 4 great physicians died because they assumed the first cup was a test of strength, when it only asked whether a proud man could bear to start at the bottom. Yuan Tianji stood on a road with 9,000 years behind him, and lost to that same question, and he lost to a bucket, not a sword. And a laundress lay down 189 mornings and reported what was happening to her all the way down. And a stonemason, who once put his boot on my face, stood under a mill roof all night so he would not be late for a falling child. Look at what you have decided is simply how things are. In your body, in your family, in work, you have done the same way for years. Somewhere in it, there is a wet page, and nobody is coming to check it for you. And the beginning of anything worth having is almost never a talent. It is a person willing to be bad at something in front of somebody who will not leave.